Alright, let me talk to you. I played 386 days of super modded Stardew Valley. Normally I would talk about all of the mods I am using, but if I did that here, then this intro would be like 40 minutes long. And this video is already a behemoth of a video, so instead I'll just explain each and every mod as they appear in the playthrough. A list of all of the mods I am using can be found in the description, as well as links to those mods. Also, the 1.6 update was released right as I finished day 112, so the entire first year was completed prior to that update. I'll talk more about the effect this update had on the playthrough and especially on the mods I am using on day 113. The only goal I set was to achieve perfection and to have as much fun as possible. I do want to emphasize that some of these mods make the game easier, like a lot easier. So bear that in mind if you decide to use certain mods that I show in the video. With all of that out of the way, let's get started with day 1 of this wonderful adventure. To begin the first day, I opened the box of parsnip seeds Mayor Lewis gave us, which is arguably the nicest thing he has ever done for anybody. Then a magical, mystical, mysterious text box appears. Basically, we have had a very strange and creepy dream. The text box recommends that we visit the museum where we might be able to get some answers. This text box is the introduction to the Durin's Rest mod. One of the very first videos I ever made on this channel was about this mod, so I do know a bit about it, but it has been a while, so a lot of it will hopefully be fresh. I clear out a bit of space on the farm to make room for the seeds I will be planting later, make a chest and deposit my items into it. Elwa? I don't really know how to pronounce this name. Elwa? Eloise? Elwaz? I'm gonna go with Elwa, I think that sounds correct. Elwa has sent us a letter. I must say, I was very surprised to see we had a letter available to read on the very first day. Elwa is a villager included in the East Scarp mod. They mentioned that their father is a vet and hopes I will become friends with their father. Maybe, we'll see what happens. At the bus stop, I eavesdrop on a conversation Lewis is having with his sister Lenny. Lenny is the chief administrator of Ridgeside Village. Lewis, as always, isn't exactly friendly in this conversation. I really wish there was a mod that had Krobus or Willy take over as mayor of Pelican Town. I feel like that would be a lot better for everybody involved. I head into Pelican Town where I talk to Kenneth, one of the many villagers included as part of the Ridgeside Village mod and one of the many villagers in the game overall. I enter the museum and talk to Gunther. He also had a strange dream. A shadow figure told him I would be visiting him. He finds warp totems in a book and gives them to us. I collect these warp totems and use them to teleport to Durin's Rest. The one unfortunate thing about Durin's Rest is the Vibrant Pastoral Recolor mod does not work in this area. So unless there's a way to fix this that I don't know about, this area is going to look different aesthetic-wise from every other area in this playthrough, but that's not too big of a deal in my opinion. Thankfully, the mod itself more than makes up for this. I visit the home of a villager named Durin who wants us to defeat slimes in the area. These slimes drop salt which we need to give to Durin. Before we leave his house, Glorgan shows up and says he can give us a weapon that will aid us in our quest. Sweet. I immediately enter Glorgan's house and retrieve a hammer from his chest. Not only will this hammer help us with this quest, it will also make going through the mines easier as we won't have to rely on the starter sword Marlin will give us later on. I defeat a group of slimes with relative ease and collect all of the salt I need. I give this salt to Durin, completing his first quest. I receive 20 barley seeds as a reward. Durin has also instructed us to visit the market, which I do. Upon entering this market, I receive another quest instructing me to return to Durin's house. Durin has already taken a liking to us thanks to everything we have done so far, but he mentions that there are other villagers who we should also work on becoming friends with. In other words, I have to reach one heart of friendship with everybody in this town. I receive a dwarven ale and use the Look Up Anything mod to find out how much it's worth. Almost 2,000 gold. That is going to give us a lovely head start when we sell it. Like I said, I have a quest to reach one heart of friendship with Aaron, Balor, Durin, Edris, and Glorgan. As well as this, I have 2 other quests. The first is to deliver 30 bone fragments to Durin, at which point he will allow us to enter the old mines in the town. The second quest requires me to plant the barley seeds Durin gave us, harvest them, and give 10 barley to him. All in all, I would say these are pretty handy. I use a warp totem to get back to the starting area. From there, I enter the teleportation station and return to the bus stop. I sell the ale I received from Durin, pumping my bank account up to over 2400 gold. The shop here has received an upgrade as things like sprinklers, ancient seeds and coffee beans are all being sold. This is thanks to the shop overhaul mod I am using. I will be sure to point out the effect it has on other shops when I visit them. A metal detector is also being sold here. This is included in the coin collector mod. I buy the metal detector and spend my remaining gold on potato seeds. I have quite a few seeds to plant, but thankfully I can use some of the forage items I picked up today as a source of energy to do so. I plant the barley, potato and parsnip seeds I have, but I don't water them as I am almost completely exhausted. In better news, however, Durin has sent us the crafting recipe for the Durin's Rest warp totem. I'm sure this will come in handy in the future. Another trip into Pelican Town is on the table now as I want to take a look at the bounty board. Both William and Clint have quests for us. Willie wants us to catch carp and Clint wants us to collect coal. The Help Wanted mod allows us to accept more than one quest at a time, something that I'm sure will be very beneficial in terms of earning friendship points and getting some extra gold. I spend the rest of the night walking around town hoping to find something with my metal detector. Unfortunately, I do not have much luck with this, or any luck at all really. I went everywhere, but it didn't make any noise, and the green dot that appears when you're close to buried treasure did not pop up. But it was still a nice way to wind down after everything we did on this very busy first day. I collect some forage at the beach, then I pass by Sophia's house. Sophia is of course a villager included in the Stardew Valley expanded mod. So in total I am using 4 mods that add new areas to the game. Durin's Rest, East Scarp, Ridgeside Village and Stardew Valley expanded. This means there are a ton of new recipes to unlock, fish to catch, villagers to befriend, cutscenes to watch, secrets to find, and overall just a lot more work to do than in vanilla Stardew Valley. So this will undoubtedly be the longest Stardew Valley adventure I have ever embarked on, and you know what? I am very excited to go through it all. I return to the farm, which I'm going to speak about very quickly while footage of me entering the warp room on the farm plays. I can use this warp room to teleport to the farmhouse, the quarry, the ocean, mountain, forest and river areas on the farm. I'm playing on the Ever Farm, a mod I have actually made a video about before. If you would like to know more about this farm, feel free to watch the video I made about it. The short version is, this farm is massive and I'm going to do my absolute best to make sure it looks absolutely beautiful by the end of this playthrough. I finally head to sleep, feeling very happy with everything I accomplished today. On the morning of day 2, I clear out a bunch of fiber from below our field of crops. I didn't do this for aesthetic purposes though, no, you see I want to build up a collection of mixed seeds. The Better Mixed Seeds mod I am using allows any crop to grow from mixed seeds. Under normal circumstances, this would mean that strawberries, ancient fruit and coffee beans would be able to grow from these during spring. But, as we are using the Stardew Valley expanded mod, along with other big expansion mods, even more rare and valuable crops will grow from these seeds too. I'm going to plant as many of these seeds as possible so we can get a taste of what the crops in these mods are like. Lewis has sent us a letter. He lets us know we can use our mailbox to send gifts to the villagers. This is a way of introducing the mail services mod to the game. This mod allows us to send gifts, ask Clint to upgrade our tools, and send quest items to villagers just by using our mailbox. It will make things a lot more convenient for us. William has also sent us a letter, perhaps the most important letter in the entire game. He has returned from a fishing trip and wants us to visit him. That I shall do, Mr. William. But first, I must forage for a magnificent flower known as a daffodil. I check out the bounty board again, where 5 villagers have a quest for us. I do not know how many of these quests I will actually complete, and I do not want to bore the socks off you by reading them all, so I won't read them all. However, what I will do is let you know when I have completed a quest. I visit William at the beach and receive the fishing rod. Ordinarily, this would start a long period during which I do nothing but fish for several days in a row, but truth be told, there is so much excitement flowing through my veins. This excitement is not reserved for fishing, nay, but rather the abundance of content included in every mod I have installed. So, as much as I would like to sit and stare at my screen, catching fish after fish after fish after fish, I will not be doing that. That's not entirely true, actually. I will be doing a bit of fishing, so technically that was a lie. But, you know, I don't keep it 100, I keep it 99 because I dabble in a little bit of deception from time to time. After donating an artifact to the museum and receiving 250 gold for doing so, I do a bit of fishing at the river in front of Leah's cabin. Willie wants chubs and Demetrius wants sunfish. I catch the 3 sunfish with relative ease, but the chubs prove to be quite the kerfuffle. And by kerfuffle, I mean my heart did not long for the shrill shriek of the river and the fish it holds, but rather for the tender whisper of the big forest included in the Stardew Valley expanded mod. My arms ached to hold the forage items it contains, my soul asking delicately yet insistently to be set free in the open air of this beautiful area. I pick up an artifact in an abandoned farmhouse along with maple syrup which I found in the northwest of the area. I continue gallivanting through this mystical place, my entire being feeling at peace. I find multiple ancient sword artifacts before happily passing out. It may not be as comfortable physically as sleeping in my bed, but spiritually and emotionally it is so much better. Day 3 is of course a rainy day, which means I do not have to water my seeds. Speaking of seeds, I have collected enough forage to make 60 spring seeds. I've also got a couple of mixed seeds on me. As I am planting everything, a light bulb goes off over my head. I have just had an idea. It has been a long time since I've made a ton of tea saplings and sold them to make a bunch of money in a playthrough. In fact, I can't even remember the last time I did that. So I think that is what I'm going to do. Which means I need to do 3 more things alongside growing spring seeds and collecting forage. Number 1, I need to get Caroline to 2 hearts of friendship so I can unlock the crafting recipe for tea saplings. Number 2, I need to get a ton of fiber, which won't be difficult at all because of how many weeds there are on this farm. And number 3, I need to get a ton of wood, which again should be really easy to do because of the absolute abundance of trees on this farm. I, for one, am extremely excited about the future tea sapling empire I will be assembling. There is no time for dilly-dallying though, as I use a warp totem to get to Durin's Rest. I engage in a lengthy battle with the local slime population before returning home and getting to work on building up my collection of fiber and mixed seeds. There wasn't actually a reason for me to fight those slimes in Durin's Rest, I just wanted to let them know that I'm here now and things are going to change. No longer shall they rule this land unopposed, for I, the scallywag sensation, the master of marvellous mischief, the dabbler in delightful deeds, the tomfoolery trooper, the horseplay hero has arrived and will not tolerate their nefarious actions. And by nefarious actions, I mean keeping to themselves, harming nobody, and just kind of staying out of everyone's way. But, I mean, let's just focus on what's actually important here, and that is the fact that I have collected a total of 48 mixed seeds today. I spend a bit of time fishing, but if I'm being completely upfront with you all, my heart simply is not in it. My brain is in action mode. If every neuron, every synapse, every brain cell is not engaged all the time, then I am doing something wrong. So I stopped fishing and instead focused on planting all of the seeds I picked up today, a much more valuable use of my time in my humble opinion. Clinty Winty pays us a visit on the morning of day 4. Thanks to the copper ore I acquired at the quarry area yesterday, he has decided to give us the crafting recipe for the furnace. Although I appreciate this show of good faith, I shall not be letting my guard down. If you have watched my other playthroughs, you probably know that my relationship with Clint is tumultuous at best and bad at worst. This man always finds a way to ruin my day, typically around the 100 days mark when I can't afford for anything to go wrong. Simply put, I would rather have Gordon Ramsay critique my cooking than be friends with Clint. And that says a lot considering I am fully capable of burning water. I can make a beautiful bowl of cereal though with a delicious side of slightly warm bread. Anyway, 5 villagers need our help at the bounty board. The most important one here is Lewis's quest. He wants a 4-leaf clover and will give us 1200 gold for giving him one. This is way too good to pass up. 4-leaf clovers are found in the big forest, so I will absolutely be going there today. I may not like Lewis, but I like money. Call me a baker because I'm all about that dough. That's the yeast of my worries at the moment though, as I must first focus on my friendship with Caroline. I present her with a daffodil, laying the groundwork for an eventual 2 hearts of friendship with her. I was hoping Gus would be selling a fish taco as Caroline loves them, but like a terrible game of Yahtzee, no dice. I buy 2 salads and head to the big forest, determined to find a 4-leaf clover. As there are Irish connotations associated with the 4-leaf clover, I think now is the perfect time to practice my Irish. So I would like to share one of my favourite Irish phrases with you all. That phrase is "Tu sma la na hibra." Short and sweet, this phrase translates to "a good start is half the work." This is something I have tried to keep in mind during these first few days. I have been a very busy bee and I am sure that will continue for the remainder of spring, but it will all be worth it. I have a lot of footage of me walking through the forest, making spring seeds and planting all of my seeds, so while that footage plays, I'm going to give you all a 2-for-1 special on Irish phrases. With that being said, the second phrase is fearan slánta ná na tánta. This phrase means health is better than wealth. This is especially relevant here, as you will see in the coming days that all of the seeds I have planted end up having a detrimental effect on my well-being. Sure, harvesting all of these crops and forage items will earn us quite a bit of gold, but that comes with a price. That price being, it will take many minutes of my time to water these seeds every day. This will take its toll on me, both in terms of my character's energy and in terms of the vibes I am emitting. There will be days where the vibes will not be good, no, they will be bad, if not very bad. But I will persevere. I am nothing if not dedicated, and I will overcome this challenge. But more importantly, I will become so rich that I will literally have no idea what to spend my money on. On day 5, I am blessed with my favourite cutscene in the entire game. Marnie has dropped by the farm and she is accompanied by a dog. I'm sure you all know what is about to happen right here. I adopt the dog and lovingly name it Noodles. I would like to formally welcome Noodles to Lightman Farm. I have received a letter from a villager named Susan. She cannot access Pelican Town right now because a big boulder has separated her home in the mountain from the rest of the town. Do not fret, however, I am sure we will meet her at some point in the future. I cannot wait to ignore her when that happens. Not because I'm mean or anything like that, but rather because I have not mentally prepared myself to begin the process of working on my friendships with any villager besides Caroline. The local mine system has opened up. That is the entirety of this letter summed up. Joja really should hire someone else to write our letters. I feel like whoever wrote that letter was trying way too hard to make a short story long. Now that I think about it, I do the same thing when I write the scripts for my videos. Actually, I take back what I said. I, for one, am a massive fan of whoever wrote that letter. In fact, I feel like they deserve a pay raise. With my dignity tossed to the side, I begin the gargantuan task of watering all of my seeds. Did this take up a lot of my time? Yes. Did I regret planting all of these seeds? Yes. Will I learn from this and limit how many seeds I plant before I get access to sprinklers? Absolutely not. Who do you think I am? I use my mailbox to send the 4-leaf clover to Lewis, collecting my monetary reward immediately. I am now one happy camper. I also use the mailbox to send a daffodil to Caroline. I make use of the warp room on the farm to quickly make my way to the south, exiting the farm and entering the forest. I check out the travelling cart, but I don't buy anything. Right now, the item I would like to see the most is a garlic or a garlic seed. Pierre doesn't sell these until year 2, so I'm basically relying on the travelling cart to get access to garlic right now. I buy a few salads from Gus, then I accept a few orders, most of which I probably won't even complete. Clint does want coal though, so I feel like that's one I can actually do. I buy the first backpack upgrade, which reminds me actually, you may have noticed that I have 4 rows of inventory space. That 4th row was added by the bigger backpack mod. The price of that one is 50,000 gold, so it might be a while before I eventually buy it. I have made the executive decision to finally visit Ridgeside Village. I don't really do much here, in fact I don't even enter the actual village itself. Instead, I just do a bit of foraging. I do, however, find 2 mountain arugula, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, maybe not though, which I am very happy about because both Robin and Caroline wanted one. So, with both of those orders taken care of, I use a warp totem to get to Doran's Rest. I continue my mission to completely eradicate the slime population for no reason at all, really. I don't know why I keep doing this. Then I make my way to the mines in Pelican Town where I meet Marlon. Ordinarily, I would happily watch this cutscene and gratefully accept the sword he gives us, but I have the hammer Glorgan gave us, so although I respect you Marlon, I'm afraid I must skip this cutscene. I enter the mines and begin the lengthy process of making it all the way to the final floor, floor 120. Of course, this will not happen today and probably will not even happen before spring is over, because knowing me, I'm going to get incredibly sidetracked by a bunch of different things. But for now, I am enjoying my escapades here. The hammer is making quick work of the slimes and other monsters, and I'm getting a delicious amount of copper ore. I call it a day when I reach floor 5 and begin the lengthy, very lengthy walk to the saloon. I show the copper ore I collected to Clint as part of the quest I accepted from him, and he rewards me with 200 gold. Back on the farm, I send the mountain arugula I collected in Ridgeside Village to Caroline and Robin to earn some more gold. But, more importantly, this also rewarded me with some bonus friendship points with Caroline. I decide to make the most of the remaining energy I have and do some mining at the quarry area on the farm before heading to Sleepy Town. Barley and parsnips are ready for harvest on day 6, what a magnificent start to the day. Watering my crops has gone from being an inconvenience to being slightly therapeutic and oddly relaxing. I'm sure that will change again soon, but I'm going to enjoy this feeling while it lasts. I have been sent some cookies in the mail, delightful. Marlon also lets us know that if we defeat 10 slimes, we can join his Adventurers Guild and enter his shop. Considering how many times I have battled that group of slimes in Durin's Rest for no reason at all, this is something that very much appeals to me. I watched the cutscene where Lewis shows us the community center. He is very disheartened by the state it is in and wants nothing more than for it to be rebuilt. Personally, if I was upset with something, I would work as hard and as passionately as I possibly could on improving whatever it happens to be. Lewis, on the other hand, has decided that the best course of action for him to take is to simply not do anything and hope that the community center simply rebuilds itself, I guess. You would think the mayor of Pelican Town would prioritize repairing such an important building, but I guess not. At this point, you might as well make Noodles my dog, the mayor of Pelican Town. As harsh as this is to say, I'm sure my dog would do a much better job than Lewis. I take a look at the calendar on the bounty board. That is a lot of birthdays and a lot of villagers that will not be receiving birthday presents from me. Caroline has requested a winter star rose. I will repeat that. A winter star rose. In spring. I am massively confused as to why she thinks I have access to a winter forage item during spring. In other news, I meet a villager named Floor just outside the community center. Let the bodies hit the floor. I can't be bothered making an actual joke with a setup and a punchline, but like, you know the song Let the Bodies Hit the Floor? It's like that, but Floor is spelled F-L-O-R because this villager's name is Floor. I apologize for that terrible joke. It will happen again. I will make jokes like that are just as bad, but I do apologize. I take a look at the golden scroll in the community center. Like the essays I wrote during my time in college, it makes absolutely zero sense. I return to the mines where I place a furnace beside a chest and toss my ores and coal into the chest. I am using the automate mod, which means the ores will automatically be placed into the chest and the bars will be taken from the furnace and placed back into the chest without me having to do anything. It is a very handy mod and I honestly struggle to play Stardew Valley without it. In terms of the mines, I end up making sort of decent progress today. Again, the hammer has proven to be very useful and has made these first few floors a lot easier than normal. I think now is a good time to mention that unlike some other playthroughs I've done, I'm not going all in and trying to make as much progress as possible as quickly as possible. I'm trying to take it easy and pace myself because there are a lot of things I'm going to have to do to achieve perfection. So realistically, I'll probably get everything done and reach perfection in year 4 maybe? I would say year 4 at the very earliest. I have played through Stardew Valley Expanded before and gotten perfection in that around the start of year 3 I think it was. So with all of the other mods I have installed, this is definitely going to be a really long playthrough. As long as I consistently have new things to discover and small goals to keep working towards, it should be a fun one all the way through. Anyway, long story short, I'm going to take my time with everything, not rush to achieve perfection, and most of all, just enjoy it. back to the gameplay now. After reaching floor 15 in the mines and making sure my furnace is stocked with copper ore, I make my way to the saloon. I wanted to show Clint the coal I have to complete a quest he gave us. The problem is, he isn't here. So, in a desperate attempt to reach him before he goes inside his shop, I buy a coffee, drink it, and make a beeline for his shop. Unfortunately, I am too late. Clint is nowhere to be found, and I have just wasted my time and some money. I go to sleep and dream about throwing snails at Clint's front door. On day 7, I watch the Queen of Sauce TV show and learn how to make stir fry. This begins the lengthy process of watching this show every Sunday to learn all of the cooking recipes I can. The wizard has been spying on us and is aware that we have been poking around the community center, as he put it. Firstly, I was not poking around, I was just being nosy. Secondly, I do not appreciate you spying on me, you little rascal. Thirdly, I will happily pay you a visit and very much look forward to befriending you. After watering my seeds, I send a daffodil to Caroline. That is basically all of my socializing done for the day, so I am very happy. The traveling cart still is not selling a garlic or garlic seeds. That is not good. That is not good at all. I visit the wizard where he teaches me how to read the language the scroll in the community center is written in. We can now begin donating items to the community center. I take a look and the foraging bundles have not changed. Something has gone very wrong here, very wrong indeed. I installed a mod that makes the community center bundles more challenging, but it does not seem to be working properly, which can only mean one thing. I have done something wrong. I will get this fixed before I start donating things to the community center. I teleport to Doran's Rest where there you go. I give 10 barley to Doran, completing his quest and unlocking a new one. This one requires us to craft the Dwarven Medium Malter. We then put Dwarven barley into it to make Dwarven barley malt and give 5 of this item to Doran. I return to the farm where I read a letter to unlock the crafting recipe for the malter. The bad news is I need an iron bar, an iridium bar, and durinium to create this machine, so it might be a while before I get around to completing this quest. But that's okay. Like I said, I plan on taking it slow with this playthrough. I talked to Lewis to complete a quest he gave us. Let me make one thing very clear right now. I did not do this for him. I did it for the money. It's off to the mines for the rest of the day to continue frolicking around and overall just having a jolly good time. I replaced my hammer with the club and this made the mines even easier. The monster-only floors especially became a cakewalk with this weapon. I make it to floor 19, but I unfortunately pass out before I can make it to floor 20. On the morning of day 8, I harvest some potatoes that I've grown. I can use a scythe for this harvesting session as I have the Harvest with Scythe mod installed. While not an essential mod, it saves a bit of time, which considering how many crops I'll be growing during this playthrough is very nice. I have also managed to get the challenging Community Center Bundles mod working, and upon looking at the new bundles, I wish I had not gotten it working. This is going to be an absolute headache based on the foraging bundles alone, and you know what? I welcome that headache. In fact, I hope it evolves from a headache into a full-blown migraine. I welcome this challenge and I very much look forward to feeling my sanity steadily and continuously leaving my body, as I meticulously gather every single item needed for each and every single bundle in the community center. I will take every ounce of dedication, passion, willpower, drive and determination and use them to the fullest extent in order to conquer the community center. I mean, I could also just buy a JoJo membership, but where's the fun in that? Anywhomst, I read a few comments on the video I made about the farm I'm using and how it links to the mines. But for the life of me, I cannot figure out where to go in order to access the mines. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be in this cave here, but it's empty right now, so I must be doing something wrong, or maybe I'm missing something? I don't know. Hopefully I'll be able to figure it out soon, because being able to get to the mines from the farm would make life so much easier. I send a daffodil to Caroline. I really want that tea sapling crafting recipe, then I make use of the part of the community mod. This mod gives you bonus friendship points for doing things like talking to villagers, shipping items, and completing bundles in the community center. In this scenario, talking to villagers near Caroline gives me bonus friendship points with her. Next up is perhaps the most scandalous form of shenanigans I have ever participated in. I enter Harvey's shop and steal 2 stamina capsules. That's right, I have the shoplifter mod installed. I have just become a menace of the highest degree. Do I feel bad? No, not at all, especially considering those stamina capsules are worth 1000 gold. I return to the mines where I triumphantly make it to floor 20, redeeming myself after failing to do so yesterday. I make sure to keep my furnace going, returning to the surface every once in a while to do so. Floors 30 through 39 are, of course, the dark floors. Now, in the past, I have said I absolutely hate those floors as I always struggle to get through them. That is not the case anymore. When it comes to getting through the mines, I am easily top 2, and I ain't number 2.
Yeah!
That is a massive exaggeration, by the way. I'm actually pretty bad at getting through the mines. I just wanted to use that phrase. I pass out on floor 35. Day number 9 has dawned, and the first thing I do is head to the mines to collect 5 copper bars. I sell 2 stamina capsules and some other bits and bobs before entering Harvey's clinic. I wanted to do a bit of shoplifting, not a big deal, but Maru showed up and stopped that from happening. Well, I never. Maru, you have just been added to my list of enemies. I donate some gems and artifacts to the museum and collect the following rewards. Ancient Seed, the crafting recipe for ancient seeds, and 9 cauliflower and melon seeds. I talk to Clint to complete a quest he gave me, then I head back to Pierre's shop. I considered buying potato seeds, but I decided to go for spring seeds instead. If I'm going to make tea saplings, I want to make a lot of tea saplings. In fact, I want to make so many tea saplings that I end up turning into one big giant tea sapling myself. After sending my axe along with 5 copper bars to Clint in order to have it upgraded, I return to my full-time job as a farmer. It takes a bit of time to plant the seeds I have, and an even longer length of time to water everything, but I managed to get it all done. I spend the rest of the day clearing out fiber to get mixed seeds. I got so invested in this that I completely lost track of time and ended up passing out. Our first batch of spring forage is ready to harvest on day 10. This forage is used to make 130 spring seeds. That's good, that's very good even. However, it is not enough. I want dozens, if not millions, more spring seeds before I begin making tea saplings. I go to the clinic and participate in a little bit of tomfoolery, then I talk to Caroline. I also talk to Ian and Lewis, which gives me bonus friendship points with all 3 villagers, but of course the important one here is Caroline. This round of socializing was enough to bump Caroline up to 2 friendship hearts, which means her 2-heart cutscene has been unlocked. At this point, I should have gone back to the shop and entered Caroline's sunroom in order to watch this cutscene and unlock the crafting recipe for tea saplings, but I did not. Primarily because I wanted to continue making my way through the mines, but also because it is Wednesday, which means the shop is closed. So, although I wanted to watch that cutscene immediately, I could not as her husband is simply too lazy to work on Wednesdays. Despite that whole situation weighing heavy on my soul, I did manage to make considerable progress in the mines today. After making it to floor 40 and obtaining the slingshot, I returned to the surface to make sure my furnace is stocked with copper ore and coal. From there, I progress through the icy floors, gathering iron ore and quartz, which I also add to the furnace. I make it to floor 50 where I decide to call it a day. On day 11, I finally collect the doubloons Duran sent me after completing his quest to bring him 10 barley. A doubloon is the currency used in Duran's Rest, so I'm pretty excited to see what exactly I can buy with these. After a little harvesting session involving spring forage and strawberries, I check my mail. Clint has sent us the upgraded copper axe. This mail services mod is an absolute blessing, it really does save quite a bit of time. I make 60 spring seeds, okay, nice, I believe I now have a total of 190 spring seeds. I teleport to Duran's Rest where I become reacquainted, shall we say, with the slimes here. Alright, I think it's time to let you all know why I actually do this. These slimes can drop some pretty nice items. I know for a fact they can drop diamonds and refined quartz. This is why I have been coming to this area and defeating them as often as I have been. Unfortunately though, I have had 0 luck when it comes to getting either of these items, which is deeply upsetting. In the market, we can buy some boost with the doubloons we have, which is, nice, but at the same time, the more useful boots cost upwards of 1,200 doubloons, which we do not have right now. We can also use doubloons to buy hats, which I will keep in mind. Finally, various bars can be bought here too. I end up grabbing 5 iron bars, and I'm sure I'll come back to the shop in the future to get iridium bars. I have quite a bit of footage of me chopping down trees. Truth be told, I do not know why I recorded all of this. Normally when this happens, it means there is something important I want to discuss, hence me getting enough footage to play in the background while I talk about this very important topic. The problem is, I completely forget what I wanted to talk about while footage of me chopping down trees plays. This whole segment has been a complete waste of time. There's no moral to the story or punchline or anything like that. Wait, no, actually, literally as I'm saying all of this, I've just remembered what I wanted to talk about, and that is tea saplings. So by the time I unlock the crafting recipe for tea saplings, I should have around 200 spring seeds. You need 2 spring seeds to make 1 tea sapling, which means I will be able to make 100 of them. That also requires 500 fiber and 500 wood, which explains why I specifically chose to get footage of me chopping down trees. It all makes sense now. Luckily, when it comes to wood and fiber, there is an abundance of both items on this farm, and I've already got hundreds of fiber. Assuming everything goes to plan, we will make 50,000 gold from the sale of these tea saplings, as they sell for 500 gold each. I enter Caroline's sunroom where the cutscene does not play. I believe I have arrived too late. That is unfortunate, but rather than blame myself for being late, I am instead going to blame Pierre. His shop wasn't open yesterday, and if it was, then I could have watched the cutscene yesterday, avoiding this whole kerfuffle completely. As payment for the inconvenience he has caused me, I permanently borrow several items in his shop, including 5 pomegranate saplings. I utilize my upgraded axe to break a few tree stumps on the farm before spending the rest of the night chopping down trees. Not only does this give us wood, but it also rewards us with foraging XP. This was the push I needed to reach foraging level 5, where I choose the perk that gives me a chance to obtain 2 of any forage item I pick up. That being said, the other perk that gives us 25% more wood would also have been a great choice. I head to the community center on day 12 where I complete my first bundle, the construction bundle. Hardwood, fiber, wood fences, wood, stone, sap and clay are all needed for this one. The reward for doing this is a workbench. I normally use the workbench when I'm crafting every item at the end of a playthrough, so I guess I'll be able to use this one when I do that during year 5 or year 6, or I don't know how long this is going to take really. I take a look at the new bundles I've unlocked and I think it's safe to say that this is indeed going to be challenging. Truth be told, the spring crops and quality crop bundles might already be a lost cause. I shall do my best, however, to complete the community center by the end of winter. I have zero faith in myself to actually do that, but I'm hoping me saying this out loud will make the universe take pity on me and I will somehow get everything I need for these bundles. Taking a look at the fishing bundles completely eradicates any and all faith I have in my ability to get the community center done before winter ends. I talk to Shane and Yuma in the town center. I am very proud of myself for getting out of my comfort zone and socializing with people. Then I perform the ultimate scallywag maneuver. I sell the pomegranate saplings I stole from Pierre back to Pierre for 6,000 gold. This has boosted my confidence, so I take a look at the spring crops bundle to keep myself humble. I buy 40 parsnip seeds and 20 blue jazz, tulip and kale seeds before finally watching Caroline's 2-heart cutscene. A weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I feel like I can achieve anything and everything, and yet all I want to do is cry because the travelling cart is still not selling a garlic or garlic seed. I do get a rare seed though, so you know, take the good with the bad and all that. I plant all of the seeds I bought, then I watch a cutscene where the best mayor in the entire world complains about the large rock that has separated Susan from the rest of Pelican Town. Instead of, actually working on getting rid of the rock, which I feel would have been a much better use of time than just complaining about it, but hey, what do I know? I collect my iron and copper bars from the mines and send my pickaxe to Clint so he can upgrade it to copper. I water all of my seeds, then I make 10 spring seeds, which brings us to a total of 200. Beautiful. My master plan is going perfectly. The tea sapling empire shall thrive very soon. I've got just a little bit of time left at the end of the day, which I spent gathering some last minute wood and fiber. Caroline has blessed us with the crafting recipe for tea saplings on day 13. This is what the last 12 days have been building up to. This is what I've strived to achieve this entire time. I have wasted many minutes of your lives trying to explain my very straightforward plan in a very complicated way. Allow me to be complicated no more. I make 100 tea saplings and toss them into the shipping bin, securing a 50,000 gold payment tonight. With that out of the way, I attend the egg festival. I spent some time talking to the villagers, as this is a good way to introduce myself to more of them. I buy a very small number of strawberry seeds. That was actually very humbling, and the egg hunt begins. Like I've said in previous playthroughs, I do not mess around when it comes to this competition. The prize for winning is the beautiful straw hat, and I do not just want that hat, I need that hat. I need it more than you could ever imagine. So winning this egg hunt is not just an option, it is the solution. Nay, it is the one reality in which I want to exist. Upon returning to the farm, I plant my 6 strawberry seeds, but more importantly, I put on my straw hat. My spirits have been rejuvenated, my soul has been soothed, but above all else, my bank account is looking absolutely delicious thanks to the tea saplings I shipped this morning. I learned how to make coleslaw on day 14. From this point forward, I will not mention watching the Queen of Sauce TV show unless I run out of things to talk about. Which realistically shouldn't happen during the first 2 years, maybe even 3 years, considering how much content has been added by all of the mods I'm using. Demetrius says he will set up a mushroom cave for us, then I receive my copper pickaxe from Clint. I immediately send this pickaxe back to him along with some iron bars to be upgraded again. The travelling cart is selling oil of garlic. It feels like they're taunting me with that one, so to get back at them, I give them some of my hard-earned gold in exchange for a coffee bean, a rare seed, and a rice shoot. I take a moment to completely embarrass myself as I fail to break the log in front of the secret woods. Then I buy 25 green bean seeds and 250 potato seeds along with 200 mixed seeds. I pick up cherry, apricot, and peach saplings along with 100 coffee beans. I began the day with over 50,000 gold. I now have 10,000 gold. I make poor financial decisions. I take a look at what Robin is selling. Thanks to the shop overhaul mod, items like oak resin, tree fertilizer, hardwood, kegs, and garden pots are available to buy. I buy 10 kegs, then I spend the rest of the day planting all of the potato seeds I bought along with an ancient seed I had. I did not plant my mixed seeds or green beans, but I did get my potato seeds watered, so a win is a win. I get extremely lucky on day 15 as it is a rainy day, but again, if there is one thing I prioritize, it is keeping myself humble. So I take a look at the spring crops bundle to remind myself that I still have not gotten access to a garlic. We also need rhubarb for this bundle, which means we need to unlock the vault bundle and complete it in its entirety in order to access the bus, which can be used to access the desert. Or at least that's what I would have to do if it wasn't for the walk to the desert mod. As the title of this mod implies, it allows me to walk to the desert from the bus stop. It is quite a trek and does take a couple of minutes, but it will absolutely be worth it. I also find salmon berries along the way, which makes things even better. There are enemies around the place, but they can be avoided relatively easily, so it's not a big deal. Along the way, I stop at a deserted town. Completely devoid of any villagers, I spend some time searching the place, but find nothing. Maybe if I come back in the future, we could find something interesting here. But for now, I continue marching ahead, reaching the desert shortly after this. I take a walk around the area, collecting coconuts and cactus fruit before entering the shop here and meeting the owner of said shop, Sandy. She believes that us being here means the bus is up and running again. No, it isn't, but I'm too excited about buying rhubarb seeds to even consider telling her how I actually got to the desert. I end up buying 25 rhubarb seeds and 25 beet seeds before getting on the bus and going back to Pelican Town. I guess technically the bus is up and running again, so Sandy was actually correct. I plant my rhubarb seeds, then I spend the rest of the day chopping down trees. Day 16 is the most glorious of days, a rainy day. Joja veggies, parsnips, cauliflower, and strawberries are all ready for harvest, which makes today a solid 10 out of 10. Clint has also sent us our pickaxe in the mail. That is splendid. I take the kegs I purchased from Robin and set them up beside a chest. I toss my coffee beans into them. In a couple of minutes we will have a nice batch of coffee ready to consume. Also, a few mushrooms are ready to collect in our mushroom cave, so I gather those. I also am still massively confused when it comes to going to the mines from this farm. I have no idea how it works. I don't even know if I'm going into the right cave or if I'm in the right area of the farm. I hope I'll be able to figure it out before I reach the bottom of the mines, but I don't have much faith that I will, if I'm being honest. I collect some coffees that have been brewing in the kegs and head to the mines to continue working my way through the floors. The iron pickaxe is proving to be an invaluable acquisition as it makes getting through these floors easier and quicker than ever before. I pick up a diamond on floor 69, which makes me feel very happy. I take a quick break to throw some ores and quartz into the furnace, then it's back to business. I make sure to defeat any skeletons I come across and collect the bones they drop. Durin will give us access to the mines in Durin's Rest if I give him 30 of these, and that is something that really piques my interest. I make it all the way to floor 76 where I pass out. I was not able to get all of the bones I need, but I did make some good progress on it. I've also kept the furnace stocked with quartz and iron bars, which I can eventually use to make quality sprinklers. A beautiful amount of spring forage is ready on day 17, which I harvest and turn into 150 spring seeds. I have also collected a few Joja veggies. These sell for around 1000 gold each, so I'll be tossing every one of these I get into kegs. I make over 50 tea saplings and plant the mixed seeds I bought a couple of days ago. This is not an easy task and requires me to clear out even more space on the farm. At a certain point, I'm just going to have to clear out this entire field because, truth be told, it would not surprise me if I eventually end up planting over 1000 seeds here. I would like to have enough quality sprinklers to water around 400 or 500 seeds before I do that though. I toss my tea saplings into the shipping bin and spend the rest of the day watering my seeds. The CEO of the weather must have a soft spot for me as it is raining on day 18. This would always be a good thing at the start of every playthrough, but especially for this one as I have over 600 seeds planted at the very least, I would estimate. I head to my home away from home, the mines. As always, my goal is to make it as far as I can through the remaining floors, although I am very much focusing on collecting bones too. I pick up a bone sword on floor 78, which is an upgrade I will gratefully accept. Although I am only a couple of bones away from the target of 30, I must put that mission on pause for the moment as I have made it past the icy floors. Skeletons will not spawn past this point. This is a heartbreaking sacrifice indeed, although it quickly pays dividends as I reach floor 90 and obtain the obsidian edge sword. Despite my best efforts, however, I was not able to make it to floor 95 before I passed out. I did reach level 5 in farming though, and I chose the perk that gives a 10% bonus to the money I earned from selling crops. Jacob wanted us to give him a diamond, so I used my mailbox to do that on the morning of day 19, earning 2,250 gold. I harvest some blue jazz, which I need for the community center. I water around half of my seeds before I make a quick detour to the mines. I collect the ores and coal inside my chest here along with the 2 furnaces before heading to the saloon. I treat myself to a pizza here. Well, I say treat myself, but in reality I will be sending this pizza to Shane as I accepted a quest to give him one. I return to the farm where the smelting station has been moved from the mines to this little area beside our field of crops. Just like day 17, the rest of the day is spent watering our seeds. Day 20 is finally potato harvest day. I can feel any tidbits of sadness leaving my body as I swing my scythe across a field of beautiful potatoes. My inventory is filling up with potatoes in the same way my body is filling up with complete unfiltered happiness. I sell these potatoes to Pierre, earning around 30,000 gold. Quality sprinklers are now being sold. I pick up 30 of these along with 4 seed makers. I do want to clarify that both of these items have been added by the shop overhaul mod I mentioned previously. Quite frankly, I have no idea what to buy with the remainder of my money. While it is tempting to grab hundreds of seeds, I instead opt for a further 23 quality sprinklers, giving us a total of 53. The hard work never stops. In fact, one might even say the work has only gotten harder as I spend the rest of the day placing these sprinklers while planting any and all seeds I have. I wanted to make sure the existing seeds would also be watered, which means some of them had to go bye-bye. As in, I used my pickaxe to destroy a seed and put a sprinkler in its place. I did this multiple times, and it was a soul-crushing experience each and every time. It was worth it, however, as now every single seed I have planted will be watered, except for those in the top row of crops, but that's okay. Alright, day 21. We have officially reached the end of our third week on the farm, and I am feeling really good about the progress that has been made here. Especially when it comes to our seeds, specifically the watering aspect, which, as I mentioned, has been almost entirely automated thanks to the quality sprinklers I purchased. We have received a lovely pink cake in the mail, an item which I am, as always, thrilled to receive. I make my way to the community centre where I donate blue jazz to the spring crops bundle. I also donate horseradishes, daffodils and salmonberries to the spring foraging bundle. Next on the agenda is a trip to the mines where the goal is to obtain a couple more bone fragments in order to progress with Duran's storyline. This thankfully does not take long at all, as there is an abundance of skeletons in the mines. Once I have obtained the bones I need, I return to the farm, collect my warp totems and teleport to Duran's Rest. I decide not to start a fight with the slimes here. It seems I am now an entirely different person after acquiring quality sprinklers. Perhaps having to water all of those had hidden negative effects on my psyche that caused me to aggressively attack the slimes here. I give the bones to Duran, who rewards us with 200 doubloons. That is nice, of course, but the real reward here is we now have access to the mines in this lovely little town. I take a moment to browse the wares that Duran is selling. This is something I wish I had done sooner, as it turns out he is selling fish taco. Caroline loves this item, so buying some of those would have sped up the process of obtaining the tea sapling crafting recipe. But that's alright, it worked out well in the end. I enter the mines where the benefit of this area makes itself known immediately. There is a ton of copper ore on the first level. This could be quite the lucrative location when it comes to gathering ore in the future. This benefit increases tenfold on the second floor as iron ore appears here too. Zombies also show up on this floor. Maybe they drop some valuable loot? We shall find out soon, I reckon. Floor 3 is very similar to floor 2, but with even more ore. I am loving this mine already. If I can get my hands on some bombs, I could easily get 100 or maybe 200 copper and iron ore on floors 2 and 3. There is also a chest here that contains durinium. The dark yellow / dark gold pillars also drop durinium when you break them. It is getting late, however, so I'm going to call it here for the day. Day 22 begins with a mini harvesting session, then I use 300 wood to repair the broken bridge at the beach. This opens up the tide pool area, which should be useful in the future if I can figure out how to get a mod I installed up and running. I won't spoil it right now, but I will be sure to point this mod out when I do begin using it in the future. I enter Glorgan's home where he has a request for us. If we can bring him 40 durinium, he will make us durinium armor. I shall get to work on this as soon as I possibly can, Glorgan. I'm sure that armor will prove to be quite useful. I give 10 zombie flesh to Duran as he requested, earn 500 doubloons for doing so, and return to my new favourite area, the mines. As tempting as it is to mine all of the copper and iron ore, I instead focus my attention on getting to floor 3 so I can defeat more zombie foremen. These drop a special type of zombie flesh, and Duran wants 5 of these. This type of enemy, as I discovered yesterday, is quite the challenge, although I thankfully managed to take care of them without too much hassle. There were multiple close calls, but I emerged from the battle victorious, though not unscathed. It is slightly nerve-wracking taking on opponents as difficult as these, but nothing worth having is ever easy to obtain. I progressed to floor 4, where serpent-like monsters have started appearing. The small ones prove to be easy enough to tackle. The large ones are also fairly easy, surprisingly enough. I make it to the door in the middle of this area, where upon entering it, I encounter a character called Tenebra. Although we have proven our strength by making it through the labyrinth, we must now prove our intelligence by answering 3 questions. Question 1. How many letters are there in the Dwarven alphabet? Making a complete guess, I say 18, which ends up being the correct answer. Nice. Question 2 is a riddle, which is good news for me because I love riddles. I answer this one correctly, which takes us on to question 3. This is also a riddle, which is very much up my alley, as I said. I am very thankful that these are the questions I have to answer. Again, I choose the correct option, definitively proving my intelligence. See, I knew there was a few brain cells floating around in my head. The chest in this area contains a life elixir, which, like pretty much every other item I've found in the mines here, is very useful. I use the teleportation station, which has now been added to the 4th floor, to travel to Tenebra's home. Killer bees can be found here. They drop shadow honey, which is worth just a little bit more than 1000 gold. Just like the mines, I think this is going to be a very lucrative area for us in terms of boosting our bank account. If I can get the crafting recipe for Monster Musk, it should increase the spawn rate of these bees, which, assuming I can defeat them all, will mean I will have a metric ton of shadow honey at my disposal. Interesting, very interesting indeed. I add some ores to my furnace and toss the items I collected during today's adventure into the shipping bin. I did hold on to the zombie foreman flesh, however, as Duran wants that. These items earn me 40,000 gold. Alright, I think we found another moneymaker to go alongside our tea saplings. The morning of day 23 features another mini harvest, though at this point I think I've obtained all of the spring crops available to us at the moment. I have yet to decide how many mixed seeds I want to plant during summer. I might just focus on starfruit and summer seeds instead. We'll see. It's off to Duran's Rest, an area which I am sure I will become very well acquainted with now that I have discovered how valuable the items in the mines in Tenebra's home are. I enter the mines and make a beeline for the 3rd floor. There was actually zero dilly-dallying on my part. My goal here is to obtain 3 more zombie foreman flesh in order to complete Duran's quest, as he wants 5 of them. These enemies are especially nasty today, and I had quite a few close calls. I am very grateful to myself for bringing as many crops as I did, because my health dropped pretty low several times, and by pretty low I mean I actually got knocked out. That's not good at all. Dare I even say it is bad. Things go from bad to very bad, as I have lost 700 doubloons and my obsidian edge sword. But such is the risk you take on the road to fortune. I enter the saloon where I could have done a bit of shoplifting, but I respect Gus too much to do that. I have not, am not, and am never going to steal from Gustavo. I buy 50 of each spring seed as an insurance policy, we'll call it. How am I going to grow these seeds when spring ends, you may be asking? One word: garden pot. We can buy 10 of these per day thanks to the shop overhaul mod, so I'm going to make very good use of that. My goal here will be to fill a shed with them and plant our spring seeds in there. I also made the realization today that garden pot is not 1 word, but 2 words. I am tremendously surprised by that and feel slightly foolish. I grab 3 iridium sprinklers to cheer myself up after that certified silly goose moment I just had. I consume some salal berries to restore my health and energy after the unfortunate events that occurred in the mines earlier today, grab some food from the chests on the farm, and return to Duran's Rest. Oh, you thought I was done today? Nah, not even close. You see, I may have been knocked down, but I get up again. You are never gonna keep me down. I return to the mines with vengeance on my mind and determination in my heart. I obtain a bit of duranium, and then I use a warp totem to get back to the spawn area of Duran's Rest. Then I teleport back to the bus stop. Because I don't have a weapon. I forgot I lost it earlier today. In a very ironic and very, very cruel twist of fate, I also lose my pickaxe upon teleporting back to the bus stop. Like, it's gone. I don't know what happened to it, but it's just not there anymore. I am tremendously confused by this. Every fibre of my being wants nothing more than to eat an entire 5 tubs of ice cream and forget this day ever happened. The lost and found box in Lewis's house does not contain my pickaxe, which means I will have to return here tomorrow to see what exactly the story is with that. I do rectify another situation though, that being the case of my missing obsidian edge sword. I ask Marlin to deliver it to me tomorrow. I also take a look at his shop. He's selling various rings that could be quite valuable in the future among other items. But for now I must pass on them as I am broke. Not for long though, as the Joja veggies I threw into the kegs have been turned into Joja veggie juice, which should sell for quite a bit of money. Marlin has sent us our sword on day 24, which brightens my mood substantially. Now all I have to do is get my pickaxe and we will be back on track. Speaking of, Lewis has sent us a letter informing us that our pickaxe was dropped into the lost and found box last night. I head to his house. It is locked because today is the flower festival. That's okay, I can come back tomorrow. In the meantime, I attend the flower festival where I talk to all of the villagers that are present here. There are quite a few of them, which is good news for us as it means I can now send gifts to all of these people using the mailbox. I probably won't do this for a while, but at least they'll be there when I do get around to working on my friendships. I buy the tub of flowers crafting recipe and a rare crow, then I abstain from the dancing portion of the festival. I am far too preoccupied with getting my pickaxe back to even think about partaking in an activity such as dancing. In all seriousness though, I really do need to get my pickaxe back tomorrow. It cannot be overstated how vital that tool is to me being able to earn a ton of gold. And the more gold I have, the better the beginning of summer will be for us. Lewis pays us a visit on day 25. He is impressed with the progress we have made here on Lightman Farm and is very happy that I'm getting along with all of the villagers and making friends. I wanted to steal from Harvey, but his clinic was closed unfortunately, so my plan was foiled. I finally obtained my pickaxe from the lost and found box. Lovely, today is already a successful day in my eyes. I buy 10 garden pots, a purchase I will be making very frequently if not daily for the foreseeable future. I teleport to Doran's Rest and enter the mines. We have a problem. Immediately upon using my pickaxe, something feels off. It no longer takes just one hit to break rocks. Something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. I brush it off, convincing myself that the rocks have just somehow gotten stronger and require more than one hit to break. Of course, that is not possible. What has actually happened is the pickaxe I retrieved from the lost and found box is the starter pickaxe, not the iron pickaxe I had. I would be lying if I said this did not upset me a great deal. But like the hardened adventurer I am, I push forward, hiding my tears behind a mask of determination. All of that determination is used to defeat another long serpent to get the Ouroboros ring it drops. They are quite valuable with a sale price of 4,000 gold, so I will take as many of them as I can possibly get. With money on my mind, I teleport to the home of the killer bees where I spend most of the night defeating them to get shadow honey. I get knocked out and once again I lose my obsidian edged sword. In my defense though, I did not realize how hard those bees hit. I went from half a bar of health to 0 in one hit. That was not very chill of the killer bee. Something else that is not that chill happened. Marlin's shop is closed, so I have to wait until tomorrow to ask him to return my sword again. I make a Doran's Rest warp totem and use it. I am slightly embarrassed to admit this, but it is only in this moment that I realized you don't use up the warp totem if you use it while you're on the farm, among other locations. I will keep that in mind. Some bad news now, as I have the Durinium that Glorgan asked for and the zombie form and flesh that Duran asked for, but both of their homes are locked. On day 26, I finally make a Dwarven medium malter. This is the machine I need to toss the barley into in order to get the item Duran wants as part of the quests he has that revolve around crops and artisan goods. I head to Clint's where with a heavy heart I hand over 5 copper bars and 2,000 gold so he can upgrade my pickaxe. I could have done this with the mailbox, but the events of yesterday have clearly clouded my judgment. In other words, I forgot I can use the mailbox to upgrade my tools. I ask Marlin to find my sword, warp to Doran's Rest, and give 5 Foreman flesh to Duran, completing his quest. He now wants 2 Ouroboros rings. This is going to be difficult, not when it comes to obtaining the rings, but rather when it comes to handing them over. As I mentioned, they sell for 4,000 gold each, so I will essentially be throwing away 8,000 gold. But that is something I am ready, willing and able to do for Duran as a thank you for providing us access to the mines that have given us so much valuable loot. Next stop is the market where I give Glorgan the 40 Durinium he asked for. I use my doubloons to get 2 iridium bars. With that completed, I return to Pelican Town where I sell my shadow honey to give my bank account a boost and purchase 10 garden pots. I use the refined quartz, iron bars and gold bars I have to make 25 quality sprinklers. I spend the rest of the day clearing out the trees to make space for the planting of crops during summer. Marlin sends us our sword on day 27. That is a delightful start to the day. Pierre has also sent us a letter informing us that we can use a bouquet to date someone in Pelican Town and the greater Stardew Valley region. If you've seen my previous playthroughs, you probably know that I tend to ask Krobus to be my roommate instead of dating a villager. I will be doing something similar here. It might be Krobus, or if there's somebody else that can be my roommate, then I will probably ask them instead. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, it is off to Durin's Rest. I am spending quite a bit of time here, I know, but I would very much like to go through all of the combat/exploration quests that Durin has for us. Just so I can check one storyline, I guess we'll call it, off the list. I grab the suit of armor Glorgan made for us from the 4 chests inside his home. The boots are the only item in this set that say they provide us with bonus defense, so I don't think I need to wear the other 3 parts to get this bonus, but I'll wear it for now. It does look kinda cool. I enter the mines where I defeat pretty much every enemy I come across. Bear in mind, Clint still has my pickaxe, so I can't break rocks outside of using bombs. But I can still get some pretty valuable items from the enemies inside here. Once I acquire the Ouroboros ring, I leave the mines as I now have 2 of them. I give these to Durin, who rewards me with a new weapon, Durin's Warhammer. Neat. His next quest requires us to meet Tenebra. Luckily, I've already done so, which means I can simply warp to her home and immediately watch the cutscene where she gives us a quest. This one is simple, though it comes with a cost. She wants 10 shadow honey. Getting this honey should be easy, we've done it before after all. However, 10 shadow honey sells for over 10,000 gold. I don't really like the idea of giving all of that away, but I shall do it as I am nothing if not dedicated to the residents of Durin's Rest. With crisp trepidation, I get to work on defeating the bees here. I obtain 12 shadow honey, then I get knocked out. Luckily, I did not lose my weapon this time. What I did lose, however, is all of my honey. As has become tradition, I make my way to Marlin's where he wants over 12,000 gold in return for giving me back the honey I lost. I think I'm going to cry. On day 28, I learned how to make an omelette. No, I don't. I said I wasn't going to mention the Queen of Sauce TV show anymore. Clint has sent us our copper pickaxe, and a plethora of spring forage is ready to harvest. Alright, I'm liking this. Let's try to keep the good news train on its tracks. I would very much like to end spring on a positive note. Especially after the numerous kerfuffles I've endured during the last few days. I complete the spring foraging bundle in the community center, except I don't because I brought daffodils instead of dandelions. I feel a bit silly, but it's okay because after making a few bombs, I return to the community center, donate some strawberries, and finish the spring foraging bundle. I receive 30 fertilizer as a reward, and the boiler room bundles have now been unlocked. I take a look at these bundles and they're not bad at all. I'm actually looking forward to tackling all of the bundles in this room. The only iffy one is the Monster Musk, as you unlock the crafting recipe for it after completing a special order for the wizard. But that bundle only requires you to donate 6 of the 7 items it has, so I don't have to get the Monster Musk if I don't want to. I make 75 tea saplings and toss these along with some items I picked up in the mines into the shipping bin. I head to the bee area where I very carefully take on the bees in order to obtain the honey Tenebra wants. And when I say very carefully, I mean very carefully. I am not taking any chances here. I'm taking on each bee one at a time to make sure I do not get knocked out. I give the honey to Tenebra and receive a new weapon. It is a dagger, which while I'm not too fond of the dagger weapons, this is actually a really cool one. I earn almost 50,000 gold from the items I shipped today, and that is the end of spring. It took quite a while, but we finally made it to the end of the season. I am very much looking forward to seeing what happens in summer. I basically ignore a letter from Joja Mart to begin day 29. They want me to buy a Joja membership. I will not be tempted by such scandalous temptations. I will complete the community center regardless of how long it takes me to do so. And more importantly, regardless of how much of a toll it takes on my soul. I've got some free time before Durin's house opens up, so I head to the mines to very quickly decimate the slime population within and collect some copper ore. I move on to floor 2, repeating the process, though this time I am dealing with zombies instead of slimes. This proves to be nothing short of cathartic. It is incredibly satisfying defeating these enemies and picking up the valuable loot they drop. Despite Durin's house opening at 9 AM, I continue on to floor 3 at 10:30 AM. This was not a conscious choice on my part. I simply did not realize how much time had gone by. Though I will say, I cannot even fathom a more enjoyable way to spend my morning. Despite the urge to remain in the mines and continue going further, I am eventually forced to leave the mines when my health drops to a smidge above 0. I pushed my luck just a little bit too far, but thankfully the consequences of that were not dire. If they had been, and I had been knocked out because of it, it would have had a disastrous effect on my vibes. I head into Doran's home and speak to him. He does not have a quest available for us. I feel like I have made a slight error, maybe I'm in the wrong location or something like that. I take a look at the goods he is selling. A lot of cooking recipes are available for purchase. Like, a lot. Suddenly, the requirement to cook every dish in order to achieve perfection has become a lot more difficult, but as always, I am nothing if not dedicated. This is but a minor obstacle on the road to perfection. In the market, Balor is selling seeds of various types. I'm not going to buy any right now, but I will keep this in mind in the future should I require any of these seeds. Something to note is that he sells artichoke seeds, which Peter only begins to sell during year 2. So at least we have a reliable way of getting those seeds now, rather than just relying on the travelling cart. I head back into Pelican Town. I have decided to put the whole Doran's Rest thing to the side for the moment while I figure out what I have to do there next. I talk to Demetrius at the fountain by the community centre, a conversation which I actually enjoy. I let him know about the sprinklers I have on my farm. I like to dabble in a little bit of flexing from time to time. A trip to the saloon is on the table now, as I require many cups of coffee to ensure I have a nice pep in my step. I also buy a couple of salads while I'm here and immediately inhale them to restore my health. I do something I probably should have done a lot sooner. I ask Robin to build a shed on the farm. The garden pots I acquired during spring will be placed in here. So I will be able to plant the spring seeds I bought for community centre purposes. Robin is also selling quite a few nice things. Kegs, preserve jars, hardwood, among other useful items are being sold here thanks to the shop overhaul mod. She too is selling garden pots, so I buy 20 of them. I head into Pierre's at just the right moment to watch him walk away from the counter. This, under normal circumstances, would be annoying at best. However, this was something I actually wanted to happen right now. It means I can partake in a bit of shoplifting. I get my grubby little hands on 4 pomegranate saplings along with 4 Joja veggies. In total, these are worth around 10,000 gold, so I have absolutely no regrets and I will be doing this again in the future. I send my pickaxe to Clint so he can upgrade it to iron quality, then I toss some items into the shipping bin to give our bank account a little boost after the shopping spree I went on today. I spend the rest of the day fishing. I won't show me fishing often as it's pretty much the same thing every time. But rest assured I will be doing as much fishing as possible any and every time I get the chance. We need so many fish for the community centre, it is quite frankly unbelievable. And the last thing I want to do is fall behind on that, or even worse, fail to repair the community centre before the end of the year because I dilly-dallied for too long when it comes to fishing. On day 30, I send gifts to Arwen, Balor and Edris. I believe what I need to do to unlock the next quest in Doran's Rest is reach 1 heart of friendship with these 3 villagers. So that is what I shall do. I also had to do that with Doran and Glorgan, but I've already achieved quite a few friendship hearts with them thanks to the quests I completed for both of them. I set up a little area for my seed makers and toss my salal berries and Joja berries into a chest beside the seed makers. Joja berries sell for around 900 gold, I believe, and salal berries are a fantastic source of energy, so I would like to plant as many of these 2 seeds as I can. I begin the long walk to the desert, making time to blow up some rocks along the way to get some ores and gems. Upon reaching the desert, I do some foraging before entering Sandy's shop and spending all of my money on starfruit seeds. When I return home, it is time to knuckle down and get to work on planting various seeds. I begin with the starfruit seeds I just bought, then I follow that up with the planting of Joja berry seeds and salal berry seeds. I'm getting a bit of deja vu here, I must say. This is giving me flashbacks to the Stardew Valley expanded playthrough I uploaded last year, where I did pretty much the same thing. I planted hundreds of Joja berry seeds at one point. Maybe I will do that again here? Maybe? I guess it depends on what other seeds I can get my hands on. I want to get started on making and planting summer seeds as soon as I possibly can, so the rest of the day is spent walking around the big forest collecting summer forage. Tea saplings, as we saw during spring, are an excellent source of gold in the early game, so that's going to be the meta for a while. Basically, I want to make hundreds if not thousands of tea saplings during summer. Day 31 begins with a little text box informing me that there was an explosion during the night. Immediately upon leaving the house, I watch a cutscene where Susan introduces herself to us in person. She is no longer separated from the town as the boulder that was blocking her way in was destroyed last night. I do a bit of harvesting following this cutscene, which results in me obtaining Joja veggies, salal berries, and ghost berries. Clint has sent our pickaxe back to us. That is wonderful news. Hopefully I don't misplace it again, shall we say? I decide to make good use of the space available to me and place quality sprinklers on the farm. I then enter the shed that Robin built for me and begin placing my garden pots. The veteran Stardew Valley players that are watching right now might be aware that sprinklers do not work on garden pots. Luckily, I am also a veteran Stardew Valley player, so I remembered this pretty soon after I began to place the garden pots and quality sprinklers. I quickly fix my mistake and fill up the shed in a much more effective manner. I decide to focus on green beans, cauliflower, and potatoes first, planting the seeds for each of these crops. Of course, I will have to water them manually every day, but that is a small price to pay, as this is pretty much the only way to complete the spring crops bundle in the community center. I toss a spiceberry into a seed maker, as that should give us another pack of summer seeds. I clear out just a teeny bit more space. I didn't have to, but it's honestly very satisfying chopping down trees and breaking rocks and just clearing out the mess on the farm. Then I finally begin planting all of the summer seeds I made using the forage I collected during the last 2 days. I'm not done yet though, as I also want to plant coffee beans. I would eventually like to have a shed full of kegs that are constantly producing coffee. I continue working on my friendships with the residents of Duran's Rest, as I am very excited to continue making progress in that area. I am very much in need of some financial aid, as I am currently the opposite of rich, so I head to the home of the bees in Duran's Rest. I spend the rest of the night defeating them in order to obtain their oh so valuable honey. It still amazes me that this honey is worth over 1000 gold, but I certainly will not complain about it. In fact, I am very grateful for it. I harvest a pearl on day 32, which is not a sentence I ever thought I would say. Truth be told, I do not know which mod has added a seed that grows pearls, as this one grew from a mixed seed. That is a mystery I will investigate in the future. I doubt I will go out of my way to buy or somehow obtain this seed in the future too, but it's nice knowing that we can grow a pearl. They're worth a few thousand gold and pretty much every villager loves them, so they will be nice gifts in the future. Willie has sent me a letter informing us that his friend Murphy has arrived in town. Murphy would like someone to assist him on his fishing trawler. You remember back in spring, I repaired the broken bridge at the beach and unlocked the tide pool area? I mentioned that that area will be useful in the future when it comes to a mod I installed but was not able to get working yet. Well, good news, I was able to get that mod working. It turns out I was using an outdated version of it, but that's all sorted now, so we are good. Basically, this mod, the fishing trawler mod, allows you to go on Murphy's boat and do a bunch of different activities to keep the boat running smoothly. At the end of the fishing trip, you get to keep any of the fish that were caught during it. The best part, you don't use your fishing rod. The boat has nets that automatically catch fish. I quickly toss some items into the bin of shipping, then I permanently borrow a couple of sports drinks from Harvey without his knowledge. I buy 100 summer seeds from Pierre, then I rush to the beach, specifically the tide pool area where I meet Murphy. We set sail for the high seas, where unbeknownst to me, the most difficult, nerve-wracking experience I've ever endured while playing Stardew Valley was about to take place. I grab a cup of coffee, which gives me a +2 speed boost, and make my way into the deck of the ship, I think it's called. Everything seems to be fine here, so I go into the hull area. Immediately, things go wrong, as there is water flooding the boat already. At this point, I became tremendously confused and did not know what to do. I focused pretty much exclusively on grabbing coal from the box and using it to keep the engine running, while also making sure to patch up any holes in the wall so that the ship doesn't become entirely flooded. I thought I was doing a mighty fine job and I was feeling very proud of myself. Unfortunately, I forgot about 2 other aspects of this fishing adventure. Number 1, there is a computer in the room Murphy is in. You can interact with this computer to get more time added to the length of the fishing trip. Number 2, and this is the important one, I did not interact with the nets in any way, shape or form. They ripped very shortly after this whole thing began and I did not repair them, which means all of the fish I caught before they were ripped were lost. On top of that, because they were not fixed, I could not catch any more fish. In short, I finished this fishing trip with 0 fish. I did not realize my mistake as it happened, and so I was very confused when I checked the chest that supposedly contains all of the fish I caught, and it was empty. This was a disaster, plain and simple, and even worse than that, it was all my fault. I have nobody to blame but myself. While I plant and water my summer seeds, I want to quickly discuss something related to the fishing trawler mod. So the way it works is you select a day and you can only go on the fishing trip on that day. I originally selected Thursday, but I was not happy at all with how today went. I felt like I hadn't gotten a proper idea of how beneficial this mod might be. So I decided to change the day to Friday, meaning I will go on another fishing trip tomorrow. This will be the one and only time I do 2 fishing trips in 1 week. After tomorrow, I will only be going on Fridays. Also, if tomorrow ends up being a complete failure again, then I'll just accept it. I won't go again on Saturday. But I do have a much better idea of how it works now, so I have faith that we will do a sensational job tomorrow. I harvest some more pearls on day 33 along with an ancient fruit. Ancient fruit have joined the group consisting of salal berries and joja berries. This group of crops will automatically be tossed into seed makers so I can grow more of these crops than I could ever possibly know what to do with. I would like to bring something to your attention now. Jacob has a quest for us. In his words, and I quote, "I am looking for coffee to eat in front of the TV." I don't think he is aware of how coffee works. You do not eat coffee, you drink it. That is also a sentence I never thought I would have to say. Regardless, I will provide Jacob with what he wants. I can only hope he does not eat the cup along with the coffee. It is now time for the main event of the day. Once again, I immediately drink some of Murphy's coffee to get a speed boost. Then I get to work on patching up the room with the engine. It is honestly very nerve-wracking trying to do this and keep the engine stocked with coal and repair the nets all at the same time. And you know what? I love it. I don't just want this challenge, I welcome this challenge with open arms. I have opened the door to my house, pulled out a chair, allowed this challenge to sit down at my dining table and prepared a lovely 3-course meal for it. If this challenge was a villager, I would already be at the maximum 10 hearts of friendship with it, based solely on the amount of time, effort and focus I put into it today. I am rambling right now, I am well aware of that. Truth be told, I'm simply trying to say as much as I can so I can show as much footage of me working on this ship as possible. I feel like I've shown enough of that footage for you to feel my sheer raw panic through the screen as I did all of those activities involved in this fishing trip. So, let us now look at the rewards I received upon successfully making it back to shore. Halibut, a new type of seaweed whose name I cannot pronounce and will only embarrass myself if I try to, pufferfish and red snapper. And a decent amount of these fish too. In total, 19 fish. I am very glad I did this fishing trip again today, for the sake of science of course, because, as it turns out, it is absolutely worth it. I will probably sell this fish as the majority of fish needed for the community centre have to be gold star and I'm already working away on that whenever I get free time. But all in all, I think it's safe to say that this fishing trawler mod is absolutely worth using. I teleport to Doran's Rest where I talk to the villagers in the market in order to bump Arwen and Edris up to the magical 1 heart of friendship. I have successfully completed the quest to get 5 of the residents here to 1 heart of friendship. Doran gives me a dwarven ale for doing so, which I sell right back to him. I also gave him the 5 dwarven barley malt, which as usual unlocks another quest in which I have to make a machine, put the item I just gave to Doran into it in order to make a new item, and give 5 of those to Doran. I head to the broken bridge in the town where I read a sign that says, "Warning, bridge intentionally destroyed. Talk to me at the pub if you're brave enough to venture into the wasteland." If there's one thing I'm good at, it is repairing broken bridges, so this is something I am very much interested in. I head to Doran's home where the newest quest reveals itself. I must deliver 600 wood to Doran in order to repair the bridge. That isn't too bad actually, I have plenty of wood back on the farm. I have also unlocked a farmhouse here in Doran's Rest. The big man Doran has sent us a bed and a fridge as housewarming gifts I assume, which is very kind of him. I have also been sent the crafting recipe I need for the machine related to the quest he gave us today. There are a lot of quests here in Doran's Rest, but they are definitely worth doing. I mean, we've gotten a really cool hammer, a new farmhouse, some crafting recipes, access to an area where we can get shadow honey, and access to the mines just by doing these quests. So, while I have spent quite a while doing these quests, I am happy with that choice because it has helped us out quite a bit, especially when it comes to our finances. After sending my pickaxe to Clint, I spend the rest of the night chopping down trees. The crop fairy also shows up during the night and does some magic stuff in order to fully grow some of our crops. On day 34, I discovered that it was our salal that the crop fairy decided to bless with magic last night, which means a good portion of them are ready for harvest. Something to note about salal is they are similar to strawberries and ancient fruit in the sense that once they have fully grown, you do not have to replant the seed when you harvest the crop. It stays there and you can harvest it over and over again. I spent some time watering my crops in the garden pot shed, plant some ancient seeds and jojo berry seeds, make a couple of warp totems and teleport to Durin's Rest. I have said Durin's Rest so many times in this playthrough already, and I'm absolutely going to say it many more times. What can I say? I love the Durin's Rest mod. I enter Balor's house and go into his basement where supernatural eggplants have taken over and I must fight them. Once again, that is a sentence I never thought I would say. After clearing out his basement, I head to Durin's house and give him the 600 wood he wants. Immediately following this, I enter the market where the residents have gathered alongside Durin. Durin announces that I have accepted the responsibility of keeping the town safe from any enemies that may show up on the island the bridge connects to. I did not sign up for that, but considering the positive effect this town has had on my bank account, I am willing to protect the people here. Balor says he has seen something strange in the neighborhood and apparently we are who he is meant to call upon. He wants me to meet him at his house. I feel like I may have jumped the gun a little bit by going into his basement earlier and defeating the eggplants. Sure enough, upon entering Balor's home, he tells us that his eggplants have come alive and have taken over the basement. He wants us to take care of them, which I unfortunately cannot do today as these eggplants seem to function similarly to the bees that drop shadow honey, in the sense that when you defeat them, they won't respawn until the following day. Which means Balor must wait until tomorrow for his eggplant kerfuffle to be solved. We've spent enough time in Durin's Rest for one day, I feel, so I return to Pelican Town where I buy all of the seeds I need for the summer crops bundle in the community center. I also pick up some wheat, sunflower and corn seeds while I'm here, along with a couple of scarecrows. I then spend the last of my money on summer seeds. I gotta say, in a weird way, I am really looking forward to doing the normal community center bundles in a future playthrough. I have a feeling they're going to be a lot easier compared to what we're doing now. Especially the fishing ones, I have to catch so many fish. Like I said, I have done some fishing here and there whenever I have had downtime, but at some point during the season, I'm going to have to dedicate a few days exclusively to just fishing so I can make sure I get everything I need in terms of the summer fish. Clint has sent me my golden pickaxe on day 35. I have arrived too early to enter Balor's home, so I do what I usually do in this circumstance and spend some time lollygagging in the mines. I eventually enter Balor's home and get to work on defeating the haunted eggplants. This goes relatively smoothly and I defeat 10 of them without too much hassle. The time I have spent battling bees has made me a lot more cautious when it comes to combat, so I will hopefully avoid being knocked out for the rest of this playthrough. I talk to Balor at the market to complete his quest and I spend some of my doubloons on red cabbage seeds. I also buy 2 new versions of hops seeds along with 100 artichoke seeds, 40 dwarven camas seeds, I'm not sure how to pronounce that one, and 20 nubroot bulbs. After that little spending spree, I talk to Durin, who warns us that the hardest enemy we have ever faced waits across the bridge. The good news is this enemy cannot fly, which I very much appreciate. This enemy turns out to be the Dirt Dragon. It isn't too difficult, surprisingly enough. It shoots fireballs which do a bit of damage, but they're easy enough to dodge. I will say, however, bumping into this enemy takes away like half of your health. So the best way to approach this battle is to just slam the hammer down when you're near it and run away as soon as it starts moving. I make my way around the area, carefully battling the dirt dragons here. These dragons drop eggs when they are defeated and Durin wants 10 of these, so our main goal here is to of course acquire 10 of these eggs. I take a break from this battle of the century and do a bit of gallivanting around the area. I head to the west side of the island where I find a hidden cave. I enter and walk to the end of the cave where I find a sword that has been lodged into a stone, reminiscent of the legend of King Arthur. I pull the sword from the stone, acquiring the legendary Excalibur. This is an absolute game changer, and for once I am not exaggerating when I say that. This sword makes quick work of the dirt dragons. It shoots fireballs, which means I can keep somewhat of a distance from them, hurl fireballs at them, and collect the eggs they drop. I am very excited to see how this sword handles the enemies in the Pelican Town mines, and especially the enemies in the Skull Cavern, along with any other enemies we may encounter during our escapades. After collecting all of the eggs I need, I warp back to the starting area, then to the bus stop. I spend the remainder of the night planting my summer seeds. I give the dragon eggs to Durin on day 36, and I believe that is the final quest he has for me that is related to combat. Which means all I have left are the quests involving things we can make using Dwarven Barley. You know, the things I put into machines to make other things, and then I unlock the crafting recipe for another machine that can make another thing. I don't really know how to describe it, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Also, the sword I picked up, the Excalibur, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but regardless, the Excalibur has made going through the mines so much easier. I genuinely cannot even begin to describe how quickly it takes care of all the enemies here. Even the zombie foremen, which were a decent challenge before, do not stand a chance now that I have this sword. I almost feel bad for the enemies here. Almost. I got so immersed in using the sword that I didn't even realize how much time had gone by. Before I knew it, I had made it to the home of the bees and was taking them on so I could get their wonderful honey. Again, the sword makes quick work of these bees. I can throw fireballs at them and take them out in one hit. As overpowered as it may be, I did do a lot to get my hands on this sword, so I do not feel bad for using this. In fact, using this sword has had a profoundly positive effect on the overall vibes I'm experiencing. I managed to make it back home and toss the loot I collected today into the shipping bin before the night is over. I also make one each of the machines Durin has sent me the crafting recipe for. On day 37, I observe my machines. Marvelous. I send my watering can to Clint and buy 10 iridium sprinklers. Because of the amount of seeds I have that I still need to plant, I decided to spend the rest of the day preparing the ground for the planting of these seeds. It takes many minutes, but I get it done and plant a good percentage of the seeds I bought from Balor a couple of days ago too. And that's actually it for today. The salal berries that were grown by the crop fairy continue to shine a light on my life as they are once again ready for harvest on day 38. Following that, it's off to the mines. I took a bit of a break from this area, but I'm back now and I want to make it to the bottom of this place by the end of tomorrow. I make it to floor 100 where I obtain my first star drop. Sweet. I push forward, making my way through floor after floor after floor. The golden pickaxe paired with the Excalibur makes things really easy, and I get to floor 112 before I pass out. Clint returns our watering can to us on day 39. I am greeted by the sensational sight of summer forage, which I harvest and turn into more summer seeds. 400 more summer seeds to be exact. But that is not all. There's even more forage ready to collect on the farm. I used this forage to make another 220 summer seeds. I make 165 tea saplings, which I toss into the shipping bin. I donate red mushrooms, cave carrots, and mixed seeds to the exotic foraging bundle, maple and pine tree saplings to the summer and winter foraging bundles, and donate multiple items to the boiler room bundles. The luau takes place today, but I unfortunately participated in too much dilly-dallying and I ended up missing the festival. I wanted to spend my doubloons in the market in Durin's Rest as I need an iridium bar for the boiler room bundles. But the market is closed, I assume, because of the luau. So I teleport back home and return to the community center with more items for the boiler room, as well as mussels for the crab pot bundle, and torches, clams and coral for the foraging bundles. I head to the mines, not to advance further and make it to floor 120, but rather to obtain the remaining bones and bat wings I need for the community center. I end up completing the skeleton monster eradication goal, which I was not expecting, but I am very pleased with all the same. I also made 82,000 gold from the saplings I shipped today. Some radishes are ready for harvest on day 40. I plant jojo berry seeds along with some summer seeds. I buy the crafting recipe for doubloons from Durin. Now I can use 1 durinium to make 100 doubloons, which is a very fair exchange if you ask me. I buy some coal and an iridium bar from Glorgan, along with some rice shoots and a citron, crimson citrus, and rested juniper tree sapling from Balor. I purchased the second backpack upgrade in Piers and grab an orange and apple tree sapling, 10 garden pots and 10 iridium sprinklers. Also, while I'm here, I somehow, wink wink, nudge nudge, get my hands on 5 grass starter. I tripped and I fell into them and they ended up in my inventory. You know how it is, you know what happens, it's happened to all of us, right? I send my copper axe to Clint so he can upgrade it to iron, then I head to the saloon. I make good use of the part of the community mod here. Talking to a villager gives you 5 friendship points with the surrounding villagers. The default value for this is 2 friendship points, but because of the number of villagers in the game, I feel like 5 points is a fair compromise. Because of the amount of people here on a Friday, I can get 85 bonus friendship points with everybody here just from talking to them, on top of the 20 friendship points you normally get from just talking to a villager. So 105 friendship points in total. I donate an iridium bar, coal, bones and white algae to the community centre, unlocking the bounty board bundles and the vault bundles. But I have not fully completed the boiler room yet, I still need to donate some gems. I take a look at the bounty board bundles. At first glance, they make me want to cry, but upon further inspection, it's not too bad I suppose. Don't get me wrong, it's going to take quite a bit of time to get them done, but it's not as bad as it could be, I feel. The vault bundle is pretty simple, I just have to donate 98,000 gold. Overall, I'm feeling pretty good about the community centre in general. I think the 2 most difficult bundles are the fishing and bounty board bundles, but they're manageable. Also, I did check and the only fish that is exclusive to spring is the legend, which we don't need to donate thankfully, so we're good on that front. Susan sends us melon seeds on day 41, thank you Susan. I harvest some poppies and coffee beans along with some ancient fruit and wheat. Also, the potatoes in the shed are ready, so I collect those too. The bad news though is I don't have enough to donate. So I sprinkle fertilizer on the garden pots and plant potato and kale seeds. I wanted to ask Clint to crack open some geodes for me, but I forgot he is working on upgrading my axe. I find that a bit questionable considering he was not doing anything at all when I walked in, but then I ask him to do something for me and he's just magically busy? That's pretty suspicious if you ask me. It's off to the mines and this time I am indeed going to progress further. Again, we have some pretty powerful tools and weapons at our disposal, so I was able to get to floor 120 thanks in large part to the golden pickaxe and the Excalibur. I now have the skull key, which means I can enter the skull caverns. I think I'll wait until I get the iridium pickaxe to go to the skull caverns though. Our axe has been returned to us on day 42, what a delicious start to the day. I'm also not really sure whether or not to mention harvesting crops anymore or how frequently to mention it. I think what I'll do is mention when I harvest or plant the money makers, so to speak. So things like ancient fruit, joja berries and summer seeds. As well as things I need for the community centre like the potatoes and kale I have growing in garden pots. I donate coffee beans, summer spangles, poppies and peppers to the community centre. I am really proud of myself for staying on top of the donations. Next up is a visit to Clint where I have my geodes cracked open. I need 1 petrified slime, I think that's how you pronounce it, 3 mudstone and 3 celestine, I believe. And I only need to donate 2 of those 3 items, so we have a bit of leeway with the last boiler room bundle, as I can choose which 2 of those 3 I want to donate. I donate some items to the museum, including the 1 mudstone I had. I did not mean to donate this, but I have 2 celestine and 1 petrified slime, so I guess we're going with those 2. I ask Clint to crack open even more geodes and I do not get the item I need, but that is okay. I want to get the boiler room finished before the end of summer, so I still have 2 weeks or so. Now that I have the iron axe, I can break tree stumps and logs to get hardwood. I'm going to break any of these that I see, as I want as much hardwood as I can get for future projects that will require that material. I check out the travelling cart, which is not selling garlic or garlic seeds, but it turns out I don't actually need garlic. At least not for the spring crops bundle. You see, I can leave one of the crops out and just donate the rest, and that will still be enough to complete that bundle. I grab as much hardwood as I can get my hands on in the secret woods, along with some red baneberry. The quarry area on the farm is filled to the brim with copper, iron and gold ore, emeralds, diamonds and other gems, and frozen geodes. I want to break every rock here and collect everything, but I am a busy bee and it also is my bedtime, so I must leave this place for now. Day 43 is already off to an absolutely sensational start as I harvest Joja berries and starfruit among a couple of other crops. Summer forage is also ready for collection. I have to say, the shop overhaul mod has paid dividends and has undoubtedly made this adventure quite a bit easier thanks to the sprinklers that were added to Pierre's shop. I donate radishes to the Summer Crops bundle and Gold Star Starfruit to the Quality Crops bundle. I finish off the Summer Foraging bundle for which I receive a bee house. Acorns and common mushrooms are donated to the Fall Foraging bundle and a petrified slime is thrown into the boiler room. I really do hope I have been pronouncing petrified correctly, but I don't think I have. I sell the rest of the starfruit I have to Pierre and make 73 tea saplings. I've got more Joja berry and ancient seeds at my disposal, so I plant those. I would like to get the Joja berry and ancient fruit empire up and running as quickly as possible. The tea saplings I created are sold along with half of the salal berries I have in my inventory. I find a banana at the area outside the tunnel beside the bus stop, which is a very nice find. Ordinarily, a banana is something I would obtain in winter after reaching Ginger Island, so I am very surprised to receive one this early, though it is of course a welcome surprise. The walk to the desert also provides me with plenty of opportunities to take on monsters that will have to be defeated as part of the monster eradication goals. So it's nice to know that we are consistently making progress on these goals every time I partake in this marathon to Calico Desert. Upon entering Sandy's shop, she tells us that we should avoid walking home as ghosts come out in droves at nighttime. I hear you, I understand you, but above all else, I'm going to ignore you. I buy some rhubarb seeds, 10 coconuts and 200 starfruit seeds, then I venture onto the road back to Pelican Town. Just as Sandy warned us, the area is teeming with ghosts. Luckily we have the Exaliburn, so getting back home is a complete walk in the park. Just before I head to sleep, I make sure to plant some of the starfruit seeds I bought today. The planting of starfruit seeds continues on day 44. I continue the tradition of making summer seeds. I feel like I have grown especially attached to these wonderful packets of seeds, and I harvest the green beans that I've grown in the garden pots for the first time. I need 30 of these, so this is something I will have to repeat 2 more times. I head to Durin's Rest where I deliver 5 dwarven barley malt to him. This of course unlocks a new quest to make 5 of a new item and give them to him. I check the mailbox at my farmhouse here and read the letter that contains the crafting recipe for the machine needed to make this new item. I spend just a little bit of time battling the bees here to collect some honey. I might as well while I'm here. Then I head to Grandpa's shed for the first time. As I have the iron axe, I can break the 2 logs that block the entrance to this shed. I step inside and analyze my surroundings. Just as I thought, this is indeed a shed. But it's not just a shed, no, it's a big shed. The rest of the day, as well as days 45 and 46, are spent chopping down trees and clearing out the rest of the space in this big patch of land where I have been planting my seeds. Day 47 is a massive summer forage collection day. Of course I collected other crops, the main ones being ancient fruit, Joja berries and pearls. I don't know if you can consider a pearl to be a crop, but it grew from a seed, so technically it's a crop. I don't know what's going on anymore, my brain is fried if I'm being honest. Between the first day of spring and now, I have written around 20,000 words. That's 20,000 words about Stardew Valley. I wasn't exaggerating about my brain being fried, by the way. When I go to sleep, I dream about summer forage and the mines in Durin's Rest and stealing tea saplings from Pierre and catching dozens of fish. After making 670 summer seeds, I plant as many of them as I possibly can. Bear in mind, I also planted more summer seeds and starfruit seeds during that period of time I spent clearing out more space on the farm. I would not be surprised if I end up with like 1,000 or 2,000 summer seeds by the end of this season. That's just the way things are going right now. I donate potatoes, cauliflower, blueberries, tomatoes, red cabbages and melons to the community centre, all of which I harvested during the aforementioned period of time spent cleaning up the farm. I complete the summer crops bundle and receive an iridium sprinkler. Sweet. Upon further inspection of the bounty board bundles, I gotta say, they're really not too bad. I admit, I panicked when I first saw them simply because of how many items are required for these bundles, but if I stay cool, calm and collected, I think I'll be able to get this one done before the end of the year. I buy some geodes from Clint along with a rusty cog and a rusty spur for the museum and 5 battery packs. I ask Clint to crack open the geodes I just bought and I very quickly get my hands on 2 mudstone. It's at this point I deeply regret donating that 1 mudstone I had to the museum. I buy some more geodes from Clint, ask him to crack them open, and I receive the 3rd mudstone I need. I was actually hoping to get 1 Celestine because I already have 2 of those, but I mean, I'm not going to complain about this. I will happily take 3 mudstone. I make a few donations to the museum. I have been lacking just a bit when it comes to this area, but there are a lot of things I've had to stay on top of since this playthrough began. So I won't hold that against myself. I head to the beach where I talk to Murphy even though Murphy isn't anywhere to be seen. I have the option to go on the fishing trip, but when I accept it, nothing happens. I believe what has occurred is you cannot go on the fishing trip after 6 PM. I made it to the beach before 6 PM, but talked to Murphy after 6 PM. So maybe the game just made Murphy disappear because even though I got to the beach on time, I was too late when it came to actually seeing and talking to Murphy. Anyhoomst, I donate 3 mudstone to the community centre, finishing off the boiler room. We have now unlocked the minecart system. We have also just completed our first room in the community centre. Well done us! On day 48, we have officially reached the stage where we will never be short on coffee beans ever again. I make 170 more summer seeds. I do apologise for how often I have mentioned this, but harvesting forage and making seeds brings me so much happiness. I just want to share this experience and that happiness with all of you. I head into Robin's shop where a cutscene plays. Robin says she has figured out what materials she needs. We need to give her 150 hardwood, 600 stone, 50 iron bars and 20 battery packs. Yeah, basically what has happened here is the game for some reason skipped the cutscene where Robin shows up at her house and talks about Grandpa's shed. Instead, it has just jumped ahead to her telling us what she needs to repair the shed, which doesn't really bother me. In fact, I'm just happy to finally be able to repair the shed. The reason for this being it contains a greenhouse, which I desperately need. I did a bit of mathematics in my head while I walked to Clint's and figured out that I have just enough gold to buy 15 battery packs from him. This is very good news because I already have 5 of them, which means I have the 20 needed for Grandpa's shed. So I gather all of the required stone, hardwood and iron bars and toss them along with the battery packs into the chest in Grandpa's shed. And just like that, we have delivered everything Robin asked for. I refused to partake in any sort of dilly-dallying when it comes to that shed, and especially the greenhouse it contains. I buy 3 iridium bars from Glorgan, as well as 5 iron bars and 2 more iridium bars. I make 5 of the new machine required for Durin's most recent quest, then I make more doubloons and buy 8 more iridium and iron bars, which I used to make 4 of the previous 2 machines that Durin taught us how to make. Just before I leave, I buy a final 5 iridium bars. I place all of my machines down. My thought process here is I want to be able to make everything Durin wants as quickly as possible. I'm at the point where I want to wrap up the Durin's Rest quests and find out what we get for completing everything. Robin pays us a visit on the morning of day 49 and lets us know that the shed will be repaired tomorrow. Thank you, Robin. Thank you so much. Also, I goofed. I accidentally interacted with the mailbox while I was holding my golden pickaxe. Because I had 5 iridium bars in my inventory, it sent my pickaxe to Clint to be upgraded. That was very silly of me, but I was planning on upgrading my pickaxe anyway, so we shall call this a happy accident. I take a look at what Marnie is selling. The shop overhaul mod has added eggs, milk, cloth, wool, basically every animal item, along with things like fiber and mayonnaise machines to our shop. I don't buy anything, but that is good to know. Next up is a cutscene where I pet Dusty the dog. This was a therapeutic cutscene and was very much needed after the previous action-filled, jam-packed and very intense 49 days. I have gotten to the point where I don't even read the quests on the bounty board anymore, I just accept them, and if I have an item any villager wants, then I send it to them when I get the chance. This honestly does not happen as often as I would like it to, as I don't yet have access to a good portion of the items that the villagers have requested. After selling some crops to Pierre, I buy 50 tomato seeds as I need gold star tomatoes for the community centre. as well as basic fertilizer, 9 iridium sprinklers, and 1 more iridium sprinkler that I was able to afford after selling some salal berries. For the first time, I cross Shearwater Bridge and enter East Scarp. I cannot believe I haven't come here yet, but in my defense, I have been up to my eyeballs in various shenanigans and tomfoolery up until this point. The first house I enter in this lovely area is going for a minimalist aesthetic, shall we say. It doesn't have a lot of furniture, is what I'm trying to get at here. Maybe this will be my house in the future? I would like that. I would like that a lot. I enter a hotel, or an inn I think it's called. I meet Rosa, who dropped something she was cooking and immediately blamed me for it. Lovely, my first day here and already somebody is angry with me. I apologize, which results in Rosa immediately apologizing too. I am massively confused. I think I'm just going to forget that happened and start fresh with Rosa. Water under the bridge, right? She is selling bread, cookies, coffee, East Scarp warp totems, and the crafting recipe for warp totems. I don't buy anything, but I will remember this for the future, as I'm sure those warp totems especially will come in handy. I explore the hotel a bit more and I find a lovely swimming pool area. The rooms here are very nicely furnished, a stark contrast to that first house I entered. Overall, I like the aesthetic of this hotel. I enter a house where I meet Munchington the cat. Nice, we have Dusty the dog and Munchington the cat. There is a lovely beach area. I hope some sort of festival takes place here, or just something that involves the villagers hanging out here. I feel like that would be a lovely touch. I enter a cave system, but I don't have a pickaxe with me as I accidentally sent it to Clint this morning. So I shall return at some point and see what this cave system has to offer. I enter another cave and meet Lexi. I do not know who or even what Lexi is, but I want to be their friend. They have a positive aura and I'm liking the vibe they're giving off. I make my way to the north of East Scarp, where I find an exit that leads to the mountain area. You know, the place by the mines and Robin's shop. It's good to know that we can access East Scarp from here. I was not aware of that until now. The Duran's Rest machines are thriving on day 50, though I would like to build a shed and put all of the machines inside it. But that is a job for another day, maybe even another season, as I have a lot on my plate right now. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm complaining when I say things like that. I'm honestly really happy to have so many things to do and talk about on a daily basis. I don't want this to change. I want to have a dozen different things to do every day. Robin has repaired Grandpa's shed. That is the best news I have received during this entire playthrough so far. The first thing I do is head upstairs and plant all of the tomato and kale seeds, making sure to sprinkle fertilizer on them as I do. The reason for this being I need gold star kale and tomatoes for the community centre. I also plant some artichoke seeds, fully covering the entirety of the greenhouse with seeds. I donate 30 green beans and take a few minutes to really assess what I have left to do here in the community centre. Allow me to explain what I'm thinking right now. The spring crops bundle is fine, I just need rhubarb and unmilled rice, both of which are growing in the garden pots. For the quality crops bundle, I can thankfully leave out the strawberries and easily get the other 4 done. The fall crops will be a walk in the park. I will just buy the seeds I need for them when fall begins. The artisan bundle shouldn't be too bad, it's just a case of throwing fruits and vegetables into preserve jars and kegs, and planting the fruit tree sapling so I can get apricots, peaches, cherries, and pomegranates. The animal bundle is the most difficult one here. The items being gold star does add a significant challenge to this, but as long as I can get a coop or 2 and a barn, and fill them up with cows, goats, chickens, and ducks within the next 2 or 3 weeks, I should be fine. The fishing bundles are just time consuming more than anything else. I have been making a very conscious effort to fish whenever I can, like I've mentioned a couple of times. It has been going pretty well, but we are closing in on the point where I need to dedicate a few days specifically to fishing to make sure I don't miss out on any of them. The bounty board bundles. I spoke about this one earlier. It's not necessarily difficult, it just requires a lot of items. I think the worst part about this one is going to be getting all of the cooking dishes I need. I could buy them. I know Duran sells at least a couple of these dishes, but I would rather make them myself instead of buying them. And that goes for all of the other bundles too. Unless I absolutely have to, I would feel a lot better about myself if I obtained all of the items I need instead of relying on buying them in shops. So, overall, I am feeling pretty confident when it comes to the bundles I have left. It won't be easy, don't get me wrong, but it is a lot of fun and a very nice change of pace compared to the normal bundles. I asked Robin to build a coop for us, then I spend the rest of the day fishing at the beach. I have received my iridium pickaxe on day 51, the very first corn harvest takes place. The rest of the day is spent fishing at the mountain lake. Yup, the fishing portion of this playthrough is officially underway. On day 52, I harvest more summer forage than I know what to do with. That's a lie actually, I know exactly what I'm going to do with this. And that will be revealed pretty soon. I finally buy the iridium fishing rod and, as you may have guessed, I spend the rest of the day fishing. Even more summer forage is ready on day 53. I never really took the time to plant summer seeds or spring or fall or winter seeds this much in the past, so I had no idea it would result in this much forage growing on the farm. Now I truly understand why people invest so much time and effort into making tea saplings. It makes so much sense now. A tomato harvest takes place too, and of course any Joja berries and ancient fruit I get are thrown into seed makers as always. I ask Robin to add another coop to the farm and I buy 10 preserve jars from her. We might as well continue the tradition. The rest of the day is spent fishing. Starfruit is ready for harvest on day 54. I'm going to be honest, I'm a lot more excited now when I see summer forage than I am when I see starfruit, which is weird because starfruit has always been my favourite crop in the game. I visit Murphy at the tide pool area and embark on a fishing trip with him. I drink a cup of coffee as always. That speed boost is invaluable when it comes to getting around the boat as quickly as possible. Just like the last fishing trip I went on, this is nerve-wracking to a goofy degree. That is the best way I can describe it. It's a lot of fun, but it takes so much concentration and effort to stay on top of repairing the nets, keeping the engine running, and repairing the wall to make sure the boat doesn't get flooded. My one and only complaint is that you can only get ocean fish from this fishing trip. Maybe I'm wrong, and in the future I'll be able to get river fish and mountain fish. That would be swell, but that is just a minor complaint on my part. This activity is a lot of fun, and I'm really glad I installed this mod. When the timer dropped down below 20 seconds, I did something I am very proud of myself for doing. I remembered that I can use the computer to add 30 more seconds to the timer. When the fishing trip concludes, I check the chest containing all of the fish we caught during it. I have received clams, starfish, halibut, crayfish, snails, periwinkles, and red mullets. It may have been difficult, but it was absolutely worth it. Prepare yourself now for the surprise of the century. The rest of the day is spent fishing. The penultimate round of starfruit harvesting occurs on day 55. I also get a taro root, which is really cool. Normally you can only get those when you unlock Ginger Island. I've built up a nice collection of seeds. I've got 14 ancient seeds, 57 Joja berry starters, and 20 fall seeds. I acquired the fall seeds by putting common mushrooms into the seed maker. Things are looking mighty fine in the greenhouse in Grandpa's shed as the kale is tantalizingly close to being fully grown. I sell a few of my crops, buy 8 full stacks of fibre from Marnie, and buy 4 chickens for the first coop I had built on the farm. I spend the rest of the day fishing in front of Leah's cottage as I need to get pike and dorado for the community centre. I have also decided that I'm going to wait until I have every fish I need and donate them all at the same time. I feel like that is going to be really satisfying, so I'm very much looking forward to doing that. Day 56, the final day of summer. After making as many summer seeds as I can, I have around 3,200 of them. Okay, now I really understand the obsession some people have with tea saplings. Though I will say I may have overdone it as I make over 600 tea saplings. And the only reason why I didn't make more is because I ran out of wood. 600 tea saplings sells for 300,000 gold, so we are going to be in a very comfortable position financially heading into fall. The final starfruit harvesting session of the season takes place, officially signalling the end of summer. That's a lot of S's in one sentence. I harvest all of the kale that has grown in the greenhouse and plant wheat and artichoke seeds in their place. I improve my financial situation even further as I sell starfruit to Pierre, unlocking the achievement for earning a total of 1 million gold. I buy iridium sprinklers, donate corn, gold star kale, and unmilled rice to the community center. I also donate a total of 98,000 gold to buy all of the vault bundles and complete that room in its entirety. The third and final backpack upgrade has been purchased, which means we now have 48 inventory slots. That is very chill, I must say. I head to Durin's Rest. I have lost count of how many times I have said that, and I give the 5 items Durin wanted to him, which of course unlocks a quest to make 5 of another item and give those to him too. I utilize the super elite tactic of using the warp totem in my farmhouse here to get back to the starting area as fast as possible. Disaster has struck as I am unable to plant my fruit tree saplings in the greenhouse. I will be completely honest and say I very much panicked at this point. However, as I'm watching this footage and writing the script, I know exactly why I couldn't plant them. It's because they have to be planted on the dirt and not on the wooden flooring. Basically, this is a very easy fix, and I will plant them all on the very first day of fall. I spend the rest of the day fishing to catch the last couple of rainbow trout and sunfish I need. And that is the end of summer. I feel like this is going to be slightly shorter than spring, but I also feel like we accomplished a lot more here. Maybe that's just placebo effect because I put more focus on the community center during this season, but regardless, I feel like we're doing very well for ourselves. I know for a fact I have repeated myself many times and I have rambled quite often, but that's just how my videos are. I've accepted it now. If you enjoy rambles and listening to someone talk really in detail about the smallest things, feel free to stick around and watch more of my videos because that is my specialty. Anyway, this has gone on long enough and I'm sure fall and winter will be a similar length, so I won't take up any more of your time. I had tremendous fun this season. Let's see if we can keep the ball rolling in fall. A gentleman by the name of Richard pays us a visit on day 57. A piano player has arrived in the hotel owned by Richard. Truth be told, I do not know who Richard is, nor do I know where this hotel he is referring to is located, but I do appreciate him providing me with this piano lore all the same. The majority of our crops have withered away, which is always a sad sight. However, the joja berry, ancient fruit, corn and pearl seeds are still standing. And I am sure there will be a plethora of seeds I can plant in place of the summer crops this season. I harvest some green beans and rhubarb from the garden pots, the important one being rhubarb as this still has to be donated to the community center. I make a beeline for the greenhouse and Grandpa's shed where with a heavy heart I begin removing the entire 2 rows of seeds at the bottom. I plant 5 fruit tree saplings in place of these seeds. This is repeated with the top 2 rows of seeds. I did have a bit of a lackadaisical moment however, as I seem to have forgotten my pomegranate tree sapling. That is a travesty of the highest order and must be rectified immediately. I head to Pierre's where I buy 50 of each fall seed, 550 speed grow, and a pomegranate sapling. I buy a further 300 pumpkin seeds, bringing us up to a total of 350 of them. I have also decided to pay more attention to the villagers' birthdays this season, and by that I mean I will be over the moon if I remember to give gifts to 3 of them. I do not have high expectations for our friendships this year. I donate the rhubarb I harvested this morning to finally complete the spring crops bundle. I take a look at the remaining crop bundles to once again keep myself humble. I ask Robin to add a shed to the farm. Our storage situation is disgusting, quite frankly. Dare I even say the overall aesthetic of the farm is not sensational. In fact, I would go a step further and say the current state of the farm is an insult to every Stardew Valley player that has ever lived. Okay, no, it's not that bad, but I'm hoping me saying this will motivate me to tidy it up just a little bit during fall. After purchasing a couple of machines and tree fertilizer from Robin, I return to Grandpa's shed and plant the pomegranate tree. All of our trees should be fully grown on the first day of winter. To finish off the day, I get started on planting all of the seeds I bought today. I am content with how the first day of this brand new season has gone. The planting of seeds continues on day 58. The bad news about being able to buy hundreds of seeds is it takes quite a bit of time to get everything planted. The good news is, once everything is planted, I can pretty much just forget about them and let the sprinklers work away. I think at this point it's safe to say that the undisputed MVP of this playthrough so far is the iridium sprinklers. They have very much added a positive vibe to this adventure so far. Also, when it comes to the speed grow, there is absolutely no rhyme or reason when it comes to how and where I sprinkle it. Some crops were blessed with this magical substance, while others were not. I make the executive decision to enter the Skull Caverns for what I believe is the first time. My goal here is not to collect iridium ore and gems, but rather to see how well we can do with the iridium pickaxe and the Exaliburn. The answer? Pretty well. The sword easily takes care of any and every monster I encounter, and the pickaxe breaks every rock here rather swiftly. My curiosity has been satiated by the time I reach floor 5, so I end the Skull Cavern gallivanting session there. I think I will save the proper Skull Cavern runs for next year. The beautiful sight of freshly grown artichokes awaits me when I enter Grandpa's shed. I need Gold Star Artichoke for the community center, so this certainly will not be the final artichoke harvesting session of the season. Back on the farm, Lorenzo has decided to pay us a visit. When he was younger, his parents would take him and his siblings to this farm to visit my grandparents. My grandpa helped his family when they were new to Pelican Town, and as a token of his appreciation for this, Lorenzo gives us a couple of gifts. 1 deluxe speed grow, a plate of spaghetti, 1,000 gold, and a lucky charm that belonged to my grandma. Lorenzo apologizes for taking so long to visit us and tell us all about the shared history between our families. He wanted to make sure we actually are our grandfather's grandchild. Do not fret, Lorenzo, that is a very understandable choice. I spend the rest of the night planting even more seeds. Now that it is fall, I can plant the artichoke seeds on the farm instead of in the greenhouse. That is marvelous news. A short cutscene plays on day 59 where somebody, I assume it is our grandma, appears to us in a dream, I think. I'm not entirely sure what any of this was. She tells us that she and her grandfather are very happy we have finally arrived in Pelican Town and are settling in nicely. What a sweet start to the day. It has occurred to me that I have prioritized Durin's Rest above every other expansion mod. That is not something I intended to do. I was actually planning on bouncing back and forth between each one and giving them all plenty of time to shine in this playthrough. Ergo, 2 things must happen during this season. Number 1, I must do everything I can to speed through the remaining quests associated with Durin's Rest. I assume these quests will require a plentiful amount of dwarven barley, the seeds for which I shall acquire this morning. Number 2, I want to dive into another expansion mod. And I don't mean I just talk to the villagers and walk around East Scarp or Ridgeside Village. No, I want to begin a new storyline and start showing what these other mods have to offer. I'm hoping this will spice things up and keep this series entertaining. I make my way to Robin's where I purchase 20 kegs, preserve jars and tappers. Now that my garden pot obsession has been tossed to the side, I can fixate on these 3 machines instead. I ask Robin to add a 3rd shed to the farm. Inside this shed is where the kegs I obtain will be placed. The special orders board has been added to the town centre. I, for one, cannot wait to accept special orders and then immediately forget about them. I wish I was joking, but my brain is a sieve when it comes to actually remembering to do the special orders I accept. I accept a special order from Clint to defeat 50 dust sprites. This is a very easy special order to complete, and the reward for completing it is the crafting recipe for the Geode Crusher. Will I actually complete this special order? No, absolutely not. In fact, as soon as I took 1 step away from the board, I was already thinking about a dozen things, none of which involve going to the mines and defeating the aforementioned dust sprites. Some wheat is ready for harvest in the greenhouse. This is another crop that can be planted on the farm during fall, so the greenhouse is going to be used almost exclusively for fruit tree saplings for the foreseeable future. I say almost exclusively because I do need Gold Star tomatoes which must be planted in here. Piers is closed, which means I must venture into Jojamart where I purchase wheat and amaranth seeds. Do I feel bad for giving money to the Joja overlords? Yes, But also no, because if Pierre simply opened the shop on Wednesdays, I would not have to do this. I can't wait to finish the community center so I can officially rid this town of the Jojes stench. Just like the previous 2 days, I spend the rest of the day planting the seeds I just bought. Wheat is ready for harvest on day 60, which is nice because I need plenty of this stuff for the community center. Bok choys have blessed us with their presents, which I also require for the community center, I believe. Do I? I think I do. I'll be honest, I am operating under the assumption that every crop that can be grown is needed for the community center. This isn't true, of course, but it basically ensures I grow everything I need. It has become apparent that we are in dire need of a tree farm. Oak resin and pine tar need to be donated, and the oak resin can also be used to produce a conglomerate of kegs in the future. I place cobblestone pathways down, connecting each tree sapling to each other. The reason for this is quite simple. The Automate mod allows you to use pathways to connect machines to a chest. When these oak, pine, and maple trees are fully grown, I will put tappers on them. All of the oak resin, pine tar, and maple syrup will be deposited into a chest. I of course sprinkle tree fertilizer on all of these seeds to greatly speed up the entire process. I throw hops into the Duran's Rest machines as they are required to produce the item Duran wants. Day 61 begins with the collection of eggplants on the farm and tomatoes in the greenhouse. I was actually surprised when I realized I have the required amount of gold star tomatoes. I thought I needed 40 or 50 of them, but I only need 20. Sweet. I donate mussels, driftwood, and periwinkles to the crab pot bundle. Seaweed, algae, bait, wheat, rainbow shells, tulips, and sandstone to the bounty board bundles. Jam, juice, eggplants, bok choys, grapes, and tomatoes to the crops bundles. And chanterelles to the foraging bundle. I asked Robin to upgrade one of the sheds on the farm and continue the new tradition of buying kegs, preserve jars, and tappers from her every time I visit her shop. There is quite a bit of time left in the day which I spend cleaning up a patch of land. Fiber, wood, and stone are all invaluable resources, so I am always happy to gather more of them. That and the level of dopamine in my body increases substantially every time I tidy up an area on the farm. My tea sapling obsession has returned in full force on the morning of day 62 as I make 500 of them. I will say, however, I would very much like to diversify my sources of income. I've made hundreds of thousands of gold from tea saplings so far, and while the money is nice, I don't want to rely on them as our primary moneymaker. So I have made my second executive decision of the season. Any fall seeds I make this season shall only be planted. I will not be turning them into tea saplings. That being said, the summer seeds I have are still fair game. I'm not going to turn my back on tea saplings entirely. That would be very rude of me to do after how well they have served us so far. After planting some fall seeds, I sell some items to Pierre to revive my bank account. I invest this money in 250 fall seeds. Is it just me, or does I invest sound so much better than I buy? It makes it seem like I'm making an important business decision rather than just throwing my money away. Next up is a cutscene in which Jazz has gotten lost in the big forest. I help her get home, which Marnie thanks me for. If I am being entirely honest here, I did not do it out of the kindness of my heart. I did it because the big forest is my special place. I do not like the idea of anybody else being in there, frolicking around and potentially stealing all of the forage it contains. That simply cannot happen. I buy cheese presses, mayonnaise machines, oil makers, and looms from Marnie, and I buy 4 chickens for the second coop on the farm. This reminds me that I already have 4 chickens on the farm. They are not happy with me. That is completely understandable, to say the least. I mean, I have completely ignored them up to this point. My sincerest apologies to these chickens. I plant some fall seeds, then I head to Ridgeside Village where I encounter a junimo called Kiwi. Lenny has set up a bounty board in the village. I already talked about how I tend to forget about the special orders I accept in Pelican Town, so I really hope nobody in this village is expecting me to do orders for them this year. I want to, believe me, I really do, but there is a decent chance that I'm not even going to look at this new special orders board a single time during the next 4 weeks. Another cutscene plays in which I am introduced to Torts, the resident turtle of Ridgeside Village. Torts snorts when they see me. That hurt my feelings quite a bit, I won't lie. I enter a building where I can pay somebody to pet my animals every morning. This is an offer I cannot refuse. This should make the whole process of keeping my animals happy a lot easier, which is delightful news. That means the size and quality of the eggs produced by our chickens will improve without me having to do any work. Later in the day, Yuma pays a visit to the farm and lets us know that Lenny would like to see us. She has a job for us. Ooh, how exciting. I spend the rest of the day fishing. With the new season comes a new batch of fish for me to catch. As was the case during summer, I'm going to dedicate a few days specifically to fishing sooner rather than later. Day 63 begins with the harvesting of dwarven barley. We should be covered on this front now. I highly doubt I'll need to plant any more for Doran's quest. Speaking of Doran, I deliver 5 of an item to Doran, which, as you may have guessed, results in him asking for 5 of a new item. Oh wait, hold on. Nope, actually, Doran doesn't want 5 of this new item. We actually need to give this item to Dur. That was a terrible joke. In fact, I'm not even going to consider that one a joke. That's how bad it was. I apologize. I spent some time in the mines here in Duran's Rest. I'm running low on durinium, which I need to make a new machine, and I presume a couple more new machines in the future. A curveball has been thrown our way. Up until now, every machine required durinium, an iron bar, and an iridium bar to make. The dwarven fermenter is a different story, however. I need wood, hardwood, oak resin, an iron bar, and durinium. I was not expecting this, but this still will not be difficult to make. Also, as I predicted, I completely forgot about Clint's special order. I am neither surprised nor disappointed. The rest of the day, as well as days 64 through 67, are spent fishing. I did a few other things during this period of time, which I will point out on day 68. Speaking of which, day 68 begins with the harvesting of cranberries, fall forage, and pumpkins. I use my summer seeds, emphasis on summer seeds, not fall seeds, to make 300 tea saplings, which I sell. It is community center time now as I donate wheat to finish off a bounty board bundle and donate moral and sea urchin to other bounty board bundles. Pickles, gold star artichokes, pumpkins, yams, fairy rose, beets, and cranberries are donated to the crop bundles, which results in me fully completing the fall crops bundle. I finish off the exotic foraging bundle and the fall foraging bundle. I will say, however, I did something I really wish I had not done. During the period of time I spent fishing, I bought 10 oak resin from Robin. This is the oak resin I donated here. I said during summer that I did not want to buy anything I need for the community center if I can avoid it, so I'm very disappointed in myself for doing this. I'll try not to be too hard on myself though, because I would have gotten the oak resin for my tree farm anyway. I asked Robin to upgrade one of the coops on the farm, and as always I buy kegs, preserve jars, and tappers. I buy 10 pine tar just to have it, then I check on the crab pots I set up beside Penny's trailer. I did this during the fishing period so I can get access to the items I need for the crab pot bundle. I also set up crab pots at the ocean. As soon as I step foot on the beach, fishing items float towards me. This can only mean one thing. Somebody has destroyed the chest I placed beside the crab pots here. That is not very chill. I make a few donations to the crab pot bundle. Now all I need for this one are crabs and cockles. I buy 100 bait from Willy, place a new chest beside my crab pots, and fill it with the bait. Circling back to that fishing period again, I also had Robin add a silo to the farm, and our trees have fully grown. This is a double whammy, as they say. Our chickens will have plenty of hay to eat, and we will have a steady supply of oak resin, pine tar, and maple syrup really soon. I pick up the kegs beside my house, clear out the garden pots in the shed, and replace them with mayonnaise machines, cheese presses, and looms. Before the night is over, I place 36 chests in the first upgraded shed. This is going to be our new storage area. I also managed to place all of my kegs in the second upgraded shed. The harvest is plentiful on day 69 as I gather what I hope is enough pumpkins to provide me with more than enough gold star ones for the community center. There is no time for celebrating though, as I immediately get to work on the storage shed. I spend the entire day working on it. The storage shed is almost fully complete on day 70. I already feel so much better about myself. Putting all of my items into their designated chest really does soothe my soul. For what feels like the millionth time this playthrough, I teleport to Durin's Rest where I give Durin the item he asked for. I unlock the crafting recipe for the light malter. It requires an iron and iridium bar, durinium and a solar essence. I harvest more pumpkins when I return home, ensuring that we have all the gold star pumpkins we need. Durin gave me a Cascade Hops starter when I completed that quest earlier today, so I plant it in the greenhouse as I assume I will need Cascade Hops for the current quest of his I am working on. I would like to start day 71 by showing you all my storage shed. I am pretty happy with how it turned out. When I buy the wallpaper catalog in the future, I will absolutely be sure to add a lovely wallpaper and flooring to this shed just to make it look even more beautiful. I head to Marnie's where she is nowhere to be found. You know, that reminds me, I've heard so many people complain about Marnie never being in her shop, but that rarely happens to me. So I'm going to let this one slide. I make up for this unfortunate yet minor inconvenience by asking Robin to perform the final upgrade on one of her coops. I complete the final stage in the process of setting up her new tree farm by adding tappers to the trees. Then I donate gold star pumpkins to finish off the quality crops bundle. I am mesmerized as always by the sight of forage on the farm on day 72. I wanted to visit the market in Durin's Rest, but unbeknownst to me, the Stardew Valley Fair takes place today. As a result, the market is locked. That is more than okay though. I am excited to go to the fair and get a star drop and a rare crow. I immediately get to work on my Grange display, doing my best to fill it up with some really nice items. I'm feeling confident as I watch Lewis look at each stall, hopeful that I will be awarded first place and receive 1000 star tokens. Sure enough, that is indeed what happens. Sensational. I make sure to take all of my items back. I would be very upset with myself if I left them here, and then the event ends. I am teleported back home for some reason. I have no idea how this happened. I am absolutely heartbroken as this means I have to wait until next year to get my hands on the star drop and the rare crow you can get here. No joke, I am so confused right now. I genuinely have no idea why that happened. Things go from bad to worse as I forget that Pierre's is closed on Wednesdays. I wanted to sell some Joja Berry starters as I found out they sell for 1000 gold each, so day 73 is not off to a good start. Things go from worse to worser as Robin is nowhere to be found in her shop. I am in tremendous need of a pick-me-up, and that pick-me-up comes in the form of a cutscene featuring the man, the myth, the used car salesman, Clint. He has a mission for us. He wants to get rid of the boulder blocking the entrance to the summit, but he needs us to bring him 20 iridium ore and 20 coal which he can use to make a bomb. I may not see eye to eye with Clint, in fact I do not like him at all, but he was there for me in my time of need, so I will do my best to give him the items he needs before the end of fall. Actually, no, before the end of winter. I can already tell I'm going to get sidetracked and forget about this mission he has given us, so I don't want to make a promise I can't keep. I make a good start on it though by buying 20 coal and 10 iridium ore from hold on a minute. He already has the coal and iridium ore he needs to get rid of the boulder. Why do I have to give him this stuff? I'm still going to do it, probably, but I'm not happy with you, Clint. I'm not happy at all. Jazz has a special order for us. She wants us to give salmon to the cat on the beach in East Scarp. I obtained plenty of salmon during my fishing adventure, so I will happily accept this one. Except, it's not that simple. You see, I can't just give the salmon to the cat, I need to catch 5 new salmon. This revelation has basically confirmed that I will not be doing this special order. Not because I'm too lazy to catch salmon, no, I'm just going to forget about this one like how I did with Clint's special order. I take the geode crusher I received for completing a bundle in the community center, place it beside a chest, and put my geodes and coal into the chest. This should give us plenty of gems and minerals which we can donate to the museum. I make my way to East Scarp, where I enter the cave that can be found on the beach. I came here during summer, but I did not have my pickaxe on me, so I couldn't explore it as much as I wanted to. That is not the case here. I make my way through the cave, where I discover a locked door and the entrance to the cave Lexi lives in. And that is pretty much it. I'm not disappointed though, I like the whole aesthetic of this cave. I decide to take a leisurely nighttime stroll through the town, taking in all of the sights and sounds of the area, my heart and soul feeling truly at peace. I can confirm the geode crusher is working well on day 74. I am very excited to see the goods we obtain from it in the future. I collect a good few eggs for my coops, and I am delighted to see we are already obtaining large eggs. We need gold star large eggs for the community center, so it was a massive relief seeing these show up. I enter Marnie's shop, but she is not behind the counter. I do a bit of shoplifting and, shall we say, acquire a few eggs as payment for the continued inconvenience she is causing me. I also steal Mayor Lewis's purple shorts. Look, all I wanted was to get some rabbits and ducks. I don't think that's too much to ask for. I place all of my eggs into the mayonnaise machines, but I make sure to hold on to the gold star large egg. Robin is back in her shop after yesterday's kerfuffle, so I ask her to build a barn for us. Then it's off to Ridgeside Village, where Lenny has a job for us. She needs our help to repair the minecart system here. You know what? Lenny seems like a genuinely good person, and she's doing a much better job at helping people in Ridgeside Village than Lewis is at helping people in Pelican Town, so I figure the least I can do is assist her in repairing the minecarts. She wants 300 wood, 10 iron bars, and 5 gold bars, which isn't too bad at all. I enter the hotel in the village where I meet the piano player Richard told us about on the first day of fall. Neat. Up next we have a cutscene involving Lorenzo, Chiara, and Shanice. I hope I'm pronouncing all of those names correctly, but as always, I'm probably not. Shanice says she isn't feeling well, which makes Lorenzo worried. I'm assuming Lorenzo is Shanice's husband. Chiara says Shanice is showing signs of being pregnant. Shanice seems confused at first, then agrees with Chiara. They ask me to back them up. Quite frankly, I am tremendously confused as to what is going on. I do not know what they're talking about, and I could not even tell that they were trying to make a joke. I decide to support them anyway, and they eventually reveal that the whole thing was, in fact, a joke. Now that I actually understand it, I think it's pretty funny. I take a look at the items Lorenzo is selling. It's basically the same items Pierre sells, just without any of the seeds. The rest of the day is spent chopping down trees. I have already used thousands and thousands of wood during this playthrough, and I have no doubt I will need so much more before all is said and done. Marnie is finally at the counter in her shop on day 75. I have waited so long for this moment. I buy 4 auto grabbers, which sets me back by 100,000 gold. I also buy 4 ducks and 4 rabbits, then I take the auto grabbers and place 1 in each coop. I place a chest beside the auto grabbers so there will be plenty of space for all of the eggs, wool, etc. True to my word, I embark on a voyage to Ridgeside Village where I deposit the iron and gold bars and the wood Lenny asked me to get in order to repair the minecart. From there I head north of the village where I meet a mysterious man named Gio, I think. Look, you all know how much I struggle with pronouncing names in this game. There's no way I'm pronouncing this one correctly. I've accepted that. He is aware that we are the grandchild of our grandfather. He is surprised we can see the true shape of his ears. I mean, we've got that Junimo magic flowing through our body, of course we can see his real ears. He leaves without saying much else. It turns out he did not go far because I see him standing beside Kiwi. I go to the right side of this area where I find a house. In this house is a note that reads, "Keep an eye on the old man's farm. Await further instructions." Interesting, very interesting indeed. I walk to the north of this little area where another cutscene plays. I meet Gio once again. I'm going to be completely honest here. I do not like his vibes. It's like, ooh, look at me, I have cool ears and I'm friends with a magic Junimo and I'm wearing a sweet outfit, aren't I just great? It may be time for Clint to step aside. I believe I may have found my new nemesis. The rest of the day is spent wandering around this big forest. There is an abundance of forage to be found here, which I absolutely love. There are also quite a few enemies here, which I do not mind at all. I have no doubt that my sword can make quick work of them. One thing I am not happy about, however, is that one of these monsters can hit me with the nauseated debuff. This means I can't eat or drink anything for 2 minutes. This puts me in a precarious position as I fight off waves and waves of monsters, unable to eat anything should I need to restore my health. The monsters here drop an item called Spiritual Essence. Cool. The big long serpent-like monster also drops Mountain Mist Bloom when I defeat it. Realistically, I could have left the area at any point, but I wanted to test myself and see if I could last until 2 AM. And that is what I did. I receive a letter from Lenny on day 76. She has invited us to a festival in the village. Wonderful, I'm excited to see what this is all about. I enter Ridgeside Village, walk around for a few seconds, and once again, the festival ends and I am teleported back home. At this point, I became convinced that one of the mods I am using has a feature that lets you skip festivals by pressing a certain key. I take a look and I think I was correct. The Event Repeater mod has an emergency skip function. So I reckon I accidentally hit those keys while I was at today's festival and the Stardew Valley fair, which caused them to end. I feel very silly. On day 77, I am proud to announce I have 7 gold star mayonnaise. Only 23 more and I will have enough for the community center. The egg situation is also looking bright. Our chickens are producing a ton of them each day. I'm feeling less anxious about the animal bundle in the community center now. I harvest Cascade hops in the greenhouse, then I remember that I already bought Cascade hop starters from Balor and grew them, so I retrieved them from a chest. I throw them into my machines and they get to work. Durin wants Dwarven Ale. We are currently making bitter Dwarven Red Ale wort. That's a mouthful, wow, okay. Which can be turned into Dwarven Red Ale. I'm going to be completely transparent here. I'm not proud of what I did next. I was torn between 2 trains of thought. Number 1, what if Dwarven Red Ale is not the same as Dwarven Ale and Durin won't accept it? And number 2, I'm making Dwarven Ale right now. I've basically done all of the steps involved in this quest. Why don't I just make this a little bit easier for myself? I head to the mines in Durin's Rest where I gather as much Durinium as I possibly can. I use this Durinium to make Doubloons and I spend these Doubloons on 2 Dwarven Ale. I return to the mines to collect more Durinium. I'm sure you can figure out what my plan is. I'm not going to wait for the red Dwarven Ale to be ready, bring it to Durin and hope he accepts it. I'm going to be a bit cheeky and just buy the Dwarven Ale I need. Do I regret doing this? Honestly, yeah, I do. This is similar to me buying 10 oak resin and donating them to the community center. I feel bad for doing this, but I will make up for it. I will not do this again for the next item Durin wants. I sell 124 Joja Berry starters to Pierre on day 78. Like I mentioned earlier, these are worth 1000 gold each, so this earned us a delicious 124,000 gold. I toss my coffee beans into the keg shed, then I visit Ridgeside Village where the minecart system has been restored. That is fantastic news, and on top of that, everybody was very grateful that I helped them out. It's nice to be appreciated, so that was a very heartwarming cutscene. I head to the north where I enter the house here for the second time. A cutscene plays where Geo introduces me to somebody named Daya. I do not know how to pronounce half of the names I've seen in this playthrough so far, and that is no different here. It might be Daya, or it might be Daya. I might be right, I might be wrong. I do not know. Anyway, both of these adventurers have a list of items that we need to collect from the big forest just north of here. I need to gather 25 mountain mist blooms and donate 1 each of the following items: silver fish bones, hollowed bear, entombed ring, shell bracelet, lover's sorrow, yellow wood sculpture, inked fossil, night black diamond, and a golden skull coral. This won't be easy, it might even be difficult, but I shall persevere. I said that I want to make progress on a storyline outside of the Durin's Rest one. This is the beginning of that mission. If I don't find all of these items by the end of this season, then I'm giving up on this playthrough. I cannot, will not, and must not fail to deliver these items. I enter the big forest where I spend the rest of the day battling monsters and searching for the items I need. One of these monsters drops a golden skull coral and an entombed ring. I also donated the inked fossil while I was in the house, as I picked that up the first time I came here. That is 3 of the 9 items taken care of already. I am curious about the mountain mist bloom though. It said to gather 25 of them, which makes me think they're a forage item and I can find them in this area. On top of getting them by defeating the long serpent monster, of course. I'm not seeing any of them on the ground here right now, so maybe they only show up during a certain season, or it depends on the weather or the time or something like that. At 11 PM, I find a very interesting item on the ground. A golden pumpkin. I need this for the community center. This is a very nice find. Day 79 begins in the mines in Durin's Rest. I want to buy the 3 dwarven ale I need, which means I must get my hands on some more durinium. I took all of my doubloons with me, and after leaving the mines, I turn my durinium into even more doubloons. I buy the 3 ale I need and give it to Durin, for which I receive a noble hop starter, the crafting recipe for the dwarven dark malter, and a quest to bring 5 dwarven porter to Durin. I need iron bars, iridium bars, durinium, and void essence to make this machine. I promise you, this machine will be made. It's back to the mines so I can get even more durinium. I only need 5 to make 5 of that new machine, but I figure it's better to get at least 10 of them just to be on the safe side. I make the new machine on day 80. I place a dwarven barley and piece of coal into it to get things started. I've decided to only have 1 machine beside the chest here. I don't want to run the risk of making the wrong item by having every machine working at the same time. The wizard has a special order for us. He would like us to find a prismatic slime, defeat it, grab the prismatic jelly it drops, and bring it to him. I accept this special order, but unlike the previous 2 orders, I'm actually going to do this one. I'm tired of letting these villagers down. If I can't remember their birthdays, then the least I can do is complete some orders for them. Next up is museum donation time. I have ignored the museum for quite some time now, so to make up for that, I have brought every gem, mineral, and artifact I have with me. All of these items are donated. I collect the Dwarvish translation guide and 2 rare crows from the rewards available to me, which allows me to talk to the dwarf in the mines for the first time. He is selling oil of garlic and life elixirs. I need both of these for the community center, so I do not buy them. I do not need to. I can make them myself. I will remain strong and resist the temptation to do things the easy way. Once again, I return to the forest in Ridgeside Village. I use a rain totem before I go to sleep. I want to see what effect the rain has on the forest and the items that can spawn there. Gunther pays us a visit on the morning of day 81. He thanks us for donating so many items to the museum, and he lets us know that we will be receiving a large sum of money in the mail. I check my mail, and the first thing I see is a letter from Rosa. The East Scarp Inn will be holding a Halloween party on Spirit's Eve, starting at 1 PM. I will make sure to check that out in 2 days' time. I grab my coffees from the keg shed, then I watch a cutscene where Marilyn enters the sewers. I just realized I did not receive the key to the sewers from Gunther this morning. I forgot that Marilyn gives you the key to the sewers when you reach 5 Hearts of Friendship with him. I ask Robin to upgrade the barn on the farm, then I deliver the 4 items I found in the forest last night. Mountain mist blooms have shown up in the forest, which confirms my theory that rain makes them and potentially other items appear. And by theory, I mean I looked at the wiki for Ridgeside Village and found out that rain makes mountain mist blooms spawn. I just wanted to be honest about that. I pick up the yellow wood sculpture outside the tent on the left side of the area, grab the shell bracelet in the north, and I meet a ghost girl in the right side of the forest. I talk to her and I obtain the hollowed bear. All I need now is the night black diamond. I spend the remainder of the night gallivanting around the forest, hoping to find this diamond, but I have no luck with it, unfortunately. But that is okay. Today was a very successful day regardless. Gunther sends us 40,000 gold on day 82. Thank you, Gunther. I also realized I need 5 of the item Durin wants, so I place another 4 of the same machine down beside the chest. This is going to be a long process. I need to take the dwarven barley mash this machine will make, swap the machine for a different machine, make another item, swap the machines again, rinse and repeat until I end up with 5 dwarven porter. I ask Marnie to add 4 cows to the barn and buy 2 iridium bands from Marlon. Then, to the surprise of everybody I'm sure, I head to the mines to work on the wizard special order. I need to find a prismatic slime. My tactic for this is simple. I use the elevator to get to floor 5 and I search for the prismatic slime. If it is not here, I return to the top of the mines. Then I use the elevator to go back to floor 5. Rinse and repeat until the slime shows up. And it actually shows up really soon after I start this process. This is without a doubt the quickest I have ever obtained the prismatic jelly. I enter the wizard's house where I become a bit nosy, I'll admit, and I start reading a book on one of the wizard's bookshelves. The wizard catches me reading this book and he is a bit miffed that I've decided to do this, but he says he'll teach us plenty of magic in the future. I present the prismatic jelly to the wizard, completing his special order. I spend the rest of the day searching for the diamond in the forest. Long story short, I was not able to find it. The wizard sends us a letter on day 83. He lets us know that the shadow people are holding their own celebration for Spirit's Eve in the sewer. Unfortunately, I do not have the key to the sewer, so I cannot attend this celebration. This festival is added by the Festival of the Mundane mod. I really wish I remembered that we get the key to the sewers by getting Marlon to 5 hearts, and not from Gunther after donating 60 items to the museum. That makes me sad. I head to the inn in East Scarp as a Spirit's Eve party is being held here. It's not really a festival or an event, it's kind of just a group of villagers hanging out inside here, but it's still a really nice touch. I'm excited to see if a similar party will be held for the Winter Star Festival. The inn itself has been very nicely decorated for this party too. I really like this. I leave the party and head to Robin's where I buy kegs and preserve jars. I stopped mentioning me buying these items during the last week or so, but you will see why I mentioned buying these items today pretty soon. I move on to the next stage of the Durin's Rest items machine production thingy. I don't know how to describe this process anymore. In fact, I won't mention this again until I have the Dwarven Porter. I collect a few mushrooms that have shown up on the farm, collect some that have been deposited in the chest beside our tappers, and collect them from the chest in the mushroom cave. I make 20 life elixirs and 10 farm warp totems as I need them for the community center. I throw hops into the kegs to make the pale ale I need and attend the Spirit's Eve festival. I don't spend long here at all though, I just buy a rare crow and the jack-o'-lantern crafting recipe. I head into the forest in Ridgeside Village at 1 AM. Out of curiosity, I take a screenshot of the map and the diamond has actually appeared. The problem is, here is where the diamond is located. It's at the very top of the map. I probably don't have enough time to grab it, but I guess we'll never know if I would have been able to get it because my game crashed at this point. So I had to repeat everything I did today all over again. The only things I did not do are buy kegs and preserve jars from Robin and go into the forest at the end of the day. I'm taking all of my faith and putting it into the hope that I will be able to find the diamond tomorrow. Day 84, the final day of fall. Mayor Lewis pays us a visit and tells us that the governor is sending his wife and son to live in East Scarp for winter. Lewis is relying on us to make them feel welcome. The replies to this are a mix of funny and also very accurate. My personal favourite is, "Isn't that your job?" That being said, I'm busy enough and what's in it for me are also very valid responses too in my opinion. I decide to be nice and say, of course I will. I collect eggs and wool from my coop and ask Marnie to add 4 goats to the barn. I toss some eggs into the mayonnaise machines, add hardwood to the list of items I will be purchasing from Robin every time I visit her, and I ask her to build a second barn for us. I collect crabs and cockles from the crab pots at the beach. I only get 7 crabs, but luckily I have another 9 crabs in a chest in the storage shed. I add an auto grabber and a chest to the barn and finish off the crab pot bundle by donating the crabs and cockles. I also finish off one of the bounty board bundles by donating life elixirs, farm warp totems, and a golden pumpkin. Finally, to finish off the day, I head into the forest to search for the diamond. I said earlier that if I do not find all 9 items by the end of fall, then I'm ending the playthrough. This is the moment of truth. Have these 84 days all been for nothing? Is this the end of the series? I was sweating and shaking at this point. My left leg began to bounce up and down nervously. But then, just after midnight, I found it. I found the diamond. The 9th and final item has been found. This playthrough will continue. I am incredibly relieved. I genuinely did start to believe that I wasn't going to find the diamond, so I'm really happy right now. And I think that is a good place to end the season. Again, I feel like we were very productive, especially in terms of the community center this season. I think at this point, the main question I have is, will we be able to fully complete the community center before the end of winter? We shall find out very soon. Alright, here we are, day 85. It is the first day of winter, which means we are closing in on the end of our first year. It has been quite the adventure so far, and I'm really excited to see what happens during this season. We start off with a cutscene featuring the governor's wife and son. They have arrived at the bus stop and are waiting for Lewis. As the mayor of Pelican Town, surely Lewis has made sure he is there to greet them on time and provide them with the warmest of welcomes, right? No, of course not. He is late, which honestly I am not surprised by. I don't really know where my sudden intense dislike of Lewis has come from. Normally I'm directing this sort of frustration and anger and annoyance towards Clint. Anyway, let's not waste any more time talking about our wonderful mayor. Let's rewind time a little bit. On the last day of fall, I was able to find the final artifact that Daya asked for. I'm very excited to see where this storyline is going, so of course the very first thing I do this morning is drop that artifact off. I must return tomorrow to continue this mysterious adventure. I send my hoe to Clint. I don't plan on planting any seeds during winter, besides some winter seeds so I can get the winter forage I need for the community center. So I can do without it for a couple of days. Going from one expansion mod to the other, I head to Durin's Rest where I buy 4 dwarven yeast. I need these to make the item Durin asked for. I have some wonderful news now, as the trees in the greenhouse have fully grown, which means we can start collecting fruit from them. I am eternally grateful for Grandpa's shed, as I would not have been able to get the fruit I need for the community center without it. I find the shadow guy hiding behind a bush and he gives me the magnifying glass. This allows us to collect and read secret notes. I'm not sure if the Ridgeside Village or East Scarp mod adds more secret notes to the game. Hopefully they do. It would be a lot of fun discovering any new secrets they reveal. I headed to Marnie's shop where she is nowhere to be found. I do not enjoy stealing, unless it is from Pierre or Harvey of course, but stealing some wool helps to alleviate the frustration I feel when Marnie lets me down like this. I do a bit of frolicking through the big forest collecting winter forage and having a jolly good time. I head to a place I have become very familiar with, the river in front of Leah's cabin. I decide to spend the remainder of the day fishing here. With a new season comes a new batch of fish that I must obtain for community center purposes. I have put way too much time and way too much effort into fishing during this playthrough so far. As a result, I refuse to miss out on any fish that I need to donate. I would be so upset if that happened, so I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure there is not even a sliver of a chance of that happening. And if I'm being honest, fishing has become somewhat therapeutic for me. It's a nice break from the usual hustle and bustle. My mind can finally be completely emptied during this time and I can simply relax. On the morning of day 86, I replace the machines for what I believe is the final time. The next item we get should be the one Duran asked for. I pop into my keg shed where I collect the pale ale that was brewing here. So, during fall, I bought 10 oak resin from Robin and donated them to the community centre. I still feel bad about doing this, so to make up for it, I have taken 10 oak resin out of the chest beside my tree farm and tossed them into the trash. It's difficult to explain exactly why, but I felt like I cheated by buying the 10 oak resin. As a certified Stardew Valley scallywag, it feels weird saying that making an aspect of the game easier has made me feel bad, but, you know, as Patrick Star once said, the inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Anywhomst, I make a recycling machine. I can toss newspaper into it and I might get cloth in return. Let's cast our minds back to fall one more time. I completed a quest that resulted in the minecart system in Richside Village being repaired. This is the result of that. This is pretty nifty, I will say. I have a feeling I will be going to the big forest area here, and the entrance to it is located right beside the shop, so this should save us just a little bit of time. I head to the house Geo lives in. There is a note waiting for me. It instructs me to return here after 8 PM. That is no problem at all. I can do a little bit of lollygagging in the meantime. Robin is nowhere to be found in her shop, but it does not feel right shoplifting here after the tremendous work she has done on her farm. I pass the time by fishing at the mountain lake before heading to the forest in Richside Village. Here I am introduced to Belinda. She is the seer for the red-tailed lady. I do not know what that means, but I am already invested. Belinda's mission is to find the spirit realm and cleanse the spiritual corruption in this mountain. Oh, okay, so it's not a forest, it's a mountain. Okay, my bad. Belinda says we are special and have an interesting aura which can only mean one thing. She is about to ask us to collect several items and bring them to her. We return to the house where Belinda thanks us for collecting the artifacts for her. She and her children have spent years trying to decipher that book but had no luck. So she is very impressed that we were able to do it and use the information inside the book to find the artifacts. Yeah, I didn't read the book, I just kind of walked around the mountain and hoped for the best. And I also used the wiki page, so I appreciate what you're saying, but it's not true, I'm not special. Bliss, Daya, and Geo have all shown up. They have brought artifacts with them. Apparently Belinda now has everything she needs to open the spirit realm. Just a heads up, this cutscene features flashing lights at times, so I'm going to cut them out. So if it looks like the footage has jumped ahead a bit, that's the reason why. It's probably a really small thing that I don't have to worry about, but I also don't want to run the risk of hurting anybody's eyes. Anywhomst, Belinda did open a portal, but it disappeared again almost immediately afterwards. Suddenly, a voice can be heard. The voice tells Belinda that the portal is unstable, so it has to be closed again. Belinda recognizes this voice. Apparently it is somebody called Ray. Ray says she wants to talk privately to Belinda and me. Yeah, we're absolutely going to have to collect some items very soon. I've developed a bit of a sixth sense for this kind of thing. Belinda refers to Ray as her beloved. I am immensely intrigued now. I want to know all of the lore. Is this a lover's quarrel we are witnessing between the two? Maybe? Belinda tells us to meet her children at the Ridge Forest tomorrow. Okay, wait, so there's a forest and a mountain? Alright, it turns out I wasn't wrong after all when I called it a forest. This might get confusing, so here's what we're going to do. The area we're in now with the house and these characters, I'm going to call this place the forest. The area where I collected all of the artifacts during fall, that's the mountain. Thank you for clearing that up, Belinda. That would have gotten very confusing very quickly. Anyway, that's it for today. Clint sends my hoe back to me on day 87. I head into Marnie's and buy heaters. It is winter, so I want to make sure my animals are nice and toasty inside the coops and barns. I ask Marnie to add 4 cows to the second barn I had built, do a bit of fishing at the mountain lake with a focus on catching lingcod, and ask Robin to upgrade one of the barns. I dig up an artifact spot and get a snow yam. Sweet, now I can make winter seeds. I plant the seeds, then I sprinkle some speed grow on them. The dwarven porter Doran asked for is finally ready, so I collect it, do a teeny bit of foraging, and run as quickly as I possibly can to Doran's home. I give him the Dwarven Porter and he starts talking about how we should make a Dwarven Still and use it to make another item. There's a bunch of steps involved in this, and honestly I don't want to make these items anymore. It's been fun, don't get me wrong, but we have made so many of them already. That, and I didn't get a new quest from Durin, so I don't think he actually wants the item that this new machine makes. Another little foraging session takes place. I will jump on any opportunity I get to grab more forage. Then I head to the forest as Belinda requested. Belinda dismisses her 3 children. That's what she calls them anyway. I don't know if they're like biological children of hers, or if it's like she's the leader of a group and she just calls them her children, or I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Belinda says we have to offer certain items to the crystals located around the mountain in order to restore their magic and work towards opening a stronger portal to the spirit realm. We must offer 30 items that are the same color as each crystal. So, for example, we can grab 30 cranberries from the storage shed and offer them to the red crystal. This one shouldn't be too difficult if that's the case. I probably have 30 of each colored item I'll need for this. We need 30 blue, green, yellow, orange, and red items for the corresponding crystals. Oh yeah, I definitely have what I need already. This is a lovely development, I must say. It turns out there are 2 more colors, grey and purple. Stone and eggplants, easy. After collecting the items I need for this quest, I plant some winter seeds, then I return to the mountain and donate 30 cranberries to take care of the first crystal. I find a golden pumpkin, nice, donate 30 stone to the second crystal, eggplants to the third crystal, blueberries to the fourth crystal, fiber to the fifth crystal, sap to the sixth crystal, and pumpkins to the seventh and final crystal. After doing this, we hear a voice telling us to return here tomorrow. Bliss visits the farm on day 88 and lets us know that the seer will be waiting for us in the forest after 8 PM. I head to the greenhouse where I collect 3 of each fruit that are growing on trees here. I think it's safe to say that I'm guaranteed to get all the fruit I need before the end of winter, so that is quite the relief, I must say. A very short cutscene featuring Kiwi the Junimo plays. They simply say, and that's it. I'm already invested in whatever is going on with Kiwi. Demetrius has a special order for us. He wants us to catch 10 squid. I need to donate 10 squid, so I might as well accept this one. I buy 2 battery packs from Clint and check out the wares that the dwarf is selling. I need to get my hands on 25 cave carrots in order to make 25 survival burgers for donation purposes. I could have sworn the dwarf had cave carrot seeds for sale, but I guess not. Maybe somebody else is selling them? I know for a fact I've seen them being sold, I just can't remember which shop I saw them in. After having no luck in Piers, I visit the Shadow Market, but Balor is not selling these seeds either. It's okay though, I do have a plan B when it comes to getting cave carrots. In the meantime, I visit Balor, who has a quest for us. He wants us to give 12 juniper berries to Durin. This is actually an amazing quest for us. The reason for that being, one of the trees I planted in the greenhouse is the juniper berry tree. I've already been collecting them and I can easily continue doing so until I obtain all 12 that are required. Back on the farm, I make 2 slime egg presses. I have the option of donating a red and a blue slime egg for one of the bundles. I don't have to donate either, as I only have to donate 6 of the 8 items in the bundle. But if I get one or both of these eggs, I certainly will not complain. In the saloon, I buy 25 bread from Gus. I also pick up the triple shot espresso recipe. It is time for the plan B I mentioned earlier today. I buy some bombs and mega bombs from the dwarf, use the elevator to go down to floor 15 and place a bomb on the patch of dirt. Doing this results in us getting 2 or 3 cave carrots each time. I repeat this process over and over until I get all of the cave carrots I need. I head to the beach where I spend some time catching even more fish, then it's off to the forest where Belinda is waiting for us. She activates a portal of some kind. A voice calls out Belinda's name. Belinda immediately recognizes this voice as Ray's voice. Belinda disappears and Bliss says she went to the waterfall across the bridge to the west of here, so that is where I go. It is here where I finally meet Ray for the first time. Ray asks us if we think it's strange that crops and forage grow so fast around the valley. It turns out it is because of her. She then says she is kidding. Or is she? A bit of bickering takes place between Ray and Belinda in regards to Ray shutting down Belinda's portal in the past. We then move to an area with several podiums. Then we are bestowed with some sweet backstory. Our grandmother worked with Belinda and Ray in the past. She used these podiums to create a portal to the spirit realm. She entered and was successful in helping to ensure that the corruption is restricted to the mountain and only the mountain. Unfortunately, she left the world a few seasons later, the price she paid in order to save the world, essentially. Now it is time for us to finish what our grandmother started. We need to enter the spirit realm and get rid of the corruption entirely from the valley. However, in order for Ray to be able to open a portal for us to enter, we must find a few relics and place them on the podiums here. The bad news is, Ray does not know which relic goes on which podium, so we will have to guess where they go when we get them. Trial and error, basically. It shouldn't take too long for us to figure it out after we retrieve these relics. And that is it for today. I wanted to ask Robin to add a pond to the farm on day 89, but I am broke. I didn't even realize I had almost no money left until right now. I sell 107 Joja berry starters to Pierre and buy sugar and wheat flour for the cooking of dishes in the future. I return to Robin's and actually have her build the pond this time. Then I rush to the forest. I am very excited to learn more about the spirit realm, so I will not be doing any dilly-dallying when it comes to gathering all of the relics Ray needs. I take a look at a book in the house which provides details about where to find these relics. I'm going to be completely honest here. I'm just going to look at the Ridgeside Village wiki page so I can find these relics. I don't have a good excuse for doing this either, I'm just feeling very lazy. In the hotel here in Ridgeside Village, I swing my axe at a painting on the wall. I receive the ancient music box for doing this. At the cliff to the right of the cable car, I dig up a patch of dirt between the tree and the bench to get the moose statue. I grab my watering can from my farm, then it is back to the village where I obtain Everfrost Stone, the village hero sculpture, and the sapphire pearl. I bump into Bliss outside an abandoned greenhouse. She says we should return to this greenhouse at midnight if we want to save a lost soul. I retrieve the elven comb and the opal halo. Opal? You know what, I don't think it matters what it's called. Anyway, at around 1 AM I enter the abandoned greenhouse. A cold chill runs down my spine. We feel some sort of presence here, maybe some sort of spirit. Then we pass out. The results of the slime egg press are revealed on day 90. I received 2 green eggs. I do not need even one of this egg, but there's still plenty of time left for me to try to get a red or blue egg again, so I'm not worried. Another fruit collection session takes place in Grandpa's shed. I have 6 of every fruit that I'm growing here except for pomegranate and juniper berries. I have 5 juniper berries, I'm not sure what happened to that missing one. But I do have 12 pomegranates. I think what has happened is the foraging perk that gives us a chance to get 2 of any forage item I pick up has only applied to the pomegranate tree for some reason. I think that's what happened anyway. Or maybe the pomegranate tree just gives double fruit by default for whatever reason. With adrenaline in my soul, I make my way to Ridgeside Village. Bliss is waiting for us outside the greenhouse. She informs us that the greenhouse itself is stuck between the spirit realm and the physical realm. She encourages us to return here at midnight to investigate further. Yeah, look, one of the relics I need is inside this greenhouse, so can I just pop inside and grab it really quickly? No? No, okay. Okay, I see how it is. Let's move on to the 8th relic. For this one, I head into the forest and stand in front of this statue here. According to my sources, aka the Ridgeside Village Wiki, I must remain here without moving for 2 minutes. I do so and I receive the relic fox mask. Now, when it comes to the executive decisions I make, many of them are big. In fact, all of them are big. However, every one of those pales in comparison to the one I have just made. I have decided to spend not just the rest of today fishing, but also days 91 through 97 fishing. The reason for this being I not only need to finish off catching some winter fish, but I also need to grab quite a few of each of the fish that are included in the specialty fish bundle. The following fish were caught during this period of time: squid, perch, herring, ghostfish, stonefish, ice pip, wood skip, sandfish, and scorpion carp. All that is left for me to do is to get 5 spookfish, which can only be done during the night market, which takes place on the 15th, 16th, and 17th of winter. During this fishing period, I harvested the winter forage that was growing and asked Robin to upgrade my house twice. I also made sure that my animals were looked after and collected all of the milk they produce. And I continued collecting fruit from the trees in the greenhouse. I would like to clarify one more thing. I did not go into the abandoned greenhouse in Richside Village and grab the relic, or give 12 juniper berries to Durin. I wanted to wait until things were back to normal before I did either of those things. Thank you all for indulging me there. I hope that wasn't too boring. Let us get back to the gameplay. I'm going to begin day 98 by showing you all some important items I have stored. In chest number 1, I have placed the items I need to make artichoke dip and survival burgers. That is 2 of the 6 dishes needed for the community center. I also have pale ale, and I can easily get some coffees and use them to make espressos when it comes time to donate these items. So that's actually 4 of the 6 dishes sorted. I must brainstorm the final 2 and above all else, hope that I can complete the cooking bundle. Like I said, I did not grab the final relic from the greenhouse, so I still have the 8 relics, which is still a very nice position to be in. I've taken all of the gold eggs I need and put them into a chest along with the winter forage, cloth, fruit, mayo, duck feathers and cheese I have collected. I bought 20 casks from Robin during that fishing period. Now what I need to do is ask her to add a cellar to the house so I can throw my casks into the cellar, throw my cheese into them and leave them be until they reach gold star quality. I also have 11 of the 12 juniper berries I need, which means I will get the final one today. I make 20 artichoke dips, 10 espressos, and 25 survival burgers. I collect the 12th juniper berry from the greenhouse and enter the community center where I donate the 3 items I just made along with pale ale, oranges, and wool. I also donate cherries, peaches, and apricots, completing the artisan bundle. Finally, I donate large white eggs and mayonnaise to the animal bundle and I complete the winter foraging bundle. The foraging room is now done and dusted. 3 rooms down, 3 to go. I grab some Joja berry starters from a chest, grab some cloth for my looms, send my hoe to Clint so he can upgrade it and sell my Joja berry starters to Pierre. I then turn around and immediately ruin my financial position by spending 100,000 gold to have Robin add the cellar to the house. It's off to Durin's Rest now, where I give the juniper berries to Durin. He is very pleased, but more so than that, he is very impressed that I was able to get these. He tells us he has something to show us upstairs. After following him up there, he talks to us about a diary that belonged to his father. One thing in this diary has especially stuck out to Durin. His father wrote, "Only when I return home, put down the axe and take up the hoe, will I truly be a champion." Durin's father built secret bunkers around the town many years ago. One of these bunkers is an underground greenhouse. We go back downstairs and Durin presses a button which causes an elevator to rise up from the ground outside our farm here. Of course, the first thing I do following all of this is use the elevator to enter this underground greenhouse. It is massive, and I mean massive. There are 4 big patches of land where we can plant crops, and there are 20 spaces for us to plant tree saplings. It was worth it. Everything we did here in Durin's Rest, all of the monsters we defeated, all of the items we gave to Durin, all of the machines we made, it was all worth it. There is a second floor with the exact same layout. Another 4 big patches of land for crops and another 20 spaces for tree saplings. There's also another floor, and another, and one more. There are 5 floors in this greenhouse. Now I'm no mathematician, but if I was to estimate, I would say we can plant around 900, maybe 1000 seeds on each floor. We can also plant 20 tree saplings on each floor, which means we can plant 4,500 to 5,000 seeds and 100 tree saplings in this greenhouse. I grab my Joja berry starters and ancient seeds along with 10 iridium sprinklers from the storage shed. I collect more seeds from the chest beside our seed makers and pick up a further 34 iridium sprinklers lying around the farm. I toss some items into the shipping bin, then I venture forth into the greenhouse in Ridgeside Village. The spirit here is very happy that we have returned. Apparently, the purple man and lady are keeping them captive here because they gave the spirit a challenge and they failed this challenge. The spirit asks us to complete the challenge for them, hoping that this will result in them being set free. I use my watering can on the statue at the top of the greenhouse to obtain the final relic. Then I take a look at this challenge we have been given. We have to collect 25 mountain mistbloom, that's going to be easy. Collecting 5 rubies will also be easy. Unfortunately though, there is no way I will be able to collect 10 sweet gem berries before winter is over. So I guess the spirit will have to wait until next year to be freed. I actually feel bad for the spirit. I will complete this challenge as soon as I can in spring of year 2. On day 99, I do something which I cannot believe I have not done yet. I go to the beach area on the farm and break open the supply crates that washed up on the shore. This provides us with a ton of nice items. Bombs, artifact troves, dishes, and triple shot espressos are all added to our inventory. Nautilus shells are also in plentiful supply here, which is absolutely sensational news as I have to donate 10 of them. I stayed on this beach until around 11 AM, at which point I left and went to the forest. And so begins the trial and error portion of the quest I was given. Basically, I put a relic on a podium, and if it lights up, the relic stays on that podium. If not, then I must remove it and try it on a different podium. It doesn't take too long for me to get this done, and when I do, Ray appears and thanks me for my hard work. The rest of the adventurers, no, you know what? Heroes. The rest of the heroes show up too, at which point Ray creates a portal that will allow us to access the spirit realm. As the descendant of our grandmother, we are the only person who is able to venture inside and cleanse the corruption for good. We're going to be looking for purple flames inside here, which we must extinguish. Right, no more lollygagging. Let's do this. I head inside and find myself in the mythical spirit realm. Similar to the mountains, there are many monsters here. What we now have to do is interact with a green crystal to teleport to another green crystal and basically just hope we get lucky and find all of the purple flames. The green crystals really confused me. I had a lot of difficulty making my way around this map. I will save you all the details of the hardships I endured here. Long story short, I extinguished most, but not all, of the purple flames. At 8 PM I remembered that the night market is open, so I used a warp totem to go to Durin's Rest. From there I went to the bus stop and hopped into a minecart at the bus stop to get to town and walked the rest of the way to the beach. I did accept a special order along the way to get ectoplasm for the wizard. Again, I will do my very best to make sure I complete this one. The rest of the night is spent fishing in the submarine. I was able to catch one and then a second spookfish before the night ended. Clint has sent our hoe back to us on day 100. I take a long walk to the desert as I wanted to buy deluxe speed grow from Sandy. Upon entering her shop, I am hit with the unfortunate news that she is not selling deluxe speed grow. Today is Tuesday. She sells it on Thursdays. I have goofed. Pierre also is not selling it. I already knew he wouldn't be, but I was hoping for a miracle. A miracle that, alas, did not occur. I buy a bus ticket in order to get to Calico Desert, then I get right back on the bus because I realized I am not as prepared as I want to be for the Skull Cavern run I plan on doing today. I head to the mines and buy bombs and miner's treats from the dwarf. Then I head back to the desert, drink a monster musk, and head inside. The first floor is the spiral floor, which is dreadful. There is no other way to put it. It takes longer than I would have liked for me to get to floor 2, but that's no big deal. You see, I'm not here to get down to the lowest floor I can. Instead, my goal is to try to get Rabbit's Foot. I need to donate 3 of these, and the serpents here have a chance to drop it when you defeat them. I wasn't able to get one here today before I used a warp totem to leave and go to the beach, but at least I know that defeating the serpents is really easy thanks to her sword. It takes 2 hits to take them out, so I will definitely come back here a few more times and try to get at least 2 of the elusive Rabbit's Foot. I do some fishing in the submarine and catch a spookfish. Nice. We have the 3 spookfish we need. I have no reason to spend any more time in the submarine, so I leave and call it a day. Day 101 has arrived, and with it comes the moment I, and maybe some of you, have been waiting for. It is time to donate all of the fish that are needed for the community center. I am experiencing a very real sense of pride and accomplishment as I complete the river fish bundle, then the ocean fish bundle, then the lake fish bundle, then the night fishing bundle. To the surprise of absolutely nobody at this point, I'm sure, I have made a massive mistake. I thought I needed 3 spookfish. It turns out, I need 5. I'm going to focus on the positive here. This is not the end of our dream to complete the community center in its entirety. The night market will be open tonight for the final time this year, so as long as I'm able to catch 2 more spookfish, everything will be okay. I grab my casks and cheeses from a chest and head into the newly built cellar. I toss the cheese into the casks that are already here, then I place more I'm not going to say that word anymore. C-A-S-K-S. I can barely pronounce that word. I can barely pronounce the letters when I'm spelling out the word, so I'm not going to say that word anymore. I place those things down and toss the goat cheese into them. Now we must play the waiting game. Once these reach gold star quality, I will collect and donate them. I use the portal to enter the spirit realm, and again, I'm not going to show me running around the place and getting very confused and lost. I'll just cut right to the chase. I was able to extinguish the remaining purple flames here, and when I did, I heard a voice. Gabriella, the person or spirit or entity responsible for the corruption here, has been defeated. With her grasp on the valley removed, the mountain now looks completely different, and the spirits that were trapped here have been set free. In other words, we just saved the world.
What can I say? It's no big deal, you know what I'm saying? It's just part of the job. That's what I do.
I am never, ever, for as long as I live, ever going to use that voice ever again. I am so sorry to anybody who is listening right now and had to hear that. Belinda and Ray thank us for the work we have done here. Hey, no problem. It was an absolute pleasure. I will say, this entire storyline was a lot of fun to play through. I really enjoyed all of it. The summit of the mountain has revealed itself according to Ray. There is a house up there that belongs to an old couple who were trapped there when the corruption took over the mountain. Ray would appreciate it if we visit the old couple to see if they are okay. Belinda has decided to give Gio and Daya the responsibility of keeping the mountain safe. Nice, I think that means they're going to stay here in Ridgeside Village and we can become friends with them. Daya thanks us for the work we have done. Then Gio says he is very grateful for what we have done too. Maybe I was wrong about him. Perhaps he isn't my nemesis as I thought when I originally met him. Oh, no, never mind, he still does not trust us. Okay, well, that sucks, but you know, what can you do? Anyway, I teleport to the beach where the most intense fishing experience of my life takes place inside the submarine. I catch the 4th spookfish, then at almost 1 AM I catch the 5th spookfish. I feel so relieved right now. I've got a ton of adrenaline flowing through my body right now, so I harness that adrenaline and use it as a source of motivation to get to the community center before I pass out at 2 AM. I arrive at 1:50 AM and donate the 5 spookfish. The fishing bundles have now been entirely completed. I could cry right now, that is how happy I am. But there is no time for crying as there are still plenty of things for us to do before the end of this wonderful, action-packed and chaotic year. I do a bit of gallivanting around the beach area on the farm on day 102. Nautilus shells are a top priority right now, so I reckon I shall be doing this a couple more times before winter ends. Which I do not mind at all. It is very satisfying collecting these shells and especially breaking those supply crates. I sell some crappie whoppies to Pierre, then as it is Thursday, I go to Sandy's shop in the desert and buy 800 deluxe speed grow. 2 new locations have been added to the Ridgeside minecart, East Summit Farm and West Summit Farm. I choose the West and I believe I have found myself at the house that Ray said belonged to the old couple. Inside the house I find a note. You can pause to read the note in its entirety if you like. The gist of it is the old couple who lived here were sealed away from the rest of the world. One day, a purple mist approached their farm. Nature itself came alive and encased the farm in high walls of soil, plants and trees. They tried to take down this wall but were not successful in doing so. They weren't angry at being trapped, however. In their eyes, this massive wall wasn't trapping them, but rather keeping them safe from the purple mist. They end the note by saying that this farm now belongs to whoever reads this note. First of all, sweet, we just got a new farm. Secondly, I don't know if it's just me, but that whole thing about them being trapped by a giant wall of soil, trees and plants, that is nightmare fuel. I can't even imagine being in that position. That sounds horrible. So I very much respect the fact that they were able to view it as a positive thing. That could not be me. The area surrounding the farm is very beautiful in my opinion. I don't think I'll plant crops here anytime soon, but I'm looking forward to making the old couple proud with what I eventually do with the farm. In case anybody is wondering, the entrance to this farm is located at the north of the mountain where we collected those artifacts. We can now accept special orders in the house in the forest. I look forward to accepting these special orders and then forgetting to do them. I enter the greenhouse in Durin's Rest and place sprinklers down. 9 iridium sprinklers cover 1 patch of land. If my math is correct, that means we can plant 216 seeds in one of these patches. With 4 patches on each level, that is 864 seeds per level. So all 5 levels gives us space to plant 4,320 seeds. That is going to be a lot of ancient fruit and jojo berries. The rest of the day, as well as days 103 and 104, are spent planting ancient seeds and jojo berry starters on the first floor. The Odd Jobs team in Ridgeside Village has sent us a letter on day 105. They have been informed that we now own the house at the summit in Ridgeside Village. They can renovate the place for us if we provide them with enough money. I shall keep this in mind. I harvest some pearls and send one to Willy. If you've watched my videos before, then you probably know that I consider Willy to be one of the best characters in the game. I've also made jokes before about how this character or that character is my favorite villager in the entire game. This time I'm being 100% serious. Willy is my favorite villager. And truthfully, it's not even close. After learning how to make pumpkin pie, I make 15 of them. I collect a nautilus shell at the beach, then I head to the desert trader where I discover that the crafting recipe for the desert warp totem can be purchased for 10 iridium bars. I thought it was 5. I remember I accepted a special order from the wizard to bring him an ectoplasm, so I head to the mines where the very first ghost I defeat drops the ectoplasm. Neat. I buy a rare crow from the traveling cart, deliver the ectoplasm to the wizard and walk to the desert. The good thing about this walk is it gives me the chance to defeat some slimes which drop, well, slime. These can be tossed into the slime egg press, which will hopefully give us a blue or red slime egg in the future. To finish off the day, I trade 10 iridium bars for the desert warp totem. On day 106 we have a kerfuffle on our hands. The cooked dishes bundle might be an issue. I have the pumpkin pies, so we need to get our hands on one more dish. Right off the bat, truffle oil is out the window. I don't have pigs, so I can't make truffle oil. The shrimp cocktail recipe is unlocked by watching the Queen of Sauce show on the 28th day of winter in year 2. That one is also out the window. We need garlic to make escargot, which we do not have, so again, we cannot make this dish. That leaves us with the final dish, lobster bisque. This one only requires lobster and milk, which we have. Unfortunately though, this recipe is unlocked by watching the Queen of Sauce TV show on the 14th day of winter in year 2. Or after reaching 9 hearts with a specific villager. Which means we are all good. I have the recipe for lobster bisque. You see, that specific villager is the one villager whose birthday I will never forget. They are the one villager who I will always make time for. The one villager who I will always go out of my way to talk to and to give gifts to. Gifts like sturgeon and pearls, which I have acquired quite a few of thanks to my fishing expeditions and the pearl seeds that grow on the farm. They are my favorite villager in the entire game. Willy. Willy, send you the recipe for lobster bisque when you reach 9 hearts of friendship with him. So when exactly did he send me the recipe? This morning. Yeah, that was pretty good timing. Anyway, the entire day was spent in the Skull Caverns and I was able to get a rabbit's foot today too. Beautiful. I place more slime into the slime egg press on day 107. Mr. Key has sent us 10,000 gold for reaching floor 25 in the Skull Cavern. Thank you, Mr. Key. My bank account was not looking sensational in any way, shape or form, so this was very much needed. I make 5 lobster bisque and collect the 10th and final nautilus shell I need at the beach area. A rabbit's foot, gold star large eggs, gold star duck eggs, wool and duck feathers are ready to collect in our coop. I toss the wool into looms in order to get some cloth and I take a look at a chest containing some animal products. I'm feeling good about the cloth and rabbit's foot situation. I feel like I'll be able to reach 3 rabbit's foot and 50 cloth without too much hassle. I don't think I'll be able to get 10 duck feathers before winter ends, but they belong to a bundle that lets me pick and choose what I want to donate and which 2 items I want to leave out. Finally, the gold star duck eggs. I'm slightly nervous about them, though I am hopeful that I will be able to get enough of them by the end of this week. I use the Look Up Anything mod to see what slime eggs are being produced. The first is a purple egg. That's not what I need, but it's still cool all the same. The second slime egg is the blue one. Nice. I donate lobster bisque, pumpkin pie, and nautilus shells to the bounty board bundles. All I have to do is donate 2 of the 5 items you see on the screen right now. A blue slime egg is being produced, so we just need 1 more item. The gold star requirement is actually making this really difficult. I'm legitimately worried about this bundle. I've got 1 gold star large milk and large goat milk in one barn, and 7 milk and 2 goat milk in the other barn. We're just playing the waiting game now and hoping we end up with enough of either of these to donate, along with what will hopefully be enough duck eggs on the last day of winter. Moving on now, I buy some coffees in the saloon, turn them into triple shot espressos and warp to the desert. I spend the rest of the day in the Skull Caverns. I was not able to get a rabbit's foot, but I did get some cloth. Speaking of cloth, I collect some more from our looms on day 108. We have 2 squid ink in the chest beside our pond, but I'm almost positive I won't be donating this item. I collect the blue slime egg. Piers is closed, of course he is, so I end up tossing some items into the shipping bin as I am broke. Like, actually certified broke. I have 0 gold. In the cellar, I use my pickaxe to collect my gold star cheese and goat cheese. I donate the slime egg and this cheese to the community center. I am excited to finish the community center because that means I won't have to say community center anymore. I have lost count of how many times I've said it now. I head into the Skull Caverns where I decide to leave almost as soon as I enter. The reason for this being I don't have any bombs with me. I need those. I return a short while later, feeling much more adequately prepared for this Skull Cavern malarkey session. I spend the rest of the day in here. Just like yesterday, I was not able to get a rabbit's foot, but I did get more cloth, so a win is a win. Day 109 is the Feast of the Winter Star Festival. I talk to the villagers before giving Evelyn a fairy rose. Then Caroline gives me a glow ring. I appreciate the thought. I buy some bombs from the dwarf and watch a cutscene where Willy gives us the copper pan. We can use this to do some panning. I'll be honest, the only time I use the copper pan is to get artifacts on Ginger Island. Oh, and I also wear it as a hat sometimes. I've got enough cloth to donate to the community center. That is all of the bounty board bundles completed. As long as our animals do not let us down, we will get the community center finished by the end of this week. Mayor Lewis sends us a letter on day 110. The items we have donated to the bounty board bundles were delivered to the villagers that wanted these items. This has earned us 2 hearts of friendship with the villagers. At least I think it's 2. In vanilla Stardew Valley it is, but I wonder if the challenging community center bundles mod has changed how many friendship hearts we get. Gus pays us a visit and gives us a wonderful piece of machinery. He gives us the jukebox. Gus is officially my second favorite villager in the game. Just to give you all a progress update on our animal items, I need 3 more gold star duck eggs, 1 more rabbit's foot, and 12 more large milk or 13 more large goat milk. I am nervous about the milk. I head to the Odd Jobs building in Ridgeside Village because I want to see what exactly they meant when they said they can renovate our farm at the summit. It looks nice, it looks very nice even, but A, I cannot afford it right now, and B, I kinda like the aesthetic of the farm as it is right now. I will buy this renovation in the future, but for now I'm happy to stick with what I have. Also, it has just occurred to me that I never showed my greenhouse in Duran's Rest after I planted all of the Joja Berry starters and ancient seeds I have, so here you go. Joja Berry starters are like green bean seeds in the sense that you can't walk through them, hence the layout of the seeds here. I didn't want to accidentally block the way to some of these crops and end up not being able to harvest them when they have grown. That, and it also allowed me to plant ancient seeds with the Joja Berry starters. I did not plant any fruit tree saplings, but I will absolutely be doing that next year. The goal is to fill up every floor in this greenhouse with ancient fruit and Joja berries. I am drooling at the thought of how much money we will earn from harvesting all of those crops. As has become somewhat of a habit during the last few days, I warp to the desert and spend the remainder of the day in the Skull Cavern. I get a rabbit's foot on the 4th floor. Lovely, I've got all 3 I need. I spend some time with my animals on day 111. I'm trying to encourage them to give me the duck egg and large milks I need. And that is all I did today. Day 112 has arrived. The final day of our first year begins with a letter from Lenny who invites us to the Ember of Resolutions Festival. It will be taking place in the Ridgeside Village Forest at 10 PM tonight. I go through the chests in my coop and barns and gather all of the duck eggs and large milks that have appeared. It is time for the moment of truth. I have 19 gold star duck eggs, 17 gold star large milks, and 6 large goat milks. I don't have enough to complete the community center. If I had just 1 more duck egg and 3 more large milks, then I would have what I need, but should've, would've, could've. I donate the 3 rabbits' foot to the community center, and you know what? Is it disappointing that I wasn't able to finish off this last bundle? Yeah, of course it is. I was really hoping I would be able to get it done by the end of today. But at the same time, I feel like we've done pretty well when it comes to the community center. We came so very close to getting it all done, and hey, at least we can say we gave it our best shot, right? We gave it our all, and I'm proud of myself for getting as far as I have. I will admit, I did stand in my barn for 5 whole minutes, hoping that 3 more milk would appear in the chest here, but of course that didn't happen. Anyway, let us make haste to the forest where the New Year's Eve party is taking place. I talked to the villagers here, sharing a moment of peace, relaxation, and good vibes with them all. And that is the end of winter and the end of the year. After around 5 months, as in 5 months in real life, I have finally returned to this farm. I'm going to use day 113 as a way to get myself reacquainted with everything that is going on here. I also would like to use this as an opportunity to talk about some of the mods that I am using. So between day 112 and now, the 1.6 update was released. I've gone ahead and updated all of the mods and it went very well for the most part. The mod I'm using to change the colors and textures is no longer working unfortunately, but I found another mod that fixes it. The Better Mixed Seeds mod was no longer working too, but I got very lucky and found another Mixed Seeds mod that basically does the same thing. The Shop Overhaul mod had to be replaced with a different one. The prices of some things may be a bit different, but overall it does the exact same thing in terms of adding new items to the shops. I have installed the Chests Anywhere mod. This lets me bring up a menu and access the items in a chest regardless of where I am. Truth be told, I should have been using this mod from the very beginning, but it is what it is. I decided to add a decently sized mod called Better Things. This overhauls quite a few aspects of the game. I will point out any changes that I notice going forward. Unfortunately though, I have saved the absolute worst news for last. The Duran's Rest mod is no longer working. I mean, I have it installed and the items from the mod can still be used. But in terms of us actually getting to Doran's Rest, that's not happening anymore. From what I have read, a mod that Doran's Rest relies on in order to allow the player to teleport to Doran's Rest no longer works, which means we can't use the warp totem to get to Doran's Rest. That warp totem is the only way of getting there, so we are essentially locked out of the area. The more I thought about this, the worse it got. I spent quite a significant portion of the first year working my way through the mod and eventually managed to unlock the massive greenhouse. I planted around 750 Joja berry and ancient seeds in that greenhouse and placed at least 30 iridium sprinklers in there too. I've lost all of those seeds and those sprinklers. This is truly the darkest timeline. Also, I can still use the Excaliburn sword, but it doesn't shoot fireballs anymore. I have decided that the best course of action I can take is to sell everything I have related to the Doran's Rest mod and then uninstall the mod. If the mod gets fixed before this series ends, as in before I finish playing through it, then I will reinstall the mod. But for now we must bid adieu to one of my favourite mods of all time. To compensate for me losing the massive greenhouse, I have installed a mod called Bonster's Greenhouse. This significantly increases the amount of space in the greenhouse on the farm. Of course, we won't actually be able to access this greenhouse until we complete the community center. And I think that's all I want to say about the mods I'm using, so let's focus on the gameplay now. As you have seen, I have had a very busy day full of socializing. I watched many cutscenes today, which did help me to remember a lot of the villagers from the various mods I have installed. I also took time to harvest tomatoes in the greenhouse in Grandpa's shed. I think before the end of the month I'm going to get rid of those tomato plants and chop down the trees. I'm not sure what exactly I will replace them with, probably Joja berry or starfruit seeds. Tort's birthday is today. I missed it during the first year, so I want to make sure I give him a gift this time. I would also like to give every other villager a gift on their birthday too, as well as accept every quest that is available to me at any given time. Not only will this give us friendship points and money, but completing 3 quests will give us a prize ticket. I want as many of those as I can possibly get my hands on. Willie, or William, has a special order for us. He wants 100 pieces of bug meat. This is a nice and handy order, especially considering that Marilyn sells bug meat, so I might just buy all 100 from him. I don't know, we shall see. I make the executive decision to sell all of my Doran's Rest related crops, seeds, and artisan goods. Now I have almost 100,000 gold. I decide to buy a full stack of mixed seeds. If luck is on our side, and hopefully it will be, we should get around 40 or 50 Joja berry seeds by planting these. I spent the remainder of my money on the Luck Speed Grow. If you have seen my other playthroughs, then you know that the Luck Speed Grow is one of my favourite items in the entire game. Josephine, the governor's wife, is with Lewis. She makes it clear that she is in town as a guest. She will not be evaluating how good the town is or anything like that. She wants to see the community center. Yeah, there's a slight problem with that. I was not able to finish the final bundle before winter ended, so she's currently looking at a very sad reminder of what was once a beautiful, thriving building. The mail services mod is currently not working. I did manage to fix this though. It turns out I was missing the mail framework mod, so I will be able to send gifts to the villagers again starting from tomorrow. I clear out the remains of the crops on the farm, then I head to Richside Village where I watch another couple of cutscenes. Bryle and Faye seem to be having a little kerfuffle. I am not entirely sure what is going on. Apparently Bryle bumped into Faye and she spilled a drink or something and she's half asleep and he's a silly man and apparently this is like a regular thing with them. I don't know, let's move on to cutscene number 2. Kaihi and Trini are playing tag. They ask Lorenzo to play with them and he does. This is a nice change of pace compared to the previous cutscene. The vibes here are so much better than at the food stall. I give a golden pumpkin to Torts, that's around 3 hearts of friendship with him secured, nice. All that is left for me to do today is to plant the mixed seeds I bought, so that is exactly what I spend the remainder of the day doing. Also, good news, we can now find mystery boxes. Marnie sends us a letter on day 114. She congratulates us for donating 30 artifacts to the museum and gives us 8 blossom coins. This item is part of the Better Things mod. Emily has a shop in the saloon where we can buy things with this currency, so I will have to check it out at some point. It is Morris's birthday today. I don't really care though because A, I'm doing the community center route, and B, it's Morris. He's on the same level as Caroline's husband in terms of me not liking their vibes. I sell some carrots, and actually I can't remember if I said the name of Caroline's husband at all during the first year. If I did, then I'm retconning that. It never happened, it's no longer canon, alright, I never said his name. He is, and always will be known as Caroline's husband. I collect all of the items in the coops and barns and donate 20 gold star duck eggs to the community center. Alas, I still need either gold star large milk or goat milk. I thought I was done, but it looks like we have a bit more work to do. I sell everything besides the gold star milks to revitalize my bank account and buy 50 of each spring seed. It's going to be quite a while before we even come close to achieving perfection, but I'm going to make sure I grow plenty of each crop so we'll be good for the cooking recipes in the future. I'm not sure how much the iridium sprinklers costed last year, but because I had to use a different shop overhaul mod, they are now 16,000 gold. I think the tactic of buying iridium sprinklers instead of making them has come to an end. That price is just too steep, unfortunately. Thanks to the Chess Anywhere mod, I'm able to immediately add the seeds I bought to a chest. That is very convenient, I love this mod already. I visit Lewis and watch a cutscene where he tells us that he has had a new machine added to his house. This machine allows us to trade our prize tickets for useful and valuable items. Lewis says he is worried that this is going to result in people only doing good things so they can get a prize ticket for it. I tell him he is absolutely correct and I only care about the tickets. I trade my first ticket for some carrot seeds. My overall goal here is to get as many Star Drop teas as possible. They will be invaluable when it comes to improving our friendships with over 70 villagers. I donate a blossom coin to the museum, then I head to the quarry. I consume a monster musk and enter the mines here. I picked up a special order from a villager named Lola in Ridgeside Village. She wants us to defeat 20 haunted skulls. While I am working on this order, I receive a copy of the Monster Compendium book. Reading this book will give us a chance to get double the loot from any monster we defeat. The good news train continues to roll steadily along the tracks as I grab the golden scythe from the statue at the end of the mines here. I defeat 20 skulls with relative ease. Now all I have to do is remember to talk to Lola so I can turn in the order and receive my 10,000 gold reward. Truth be told, the fact that I have to remember to do that means that I probably will not talk to Lola until fall or winter of this year at the very earliest. I bump into Marlin outside of the Adventurers Guild. He believes it is now time for us to meet Krobus. Finally, I've been waiting so long for this moment. We make our way into the sewers where Marlin introduces me to him. Krobus seems to be a bit nervous, though he did not try to attack us, so I would say this went about as well as it possibly could have. I enter the Adventurers Guild where I meet Alicia. She does not stay for long. Marlin just wanted her help taking care of the slimes in the mines. She's a cool character. It's been over a year since I last played Stardew Valley Expanded, so hopefully she has more backstory or a new quest or just something that will result in us learning more about her. I buy 100 bug meat from Marlin, which I toss into a barrel. William's special order has been completed. I buy the rare disc artifact from Krobus. I mentioned that Emily has a new shop in the saloon thanks to the Better Things mod I am using. This is a very interesting shop to say the least. It looks like she's selling all of the cooking recipes you can get in vanilla Stardew Valley, along with the recipes for some new dishes added by this mod. I have also noticed that the coffee donut gives a plus 10 speed boost. That is actually wild. I'm absolutely going to grab one of those and take it for a test drive. Some new swords are available for purchase. The wooden one is inspired by the wood sword you can get in Minecraft. This is a neat little item. I think the main thing we need to focus on with this mod, and specifically this shop, is figuring out how to get our hands on more blossom coins. Day 115 begins in an absolutely marvelous manner as I grab not just one large milk but 2 of them. I cannot even begin to describe how excited I am to donate this milk and finally complete the community center. I'm feeling a bit emotional right now if you can't tell from my voice. It's been a long journey trying to donate every item. I honestly can't believe we're basically finished with the community center. That's kind of crazy to me. Speaking of donations, I continue the trend of being Gunther's favorite person thanks to the many items I am providing him with. Then I eat the coffee donut. The speed boost will last around 4.5 minutes, and honestly I think that's a fair trade for 10,000 gold. I make around 100 tree fertilizer, then take my kegs and fill up an entire shed with them. This one was already half full with kegs, so I don't know why I waited this long to put kegs on the remaining empty spaces, but sure, look it. We now have a fully completed keg shed. That is lovely stuff altogether. I toss a joja berry and an ancient fruit into seed makers. I'm still deeply upset that I've lost however many joja berry and ancient fruit seeds it was I lost thanks to the whole Duran's Rest kerfuffle. It's really a shame that we won't be able to access the village anymore, and especially the greenhouse that has all of our seeds growing in it. Right now I am upset, but I'm sure I'll feel better once I have at least 500 joja berries growing in the greenhouse that we have on our farm. But that being said, it will probably be at least 5 or 6 weeks before that happens. Hardwood, as always, is going to be an invaluable resource going forward. I've already got plenty thanks to the tree stumps and logs on this farm and in the secret woods, but I want more. So I plant a bunch of mahogany tree seeds and sprinkle fertilizer on them. I get to Clint's just in time and sell some gold and iridium bars to him. Clinton, we're going to call him Clinton, alright? Clinton asked us to bring him iridium ore and coal last year so he can make a bomb and use it to destroy a boulder at the summit. I dilly-dallied a lot when it came to giving him those 2 items, so I decided to take care of it right now. I also pick up 5 battery packs and iridium bars just to have them. As I make my way to the community center, I can feel my heart pounding, my left leg bouncing up and down, and my right arm shaking with excitement. Every single brain cell has been replaced with the happy face emoji. I am legitimately on cloud 9 right now as I donate the gold star milk to the community center and complete the final bundle. It is done. After 115 long days, the challenging community center bundles are finally complete. Now, the real game can truly begin. I pop into Marnie's shop and surprise, surprise, she is not there. I know she will never apologize to me for how much she disrespects me, so I've stolen her milk instead, and I do not feel bad about it. Day 116 is truly a glorious day as the greenhouse has finally been repaired. I walk inside and I am absolutely positively over the moon to see it is massive. Granted, it's not as big as the greenhouse we had in Duran's Rest, but nonetheless, it is the perfect replacement in my eyes. One of our main goals for spring and summer will be to make as many iridium sprinklers as we possibly can and get started on creating the joja berry and ancient fruit empire inside here. There are also spaces for quality sprinklers on the left and right sides of the greenhouse, so I'll make sure to plant seeds there too. I want to make the most out of each and every single little inch of this space. The top floor of the greenhouse has hundreds of spaces for tree saplings. Truthfully, I don't think I'll plant any trees here. I might just try to fill that entire room with kegs. I doubt I'll be able to cover every space with them, as that would be like 1,000 kegs, maybe a couple thousand, actually, now that I think about it. But I will make a decent effort at doing so at least. I collect some animal products from my barns and coops, then I spend the rest of the day relaxing in the big forest. I'm still getting my bearings and getting used to all of the mods again, so a nice peaceful gallivanting session in this area was definitely needed. A text box appears on day 117. It lets us know that an explosion was heard at the railroad. Beautiful, this means Clint has destroyed the boulder at the summit. I shall investigate the area soon. For now, it is time for us to enjoy the fruits of our labor as the community center has been restored. Thanks in no part to Lewis, of course. He literally did nothing the entire time I was working hard. Honestly, I think I should be mayor of Pelican Town at this point. That should be my reward. Or Gustavo, he would also be a very good mayor. Oh, no, actually, you know what? Lenny would be a great mayor. I know she's already like the chief commissioner of Ridgeside Village, but still, I want to see the look on Lewis's face when he hears that his sister is taking his job. Wow, I really don't like Lewis. I'm going to move on to something else before I get heated. Today is Alyssa's birthday. I shall of course be presenting her with a marvelous gift later today. And Kent received a present yesterday as it was his birthday. I am taking this whole friendship thing very, very seriously. I do not want to end up having to get every villager from 1 or 2 hearts to 10 hearts in year 3 or 4 or whenever it happens to be. I want to max out as many as I possibly can this year. I retrieve a prize ticket. It's actually really easy to get these now as we can accept 6 quests every single time the bounty board resets. The best ones, in my opinion, are when the villager wants an item delivered to them. It takes like 5 seconds to send them the item using the mailbox. Even if I just do 3 of them every time, that's still a guaranteed ticket. William is putting the bug meat I bought for him to good use. He's having a little fishing extravaganza at the beach. He gives us the crafting recipe for the quality bobber as a thank you for the meat we gave him. The 5 iridium bars and battery packs I bought from Clint a couple of days ago, I donate those to the boat. Now I only need 200 hardwood and we will be on our way to Ginger Island. I meet Yuma at the bus stop. He is in quite the hurry and tells us he has to be on his way. This is rather suspicious behavior I'm seeing right now. I wonder what he's really up to. I hadn't officially met Alyssa yet, which meant I couldn't use my mailbox to send her a birthday gift. So I went on a bit of a scavenger hunt trying to find her. I took a small break to accept a special order. The hotel here needs some materials so they can have a backup energy source if the power ever goes out. With that order added to our list of things to do, I continue searching for Alyssa. After a couple of minutes, I catch up to her and give her a grape. Was it worth doing all of that just for 3 hearts of friendship? Yes, it was, and I will gladly do that again 100 more times in the future. To begin day 118, a very short cutscene plays where I see a little teleportation circle. I enter the woods and another cutscene plays. This one features William. He tells us that the king salmon can be caught inside the big forest. They sell for a nice chunk of money. I think I remember this fish being a little difficult to catch. It's not very hard necessarily, but it was tricky. Unless I'm thinking of a different fish, but I don't think I am. No, it's definitely the king salmon I'm thinking of. You know, that reminds me, I used to think I was indecisive, but now I'm not sure. Anywho, after stepping into the teleportation circle, I am brought into a little forest area. I make my way through a maze of sorts and find a meteor. Breaking it gives me iridium ore and a prismatic shard. Neat. I reach the end of the area where there are several Junimo huts. I buy 5 rare seeds and 20 magic bait and I find 2 iridium quality ancient fruit. That is very nice. What is not very nice is having to find my way back out of this place. It's almost like going through the maze at the Spirits Eve festival. When I emerge, I visit the Hat Mouse where I buy a hat that looks like a strange bun. I regretted buying it as soon as it was added to my inventory and I felt gross putting it on my head. I don't have a problem with the hat itself, no, it's just a case of this not being the hat that my heart desires. I want the deluxe pirate hat. Unfortunately, that hat can only be found in a treasure chest in the volcano dungeon on Ginger Island. So I must play the waiting game for now. Though I will cry if I do not get that pirate hat before the end of summer at the latest. I chop down all of the tree stumps in the secret woods so I can get my grubby little hands on hardwood. Thankfully, these tree stumps respawn every day, so me destroying all of them will not have any long-lasting negative impact on this place. I make a desert warp totem and use it to teleport to the desert, of course. I do a bit of foraging, as the iridium quality coconuts and cactus fruit will make great gifts in the future before exchanging a prismatic shard for the galaxy sword. I'm still going to be using the Excalibur as my main weapon, but it's nice just to have the galaxy sword. And if I'm remembering correctly, we have to obtain this sword if we want Marlin to give us a quest and advance one of the main plot lines in the Stardew Valley expanded mod. The remainder of the day is spent chopping down logs and stumps on the farm. I was able to get the rest of the hardwood I need for the boat, so we shall be setting sail for Ginger Island really soon. I use bombs to destroy a bunch of trees in this little forest area on the farm. Mega bombs might be the way to go when it comes to clearing out the trees and rocks and various other items on the farm in the future. But realistically speaking, we don't have to even think about that right now. I won't be decorating my farm and making it look pretty until the end of this year, maybe even later than that. I make a mountain warp totem and use it to teleport to, you guessed it, the mountain. I make my way up to the railroad where I meet the wizard. Truth be told, I didn't actually mean to start this mission of his. I actually wanted to see if we can access the summit after Clint destroyed the boulder up here. Basically, the wizard wants us to talk to Krobus, gain access to a tunnel in the sewer, find an item called the Dark Talisman, and use it to gain access to the witch's home. I mean, I will do his quest, but for now I want to enjoy the view at the summit. I plant my 5 rare seeds before the day ends. To begin day 119, I grab some oak resin from the chest beside the tree farm and collect all of the mushrooms that have accumulated inside the mushroom cave. I plant just a couple of ancient fruit and jojoberry seeds in the greenhouse. It really isn't much. There's no but. I'm just making very slow progress in this area. There's no good news this time, unfortunately. Hopefully, though, we can pick up the pace in the future. Preferably really soon in the future. If we want to be able to afford all of the cool stuff included in the mods we're using, then we need all of the jojoberries and ancient fruit we can get our hands on. As always, I accept almost every quest available. My goal is to get at least 3 done so I can get a prize ticket. Sometimes I'm even able to get 2 in one day, which is, as you can imagine, always a wonderful occasion. 2 people want aged Blue Moon wine and will give me 30,000 gold for it. We can buy one of this item a day from Sophia for 28,000 gold. We will be making a 2,000 gold profit if we buy one of those and send it to one of the 2 villagers, so that is exactly what I will do. I head into the shop owned by Caroline's husband where I talk to Abigail. She is stuck on a level in the Journey of the Prairie King game. Abigail came to the right person. My skill level when it comes to the Prairie King game can best be described using the lyrics from the theme song used by WWE superstar Sonya Deville. Those lyrics are the following. I am a beast. I am a menace. I am the storm. I'm coming to get it. Conquer the throne and aim for the ceiling. Another victory. We always finish. Certified winner, the day I was born. I don't know about you, but I have goosebumps right now. Absolutely riveting lyrics. Like I said, that describes my Prairie King abilities to a T. As you may have guessed, the enemies in this game did not stand a chance. I sell my mushrooms to Caroline's husband and buy some deluxe speed grow, then I check the rewards available to me in the museum. The flute block is not here. Strange. I thought I donated the bone flute to the museum already, but I guess I didn't. Regardless, I bring up the menu to search my chests and find one. I donate it to the museum and retrieve my beloved flute block. I donate 200 hardwood to William. The boat will be repaired tonight. I pay a visit to Sophia's house where I buy the aged Blue Moon wine I was talking about earlier. I have to say this is the sneakiest way I've ever made 2,000 gold. I actually kinda feel bad for this ludicrous display of price gouging on my part. Next on the agenda is to work on the mission given to us by the wizard. I speak with Krobus and ask him to open the door to the tunnel. This tunnel leads to the sewer within the sewer. Getting through this area is a walk in the park. Even though the Excalibur no longer shoots fireballs, it is still really powerful and makes quick work of the enemies here. I make it to the end of this place and grab the Dark Talisman from a chest. After returning to the farm to send the Blue Moon wine to a villager, obtain my prize ticket and 30,000 gold, I used the Dark Talisman to gain access to the Witch's Cave as the wizard requested of us. Once inside, I catch a void salmon followed by a void mayonnaise. I give this mayonnaise to one of the best characters in Stardew Valley history, nay in gaming history. This distracts him long enough for me to sneak into the witch's house, grab the wizard's ink and teleport back to the wizard's tower. Hold on, why does the witch have a way of teleporting directly to the wizard's tower? I know she's the wizard's ex-wife. Speaking of that, actually, I'm going to go on a tangent. I'm convinced that the wizard cheated on her. His exact words were, "I made a mistake that drove her away." If that is the case, and if there is ever solid evidence that the wizard cheated on the witch, presumably with Caroline, then the wizard and Caroline are my 2 least favorite characters, and I will immediately start calling Caroline's husband by his real name again. Until then, however, he shall remain known as Caroline's husband. Anywhomst, now that we have completed the wizard's mission, we can have new buildings added to the farm. The Better Things mod makes a big appearance here. First of all, we can now add buildings to any farm. That includes the Ginger Island farm when we unlock it in the future, and the farm that we unlocked at the summit in Ridgeside Village. I think I might get Junimo huts built on both of those farms in the future. Maybe, I don't know. I might experiment a bit and see what buildings would be of most benefit to us. I can also buy Ridgeside Village and East Scarp obelisks and the Wizard's Book. The wizard book allows us to access the wizard shop from the comfort of our farm. Alright, at this point it is with great pleasure that I announce I am very much interested in this playthrough once again. Evelyn pays a visit to the farm on day 120. She gives us a garden pot. This brings back beautiful memories of filling a shed with garden pots and growing a bunch of different crops in them. Thank you for this whimsical gift and a lovely trip down memory lane, Evelyn. Surprisingly enough, it is nobody's birthday today. Days like this are few and far between as a result of how many villagers are in the game thanks to all of the mods I'm using. At the special orders board, Evelyn has a task for us. She wants us to bring her 12 leeks. This should be an easy one as I can just plant spring seeds and get leeks that way. So I accept this special order with zero hesitation. I buy an aged Blue Moon wine from Sophia. I'm going to hold on to this one. I will use it as an emergency gift if I somehow end up not having any other item that a villager loves on their birthday. And now the time has finally arrived for us to leave this town and embark upon a voyage to the mythical island of Ginger. As soon as I step foot on the sandy shores of the beach, I toss most of the items in my inventory into a chest. I will grab them when I unlock the farmhouse, which likely won't happen until tomorrow. I find a golden walnut in the forest and oh no. Oh no. Oh, we've reached the part of the playthrough where I say golden walnut about 1,000 times over the course of 2 weeks. This is going to suck, but it must be done. I open up a package and receive 3 tent kits. These function the same way as the bed in our house. We place them on the ground outside, go inside the tent, and we fall asleep right there. They are very handy. I tried to guess where all of the gems go, but I couldn't do it. For the first time ever, I gave up trying to put them on the right podiums. I'll have to collect at least one gem the proper way and place it on the actual podium it belongs on before I try to guess where the rest go. I grab a walnut in Leo's treehouse and give a walnut to the parrot here. This unlocks the north of the island. I won't show me collecting every walnut one by one as that would take too much time, but rest assured I collected every walnut that I have access to in this area at this moment in time. I talked to the golden parrot. It can provide us with all of the walnuts I'm missing for over 1.1 million gold. If I had enough gold, this would actually be extremely tempting. I'm sort of glad I can't afford it because I genuinely think I would have caved and bought all of those walnuts. I collect a couple more walnuts, plop my tent down on the ground outside the volcano dungeon and head to sleep. I am feeling absolutely sensational when I wake up on day 121. Wasting no time at all, I enter the volcano dungeon and plow my way through the floors here. The Excalibur is still an absolute titan of a weapon and makes very quick work of the monsters here. On floor 2, however, I obtain the dwarf hammer. It is very cool and it does a lot of damage, but I still prefer the Excalibur. I really wish I could still shoot fireballs from that sword. I use mega bombs to destroy rocks, obtaining various ores, materials and golden walnuts while making my way to floor 5. I buy the ginger ale cooking recipe, the island warp totem crafting recipe, and a few super meals. This dish gives a speed boost when we eat it. That is the only reason why I bought it. I find an ostrich egg in a chest on floor 9 that was a wonderful find. Eventually, I find myself on floor 10 where a cutscene plays. I meet Lance, a character included in the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. If anybody is unfamiliar with him, he is part of the Adventurers Guild, like Merlin. If I remember correctly, he will play a sort of major role in the Stardew Valley Expanded storyline in around 3 weeks or so. I find a prismatic shard in a chest and use it to enchant my Excalibur. It has received the Haymaker enchantment. I got very excited when I saw that, as I initially assumed it would add bonus damage to the sword. But then I remembered reading about that enchantment before, and I think all it does is it adds hay to a silo if we use the sword to cut grass. Not the best enchantment, honestly. In fact, I feel like I have been bamboozled. I collect 2 walnuts in this area, then 1 more while making my way back to the docks. I use 10 walnuts to unlock the west side of the island. I was hoping to get a walnut. Literally just 1 walnut is all I was asking for here by breaking the muscle nodes, but it just wasn't meant to be. So I collected the walnut inside the shipwreck instead. Again, I won't show me collecting every walnut here on this side of the island, but just like in the north of the island, I collected around half of the walnuts in this area. I can get the rest tomorrow. For now, I talk to a character named Birdie as she has a quest for us. She has given us a memento. We must give this memento to the villager we think will want it the most. Kent is that villager. He will give us an item in return, we give that item to another villager, rinse and repeat until we get the pirate's locket. We then give that locket to Birdie to complete this quest. It might sound like a lot of work, but it's really not. It's a really handy quest that you can get done within a day, maybe 2 days at a push. But yeah, it's not that bad at all. I spend 20 walnuts to have the farmhouse rebuilt before the night is over. Day 122 has arrived, and with it comes the responsibility of chopping down all of the tree stumps and logs, as well as clearing away all of the stone, debris and weeds on the farm. I'm not entirely sure what I'll be planting here. I'm leaning towards planting a bunch of mixed seeds and the seeds of spring crops. I collect a few more walnuts, but what I specifically want to highlight is the Simon Says game. This gave me so much trouble. It is unbelievable how many times I messed this up. I would be embarrassed about it if I wasn't so excited about eventually doing it right and earning 3 walnuts. I also need to keep in mind that coconuts and golden coconuts are temporarily a very, very, very valuable resource. I need to crack open a golden coconut to get a guaranteed golden walnut, and then I need to crack open an undetermined amount of golden coconuts to get the fossilized skull artifact. I say an undetermined amount because I could get it after cracking open 1 coconut, or I could crack open 60 coconuts and not get the skull. There's no way of telling which way it will go. I am going to remain optimistic though. I have hope that it won't take any more than 10 golden coconuts. I do a bit of fishing and get a starfish, a seahorse and a walnut. I need to get 4 more walnuts from fishing, but they should come naturally over time. I catch a blue discus and a sea sponge, might as well work on the fishing collection a little and use my 20 walnuts to have the island resort built. Now the villagers can visit the island. I do even more fishing and catch a lionfish and a baby lunaloo. In the southeast of the island I find a little dock along with a note. The note is from Murphy. He will be here with his boat on Saturdays. In case anybody forgets, Murphy is part of the fishing trawler mod. We can go out to the sea on his boat with him and do a minigame to catch a ton of fish. I played a game of darts 3 times to receive 3 golden walnuts, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I do just a little bit more fishing. Also, the abandoned Joja Mart was struck by lightning during the night. Interesting. Day 123 is not off to a scintillating start as I do not have enough walnuts to build the island trader. I need but 1 more walnut in order to do so. The bounty board is being kind to me as always in terms of the fantastic quests it is giving me. I visit the bookseller for the first time. I can't afford most of these books, but I do grab the price catalogue. Realistically, I could have just added the mod that lets me see the value of the items in my inventory. Well, actually, hold on, what am I saying? I'm using the look up anything mod. I can literally already see the prices. That was kind of a waste of money now that I think about it, but, you know, I tend to make poor financial decisions. I have Clint crack open 2 coconuts and receive a walnut and a banana tree sapling. Back on the farm, I go on a leek scavenger hunt. I have not forgotten about Evelyn wanting 14 leeks, though I have been dilly-dallying a bit with that order, so I need to get some spring seeds planted sooner rather than later. I buy a bus ticket and head to the desert. I spend some time foraging, then I return to my home away from home, Ginger Island, where I unlock the island trader. I exchange my coconuts for 5 golden coconuts, then I spend the rest of the day planting a bunch of different seeds on the farm here. Day 124 is a rainy day here on the island, which is amazing news for us as it means a bird has appeared. This bird drops a ruby. As I found this bird in the north of the island, I placed the ruby on the east podium. You see the problem here? I stumbled over the first hurdle. I failed before I even got started. I put the ruby on the wrong podium, meaning no matter where I place the other gems, I won't complete the puzzle. Thankfully, I eventually realized my mistake, placed the ruby on the north podium and correctly guessed the positions of the remaining gems. I receive 5 walnuts for my troubles. Our next stop now is the southeast of the island. It is time to do the mermaid's puzzle. Normally you would have to get Robin to 6 Hearts of Friendship, unlock the crafting recipe for the flute block, make 5 of them and place 1 under each of the stones here. I really can't be bothered with all of that, so instead I'm just going to use the 1 flute block I got for donating the bone flute artifact to the museum. I place it under the first stone, click on it the required number of times, walk past it slowly so it produces a noise, pick it up, place it under the next stone, rinse and repeat for every stone here. The end result is me completing this puzzle with only 1 flute block and receiving 5 walnuts. I unlock the dig site area where the very first thing I do is use bombs to blow up all of the rocks here. This provides me with plenty of artifacts, which is very nice as I would like to get every artifact as soon as I possibly can. I of course make time to collect the walnuts hidden in this area, do some panning and finish the day with a bit of fishing. I have an unimportant announcement to make on day 125. I paid 5 walnuts to have the mailbox added to the Ginger Island farm. This means I can send gifts to the villagers and complete a quest even when I'm here. It makes things a lot more convenient for us, which I think is worth the 5 walnuts I paid for it. Another panning session takes place at the dig site. This results in me obtaining the fossilized tail. Sweet. I use a bomb to destroy the boulder blocking the cave here, freeing Professor Snail. He owns a little museum on the island here, or a field office as the game calls it. This is where we can donate the artifacts we find on this island. As you can imagine, I have no intention of taking my time with the field office collection. I would very much like to donate everything before the end of spring at the very latest. I use a warp totem to quickly get to town. From there I make my way to Grandpa's shed where I harvest some tomatoes. Also, I have some exciting news. The Egg Festival takes place today. There's not too much I can say about this festival though. I didn't buy anything from the stall here, however what I did buy is first class tickets to the Neon Aries Penitentiary for everyone who took part in the egg hunt. I showed no mercy. This is not just a game to me. This is the one moment each year where I get to show how much of an absolute titan of intensity, courage, passion, and dedication I am. None of the other participants stood a chance. Like I said, I sent them all down to the Neon Aries Penitentiary and threw away the key. I had this competition locked down. Not many things are certain in life, but there is one thing that is certain, and that is me winning the egg hunt this year. I receive a prize ticket for my flawless victory. I better get 3 of those tickets when I win again next year, or Lewis will be going to the Neon Aries Penitentiary too. Also, according to the Look Up Anything mod, I have 2 more of these tickets lying around here somewhere, so I need to find them. We are visited by the wizard on day 126. Apparently a high-ranking member of the council is interested in teaching us some cool magic thingies. He wants us to meet him at his tower as soon as we can so we can learn how to perform warp magic. I, for one, am very excited about this. Lance also pays us a visit and gives us his schedule. That's about it really. That cutscene basically lets us know that we can start working on our friendship with Lance from this point forward. Haley and Maeve, it is their birthdays today. I shall make sure both of them receive a lovely gift. As always, I accept a minimum of 3 quests at the bounty board. I tried to enter Haley and Emily's house, but I am too early. This actually ended up being a very good thing, as you will see in a minute or so. I trade my tickets for mixed flower seeds, mystery boxes, and a Stardrop tea. I then entered Haley's house and gave her a coconut and the Stardrop tea I received. I had 2 hearts of friendship with her before this. Now, she's maxed out. That's at least 6 whole hearts of friendship. You see, a loved gift gives 3 hearts of friendship on a birthday. The Stardrop tea also gives 3 hearts of friendship on a birthday. You can give an ordinary gift and a Stardrop tea to someone on the same day. So because I did that on her birthday, I received 6 hearts of friendship with her. Getting as many Stardrop teas just became a top priority. I'm going to try to do this for every villager's birthday. That will make reaching max friendship with everybody literally a million times easier. I head to Clinton's shop and ask him to crack open my golden coconuts. The goddess of luck must have been on my side today as I was blessed with the fossilized skull. I've gotten so used to having to crack open like 20 coconuts that I was legitimately shocked when I saw this happen. When I leave the shop, a cutscene featuring Haley plays. She is in the back garden of the house watering the plants. She wants us to join her inside the house. We follow her inside and she starts venting to us about how basically she feels lonely and misses her parents. It has been over a year since they left, and ever since, all they've done is send money and short letters. Haley appreciates her parents letting her and Emily live in the house for free, but she wishes they would come home every once in a while. I visit the field office where I answer the 2 survey questions correctly in order to get my hands on 2 golden walnuts. Then I donate every artifact I have. This ends up being all of the artifacts that are needed, which means the field office collection has been completed. Professor Snail gives us the crafting recipe for the ostrich incubator as a thank you. We also receive a mango tree sapling, a banana tree sapling, and 11 walnuts. Nice. I head into the saloon and try to give the memento to Gustavo. I do not know why I tried to give it to him. He is not the right person for this item. I find Kenny in the shop and give him the item. In return, he gives me gourmet tomato salt. I steal 3 apricot tree saplings. Sophia was not impressed as she watched me do this. I give the tomato salt to Gustavo and he gives me a rose in return. As always, I wish I could keep this beautiful flower, but alas I cannot, as somebody is waiting to receive it. That somebody is Sandy. Begrudgingly, I give her the flower and she gives me the advanced TV remote. I buy some beet and rhubarb seeds and give the TV remote to Georgie. He bestows the Arctic shard upon me. Following this, I enter the forest where I meet the wizard. He provides us with some juicy lore relating to the magical aspects of the valley. As the resident magic practitioner of Stardew Valley and Pelican Town, he is responsible for the safety of its citizens. As such, he has to use his magic to create a barrier around the town, protecting it from monsters. Kamala, the witch of the castle village, is in charge of the largest barrier in the entire world. The wizard then skedaddles. Apparently he has a council meeting to attend. I enter the mastery cave, as I like to call it. I select farming mastery, which grants us 3 rewards. Number 1, the iridium scythe. We can use this item to harvest crops. It is my favorite tool in the entire game. Number 2, the crafting recipe for the Statue of Blessings. When we make this statue and place it on the ground, we can touch it to receive a random blessing each day, like infinite energy for example. And number 3, we can find golden animal crackers. Giving this item to any animal doubles its produce. Except the pig, we can't give one of these crackers to them. I enter the wizard's tower and am given a potion that he made. I drink it and feel something change within myself. The potion has given us the ability to create warp runes, or as I like to call them, little teleportation stations. The wizard tells us he wants us to meet him in a little forest north of our farm. This area will become our nexus. As excited as I am to get started on creating our nexus, there are a couple of things I must take care of first. I give the Arctic shard to the wizard and receive a delicious wriggling worm. The traveling merchant is selling a Stardrop tea that is amazing. I cannot afford it, that is not amazing. I use 100 hardwood to repair the giant tree stump before heading north of the farm where I meet the wizard. He takes me into the little forest here, or the Nexus as he referred to it as in his tower, or Enchanted Grove as he is calling it now. For the sake of simplicity, I'll just call it the Nexus. We set up a teleportation station in the Nexus that links us to the wizard's tower. This is but the first of many teleportation stations that will be created in our Nexus. Finally, to finish off the day, I harvest all of the crops that have grown. Our farmer is getting straight to work on the Nexus as they create a teleportation station linking it to the farm on day 127. I head up to the Nexus and collect the dewdrop berries that have spawned here. These give us a very nice +2 speed boost when we eat them, so we can pair them with a coffee for a total of +3 speed. It is also salmonberry season, so I'm going to make sure I collect at least 50 of them. It doesn't look like I will need that many, but it's just in case there's any hidden crafting or cooking recipes. As today is the 15th day of spring, it is a very special and important day. It is the beginning of the Desert Festival. I was not able to go to this festival during the first year as it hadn't been added to the game yet. Demetrius has a special order for us. He wants us to catch 20 river fish. We will receive the crafting recipe for the computer if we can get this done, so get it done we shall do. I take a look at the greenhouse in Grandpa's shed. The spring seeds I planted have not fully grown yet, so I must come back in 2 days' time and hopefully get all of the leeks I need for Evelyn's order. With all of my very serious, very official and very formal business taken care of for the day, I can finally attend the desert festival. I ask your man in the food stall to make me a dish using fruit and hot sauce. I then speak to Marlon, who presents me with 2 challenges. I can only accept one of them though. I decide that I shall be collecting 15 pieces of iridium ore. The reward for doing so is 40 calico eggs. These eggs can be useful as we can trade them for items being sold by the various vendors here. I won't spend too long speaking about this Skull Cavern adventure. After reaching floor 37 and collecting more than enough iridium ore, I leave the Caverinos. I speak to Gil, who gives me 25 calico eggs as a result of me reaching an egg level of 12. I give the worm to William and receive the pirate's locket. This is the item Birdie wants, so all we have to do is give it to her and her mission will be complete. I trade my rubies for a couple of spicy eels and check out the stalls being run by Robin and Maru. I have to say, I'm disappointed by their range of products. Nothing jumps out at me, like there isn't a single item that I want. It's a shame really, because I've got all of these eggs and nothing to spend them on. Emily has set up a tent where we can try on a new outfit. I head inside and when I emerge, I don't know what I'm wearing, but I like it. I keep it on, partly because it looks cool, but mainly because I recently realized I'm not wearing pants. And I haven't been wearing pants since the start of spring. My bad. I check out another stall, but again I don't want anything that they're offering. I do buy a rare seed from the traveling cart though. And with that, today has concluded. Marnie has sent us a letter on day 128. We can now buy an ostrich in her shop and she has given us 8 heart fruit. I'm not entirely sure what these can be used for, but it's nice just to have them. I plant a couple of rare seeds in the greenhouse. I should clarify, the reason why I'm planting these here is because of the spirit in the greenhouse in Richside Village we met during winter of year 1, I believe it was. They were given a list of things to do and when they failed, they were punished by being trapped inside that greenhouse. I still have to collect 10 sweet gem berries and some more mountain mistbloom for them. I do a bit of frolicking around the big forest and end up in the lower right hand side of the map. I make my way through a grassy tunnel of sorts and find myself in a place called Sprite Spring. I can hear 2 spirits talking to me. They're very curious as to how I can understand them. They correctly assume I am a student of the wizard. I tell them my name and they introduce themselves as Klaus and Angelica. The place I'm in now is their home. I swim across the water and find myself in a lovely grassy area with iridium quality tulips and blue jazz. These will make for excellent gifts. Following this, I enter the forest that contains the Junimo huts. A Junimo called Peaches jumps out and gives us an item we can use to create a teleportation station that links this forest to our nexus. Today is truly a cutscene-filled day as another one is played at the bus stop. Ian is here and has 2 big heavy boxes with him. We ask him if he wants our help and he says no, and then we're like, are you sure? And he's like, go on then, yeah, give me a hand please, thanks, and it's all so lovely. Over on Ginger Island, I harvest a bunch of parsnip, kale, potatoes and garlic. This rewards us with 5 golden walnuts. I made sure to leave a couple of garlic here as there is a frog in a nearby cave who wants to see a fully grown melon, wheat and garlic. We will receive 15 walnuts for showing him all 3, so I really do not want to accidentally harvest any of those 3 crops. I plant beet and rhubarb seeds in place of the crops I harvested, and I plant 2 banana tree saplings and a mango tree sapling too. Tea saplings, strawberry seeds and cauliflower seeds are all added to the list of crops that are growing here as well. I talk to Birdie in order to give her the pirate's locket. The reward for doing this is 5 delicious golden walnuts and the crafting recipe for fairy dust. I feel like we've gathered a ton of walnuts thus far, so I check my progress by interacting with the door to the walnut room. It turns out we have collected 98 walnuts. Only 2 more and we can enter this room. Wasting no time whatsoever, I dig up one along with a pearl on the right side of the farm. Then I dig up another along with a quality bobber just north of where Birdie's house is located. With these 2 golden walnuts added to our collection, we can now enter the walnut room. Mr. Key greets us when we walk inside and tells us he's very impressed and we did so well and blah 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 blah. I don't care, just let me see the special orders. Key's kindness is actually one of the better orders we could have been offered. It will be very easy for us to give out love gifts to the villagers as we can just send them the gifts in the mail. And that is it for today. Another harvesting session takes place on the island of Ginger on day 129. Tulip, cauliflower and blue jazz are planted here in place of the harvested crops. I'm definitely planting a lot more seeds than I need to, but you know, better safe than sorry. I have received an interesting letter from somebody named Fizz. They've heard we are working on a very special challenge and they have the perfect solution for us. They want us to meet them in the watery cave here on the island. Nah. Spring forage is ready for collection in Grandpa's shed. I have officially gathered enough leeks for Evelyn, which is just fabulous stuff altogether. I deliver a dozen leeks to the home of Evelyn, Georgie and Alexander. Then I spend the remainder of the day fishing. I must do this in order to complete Dimitri's special order to catch riverfish. Jarek pays us a visit on day 130 and I don't know how to describe this scene. Like, I'm saying this out of character, I don't know what on earth he was trying to do here. It sounds like he was trying to have like a friendly competition and see who can have the nicer farm, but he said it in such a meandering, long-winded way that it almost made no sense. It was like watching one of my videos, really. That'd be the best comparison I can possibly make here. Evelyn sends us a coffee maker as a thank you for the leeks. This machine will produce 1 coffee every morning. A plethora of crops are ready for harvest here on the main farm. Slimeberries, jojo berries, salal berries, strawberries, oh my. What an absolutely sterling way to begin the day. I want to keep the vibes alive and well, so I head to Sprite Spring where Klaus and Angelica help me create a teleportation station. I use my Nexus to get to the Junimo Forest where I buy 5 more rare seeds and 10 hyperspeed grow. And that is it for today. Day 131 begins with a short cutscene featuring us. How wonderful. We have received the crafting recipe for the coffee maker. This crafting recipe has been added by the Better Things mod. Over in Ridgeside Village, I accept an order from somebody, I don't know their name. Regardless, they want us to give them a bunch of bug steak. Again, I can buy bug meat from Marlin, so this is a nice and easy order for us to get. It turns out we need to give them 20 bug steaks, so I will need to buy 200 bug meat. I'm alright with that. It shouldn't be too expensive. I spend the rest of the night in the mountains here in Ridgeside Village collecting mountain mistbloom. Day 132 is off to a very productive start as I send items that have been requested by the villagers. The mail services mod in combination with the help wanted mod makes life so much easier. We can now complete 3 to 6 quests every 2 days. That's a bunch of easy friendship points, money and prize tickets. I trade 7 prize tickets for various items, the most noteworthy of these items being the Friendship 101 book. Reading this book results in us increasing our friendship with the villagers just a little bit quicker. Following the exchanging of my many tickets for some tasty goods, I watch a cutscene involving Georgie, Evelyn and Philip. Long story short, Philip is trying to organize a time for Georgie's therapy. Georgie is way too tired and does not want to do it at all. Philip and Evelyn encourage him to do it anyway as it will really help him. In the end, Georgie gives in and agrees to do his physical therapy. Like always when it comes to watching a cutscene, when it rains, it pours. That's right, we have another cutscene now. This one features Marlon. He recognizes the sword we have as the Galaxy Sword. He is very impressed that we have been able to get our hands on one. We can now buy the Galaxy Hammer and the Galaxy Dagger from him. I'm still holding on to my Excalibur sword for dear life, so I shall pass on the Galaxy weapons. I do not need them. Our third cutscene of the day plays. We tell Marlon about our Nexus and how we can set up teleportation stations to connect our Nexus to different places. Marlon helps us set up a teleportation station to the left of the Adventurers Guild. Our Nexus is looking absolutely sterling after all of our hard work so far. I believe we only have 2 more locations left to add to it. Those shall be revealed in around 3.5 weeks. I enter the saloon where, surprise surprise, another cutscene plays. I was having a jolly good time at the bar when all of a sudden, Elliot approached me. I immediately skipped the cutscene. Thanks for ruining everything, Elliot. Mayor Lewis pays us a visit on day 133. He lets us know that Community Day will be taking place on the 22nd day of each month. The villagers will gather together and spend this day in the community center. That sounds marvelous. I will do my absolute best to attend this wonderful occasion. My storage system absolutely needs to change. Now that I have the Chest Anywhere mod installed, my current storage system is about as useful as a handbrake on a canoe. It takes a ridiculously long time for me to find the item I'm looking for as I painstakingly look through every chest I have. I head to Robin's and buy a big chest or 2 or 14 from her. I then make another 5, 10, 15, 16 big chests. That gives us a total of 30. I head to my smaller shed and pick up my looms, mayonnaise machines and cheese presses before filling this shed with every big chest I have. The rest of the day is spent giving each chest an appropriate name. For example, the chest that will contain all of our spring crops, spring seeds and spring forage is given the name spring crops, spring seeds and spring forage. This should make it a lot easier to find the items I'm looking for. Day 134 begins with me clearing out the original storage shed. This will be filled with kegs really soon so we can be fully prepared to make Joja berry wine when our Joja berry seeds in the greenhouse are ready for harvest. I make my way around the farm, renaming each and every chest I've placed beside the pond, bee houses, preserve jars, etc. I make sure I pick up the now empty chests, place a geode crusher down and put a chest beside it. Finally, I toss a chest into our brand new keg shed. It's time for a bit of socializing now as I watch a cutscene involving Clint, Emily and Shane. Shane is recording an advertisement for Joja Cola. Clinton and Emily are playing the role of a couple. Clinton is very much struggling with this role as he has a very well-known crush on Emily. A crush that is unrequited. Honestly dude, just move on, like she clearly doesn't want to be with you. Stop wasting her time, and your time. Let her do her thing while you do yours. Also, Joja Mart was shut down as a result of us rebuilding the community center. Claire was never told about this and arrived in town expecting to go to work today. That is very unfortunate. Though, that being said, the whole town did make a big deal of the community center being rebuilt, so I don't really know how she's only just finding out about this. I want to talk now about the part of the community mod. I may have talked about it at the start of this playthrough, but it's been a while and I've made a change to the way it works. I'm pretty confident in saying that if you talk to a villager, then any villager who sees the conversation happen gets a bonus 2 friendship points. I have increased that 2 friendship points to 10 friendship points because, as I said, there's around 70 villagers in the game now. I'm hoping this will prevent a scenario in which I spend an entire year talking to the villagers to work on their friendships, while also not being too strong so it can avoid me maxing out friendships too quickly. I might change that value again in the future, though I will be sure to mention it if that happens. I enter Joja Mart where the challenging Community Center Bundles mod has once again made an appearance. I have to donate 10 of the 11 items you can see on the screen right now. It seems like a lot, but we are in a very good position right now in terms of being able to make a lot of these items or obtain these items. This won't be too bad, I think. Though I might wait a week or two before I get started on donating these items. Another cutscene plays where Clinton basically tells Jacob to go away. I talk to Jacob and he doesn't seem to be interested in talking to me. His mind is clearly focused on other things. Poor guy, I hope things start going his way soon. The bookseller is in town, so I take a look at what they are selling. Books. They're selling books. The Queen of Sauce cookbook is available for purchase, which I really want, but I am broke, so I walk away feeling very sad. I take a look at the special orders board. The wizard wants me to obtain 10 blossom coins. These are included in the Better Things mod. I have no idea how to get these, but I accept it anyway. I make a few crystallariums, harvest some sweet gem berries in the greenhouse, and plant some Joja berry seeds. Day 135 begins with a nice harvest. At this point, I decided to install the Walk Through Crops mod. This mod allows us to walk through crops like green beans and Joja berries. So, you know, the crops that kinda stick out of the ground and you just bump off them when you walk into them. Now we can actually walk through them. I've decided to toss my blossom coins into crystallariums. In 3 days' time, I should receive 8 of them. I sell some crappy whoppies and buy 5 each of the various warp totems from Krobus, along with 5 void eggs. I take a trip to the Mastery Cave where I select Mining Mastery. This gives us the crafting recipe for the heavy furnace. This will greatly improve the rate at which we produce various bars. I visit Marnie's shop where she isn't home. So I temporarily permanently borrow some eggs that she left lying out in her shop. Day 136 is off to a good start as I toss a dinosaur egg into the incubator in a coop. After using a warp totem to get to Ginger Island, I harvest some crops that have grown before speaking to the frog in the cave. I show him the melon, wheat and garlic I have grown, which results in me getting 15 golden walnuts. With that done, I can safely harvest the rest of my crops and flowers. I plant some mixed seeds, jojoba berry seeds and coffee beans, then I accept a new order from Mr. Key. He wants us to get 100 each of different coloured items and toss them into a box in his room. This will be really easy to do once I have finalised my storage situation. I can easily search for each item I need and drop them off. I have some good news and bad news now. The bad news is I can't send the 50 copper bars somebody asked for using the mailbox, which means I will have to find them and give them the bars and battery packs in person. The good news is I sent Robin's axe to her, so I'm sure she will be very happy about that. Our smelting station has received a very much needed upgrade in the form of heavy furnaces. I have also made the statue of the Dwarf King. Once per day I can click on the statue to choose between one of two bonuses that will help us in the mines. I head to the mines where I get started on collecting bug meat for a special order I picked up. The new tradition of accepting every quest available at the bounty board continues on day 137. This has made it so much easier to get a bunch of prize tickets. I open up a present and receive the Mapping Cave Systems book. We now get a 50% discount on Marlin's item retrieval services. The thing is, I am an absolute behemoth when it comes to adventuring. There is a negative 42% chance of me getting knocked out, thus I will not lose my items. Ergo, I will never be using the item retrieval service. I consume a monster musk and enter the mines. I decide to shift my focus from bugs to dust sprites. I want to finish the goal of defeating 500 of this monster before doing anything else. The reward for doing this is the burglar ring. This ring gives us the chance to get double the loot from any monster we defeat. I have an announcement to make on day 138. The mod that lets us walk through crops has made the game 39 times more enjoyable. It has completely revolutionized the way I play. And by revolutionized, I mean I no longer have to spend a couple of seconds walking around a crop. Something not that chill has happened with our crystallariums and the blossom coins. They produced 4 blossom coins despite me putting a blossom coin into all 8 crystallariums. And on top of that, the 4 coins I did receive did not count towards the wizard's order to find 10 of them. I might just let the crystallariums work away and gather all of the coins they produce in a few weeks' time and just see what I can buy with them then. I trade my prize tickets for some items in Lewis's house. I am a mere 1 ticket away from receiving a Stardrop tea. That is, tea-rific. I meet Abigail in the saloon where she is once again having some difficulty with the journey of the Prairie King game. Like last time, I channel my inner Cody Rhodes and overcome all of the odds to emerge from this battle victorious. I am now the official, reigning, defending, undisputed Prairie King champion. I toss a duck mayonnaise into a box here in the saloon to get the Pinky Lemon statue. A strange bun goes into a box in Vincent's room and I receive the Ferrogumon statue. I bump into Penny at the museum who tells me about how Vincent is interested in the origin of dinosaurs. So she has decided to incorporate the dinosaurs into math problems. I've got a math problem she can use. Tyranno Hasselberry summons Superconductor Tyranno in attack mode. It has 3,300 attack points. His opponent has a monster with 1,000 attack points. The 2 monsters battle. How much damage does his opponent take? That's a Yu-Gi-Oh! GX reference right there. I'm not sure how many people will actually get this one, but if you do, props to you. You have exquisite taste in shows. After making a few donations to the museum, it is looking stacked right now. I collect all of the rewards that are waiting for me. I quickly toss them into a chest I have labeled as the tools/everyday items chest. I shall put them into the correct chest later. Back on the farm, I use the mailbox to complete a few quests. When using the statue of the Dwarf King, I choose the bonus that makes it so bombs don't damage me. I collect a few statues and furniture items from a chest as I have a little experiment to perform. So the Better Things mod has another cool feature. Some of the statues can produce items now, similar to the Statue of Endless Fortune. That statue produces an item that a villager loves to receive each day. It turns out that out of all of the statues and furniture pieces I have, only the Ferogiamon and the Pinky Lemon statue produce items. Over on Ginger Island, I have come up with a game plan for summer. Basically, I'm going to plant as many mixed seeds as I possibly can, and they should produce a good amount of the various summer crops along with some more Joja berries. The island trader is selling blossom coins for 10 heart fruit each. They are also selling heart fruit for 3 slices of pizza each. I don't actually know if it's a slice of pizza. I can't see the text that says what the item is. Basically, I'm still completely lost on how exactly to get a consistent supply of blossom coins and heart fruit, aside from the crystallariums. I enter Robin's shop where I do not steal anything. Robin has done way too much work on my farm for me to even consider stealing from her. It's kind of ironic that I refuse to steal from somebody called Robin. You know, because Robin is her name, but it sounds like robbing, which is another word for stealing. Anyway, I toss a super cucumber into a box behind the community center to get the HMTGF statue. I also trade a ticket for the illustrious Stardrop Tea. Also, these warp totems have made getting around so much easier. I may buy a ton of these from Krobus and stockpile them. I send a golden pumpkin to Lance, then I try to send him a Stardrop Tea, but I cannot. This hurt my feelings, so I went to sleep. A very short cutscene played during the night showing the farm in the big forest. I would like to show what 4 statues produce to begin day 139. The HMTGF statue will give us a farm warp totem in around 7 days. The Ferogiamon statue will give us algae soup in around 4 days. And the Pinky Lemon statue will produce eggplant seeds in 3 days. I assume the items they produce will change each time. However, the most interesting thing here is the Stardew Hero trophy I got for completing the community center. This will produce a star drop in 124 days. I did read about this on the Better Things mod page. The trophy will produce a star drop once per year. That's a really cool feature, though I don't think this playthrough will go any further than year 3. We'll maybe get to winter of year 3, but I don't think we'll enter year 4. But again, that is quite a while away, so who knows. I still cannot send a Stardrop Tea to Lance, which means we will have to wait until tomorrow to get him to 2 Hearts of Friendship. Here is a quick look at the greenhouse. I think I'm going to stop planting ancient seeds and just plant Joja berry seeds exclusively from here on out. I enter the abandoned farm we saw in a cutscene last night. I am utterly perplexed as to what is going on inside here until I meet the wizard in the forest. He wants to know where we got the scroll in our pocket from. I have no knowledge of this scroll. I did not even realize I had it on me until he mentioned it. The wizard himself is unable to read the scroll, and so he must call upon Camilla. Camilla, as we learned previously, protects Castle Village and oversees the largest magical barrier in the world. Camilla believes the spirit who wrote on the scroll is a child, as they seem to barely understand their own language. This spirit is a Junimo, and apparently they want to be our friend. We are about to meet one of my favorite characters ever. The bad news is we have quite a bit of work to do before we can meet them. I buy 17 battery packs from Clinton, then I enter the shop owned by Caroline's husband. Josephine is here. The man who shall not be named seems to recognize her and refers to her as the Zuzu Songbird. Josephine immediately denies this, says he has her confused with somebody else, and runs out of the shop. He then tries to talk to me, but I'm having none of that and skip the rest of the cutscene. I sell all of the Joja berry starters I have. I was waiting until I made iridium sprinklers to plant them, but I desperately need the money right now and they sell for 1,000 gold each. As tempting as it is to buy iridium sprinklers, I really can't justify spending 160,000 gold on 10 of them, so I just grab 475 mixed seeds instead. Then I buy another 500 or so more seeds. I return to Clinton and buy 25 battery packs. Then I buy even more battery packs to bring us up to a total of 60. I buy some bug meat from Marlin and make all of the bug steaks I need for a special order. Following that, I ask Robin to upgrade the second barn on the farm. I believe both barns are now fully upgraded. Out of nowhere, I remember reading a note on Ginger Island that said Murphy would be here with his boat on Saturday. And so I set sail with the big man himself. Despite the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 month break I took from this playthrough after day 112, I am very proud to let you all know that when it comes to this fishing trawler activity thingy, I am still in the top 2. And I ain't number 2. I do my thing, repairing the nets, keeping the engine stocked with fuel, patching up any leaks downstairs, and preventing the ship from being flooded. The trip was a massive success. When I return to land, I check my box of fish and find copious amounts of octopus, sardines, and eels among others. I'm going to try to do that again at least once every 2 weeks, if I remember to, of course. I toss some items into the box in the walnut room to complete Key's order. I use my gems to buy Caroline's husband's missing stock list. I warp to the desert where I spend all of my money on starfruit seeds. I have to bring 200 starfruit to the abandoned farm in the big forest if I want to meet the new character Kamala told us about. Which means I still have to buy another 40 starfruit seeds. Day 140, the final day of spring has arrived. All things considered, I think this has been an extremely productive season. I send a gift to both Bert and Sunny as their birthdays are today. I wanted to send a star drop tea to Bert to immediately get some extra friendship with him, but I was not able to send it. So I must track him down and give him the tea in person before the day ends. After sending a golden pumpkin to Lance, I tracked Bert down in the Ridgeside Village and give him the star drop tea. I now have 7 hearts of friendship with him. This is ridiculous in the best way possible considering I started the day with 0 hearts of friendship with him. I deposit 20 bug steaks in a box beside the laboratory to complete one special order and accept a special order from Faye. She wants us to bring her 3 different pieces of clothing. We have only today to get this done. We are not getting this done. Moving on swiftly now, I enter the hotel in the village where I watch a cutscene featuring Jezebel. She asks if her and her grandfather could visit her farm sometime. Without any hesitation, I say yes, to which Jezebel promptly calls me a complete pushover with 0 backbone who lets people walk all over him. In all seriousness though, the advice she gave is actually very important. Know your boundaries and limits and practice standing up for yourself so you can do it when it really counts. That is very important, indeed. Like, no jokes, take her advice. Seriously. Naomi comes into the hotel and asks if I think Lenny would approve of a karaoke night here in Ridgeside Village. Naomi answers her own question and decides she is going to organize one anyway. Alright, cool, thank you for asking for my opinion and then not letting me speak. That was very nice of you. We can organize a birthday party for a villager here in the hotel. I assume this will give me some bonus friendship points with them, so I will be using this as often as I can. Or maybe I will just use it once and then never use it again, we'll see. I can only organize one party for Jazz right now, so I do that and will maybe continue to do so. Assuming I get those bonus friendship points for it, of course, otherwise I will just save my money. I warp to the desert where I buy some more starfruit seeds, fill up my greenhouse in Grandpa's shed with these seeds, and deliver the missing stock list to the owner of it. I spend pretty much the rest of my money on battery packs, make 64 iridium sprinklers, and place every single one of them in the greenhouse. With these 64 and the 11 others we have up here, that gives us 75 sprinklers. Which means we have space for a potential 1,800 Joja Berry and Ancient Fruit seeds. And I still have a decent amount of spots to put sprinklers down in still. So that will probably jump up to at least 2,000 seeds. I might take away the Ancient seeds here and replace them all with Joja Berry seeds. Maybe, I'm not sure, I'll have to wait and see. And that is where we end the day, which means our second spring is officially over. Summer is going to be an amazing season for us, I can just tell. Day 141 is here, and with it comes the beginning of our second summer. Marlin pays us a visit and wants us to drop by the Adventurers Guild when we get the chance. I will absolutely be doing this, of course, but I first have to take care of our crops. I harvest a few salal berries and collect 10,000 gold from a villager named Maddie. This is a reward for a special order we completed for her. Richard, the owner of the hotel in Richside Village, has sent us a letter notifying us that we can stay in his hotel free of charge. I don't think I'll be making much use of this as I've already completed the main storyline in Richside Village, but I appreciate the sentiment all the same. I take a little trip to our Nexus and use it to quickly teleport to the Adventurers Guild. When I enter, Marlin begins talking to us about Lance. More specifically about how Lance has a home in the Highlands up north. Marlin will allow us to use his boat to visit Lance provided we do something for him first. He requires a variety of monster parts. Were it anybody else, I would be outraged that I must do something nice for them in order for them to do something nice for me. However, Marlin is up there with William on the list of villagers who I am very, very, very lenient with. At this point, I truly believe they could slap me and I would apologize for hurting their hand with my face. Here are the items Marlin wants. I already have most of these, so all I have to do is just buy some bug meat. Then I give these items to Marlin with absolutely zero dilly-dallying. Beautiful, we should be able to visit Lance in the Highlands tomorrow. I believe this is going to be the beginning of a wonderful adventure in which we finish off the Stardew Valley expanded storyline involving the Adventurers Guild. Sticking with the whole theme of adventuring, I visit Clinton and have a wonderful conversation with him. He provides us with some delicious lore about the Adventurers Guild and Castle Village. He has just finished making an iridium-infused sword for a monster hunter in Castle Village. I mean, that's cool, but where's my iridium-infused sword, huh? Clinton then decides to give us some news that is not that chill. He isn't getting many orders from the Adventurers Guild here in Pelican Town because there aren't many adventurers left here in Pelican Town, if you catch my meaning. Clinton finishes the conversation by acknowledging that he can be a bit awkward sometimes, so he's grateful that we make time to visit him and actually speak to him. If there is one thing I will not stand for, it is a mod that tries to make me feel sympathy or any positive feelings whatsoever towards Clinton. That man has almost ruined many of my playthroughs. He has been an almost constant inconvenience to me. With that being said, I acknowledge you, Clinton. I use a warp totem to quickly get to Ginger Island. Warp totems will be used in abundance for the remainder of this playthrough. I simply do not have the patience to walk everywhere, so I'm going to be using these to teleport to places as often as I possibly can. Especially in the future when I can either make or buy dozens of them at a time. After a harvesting session here on the island, I take away everything except for the coffee, joja berry and strawberry seeds. I plant mixed seeds in their place as this will help us get all of the summer crops we will need in the future. Mr. Key has a wonderful special order for us. He wants 100 each of different colored items. This is an easy way for me to get 35 key gems every time, as I can simply use the Chess Anywhere mod to grab the items I need from my various chests. I can then drop them in the box, completing the order in under a minute every time. The Better Things mod has provided us with a new special order from Emily. She wants 3 golden coconuts. Again, this won't be difficult to complete. The remainder of the day is spent planting mixed seeds. Just like on Ginger Island, this is done to ensure that we will have all of the crops we need for the future cooking recipes. Day 142 is also spent planting these seeds and making the farm look just a tiny bit more clean. Leah pays us a visit on the morning of day 143. She gives us a statue she made. She has called the statue How I Feel About Neon Aries. Not interested, I have no time for this tomfoolery. Be gone from my farm, Leah. Philip also drops by the farm and apologizes to us as we had to take care of him in the saloon because he was a mess apparently. I say apparently because I'm gonna be honest here, I skipped that cutscene. I have no idea what he's talking about. In my mind, it's not canon, alright, it never happened, so he doesn't have to worry about it. In other words, once again, I have no time for this tomfoolery. Be gone from my farm, Philip. Andy has sent us 50 Georgia Colas, and this is unironically the nicest thing anyone has given me in this entire playthrough so far. I harvest a couple of sweet gem berries and Georgia berries, making sure to toss the Georgia berries into seed makers before visiting the greenhouse in Grandpa's shed. The Look Up Anything mod lets me know that the starfruit here will be ready for harvest in 5 days. I make good use of the part of the community mod to get a few bonus friendship points with the villagers in the town centre before resuming the trend of accepting every single quest available to me at the bounty board. The more Stardrop tea I have, the faster I can reach max friendship with everybody. I ask Robin to upgrade a coop, then I watch a cutscene involving her and Linus. At some point during this cutscene, Robin will comment that it looks like there's something we want to say to Linus. Do not, under any circumstances, ask Linus to live on the farm with you. I understand why you'd go for that option, but Linus will reject your offer and you will get nothing. Instead, just say you're happy he is doing well. This will earn you a bonus 2 hearts of friendship with him. Up next, it is time to visit Lance in the Highlands. I meet Marlin at his boat and we set sail. The journey is nothing short of smooth and we arrive at our destination with no hassle whatsoever. We go inside Lance's home, at which point he tells us about the monsters in the area. They drop 4 special seeds that will grow into monster crops. He wants us to obtain these 4 seeds, plant them, harvest the resulting crops and bring them to him. When the cutscene is over, I am brought back to the Adventurers Guild. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is not where I want to be. I immediately get back on the boat and return to the Highlands. As soon as I reach the area, I'm greeted with another cutscene. It basically serves the same purpose as the previous one, as I'm told to get the seeds and bring the crops to Lance. He warns me that the area is very dangerous and we should be very careful. Yeah, you see, the thing is, I'm still holding onto my Excaliburn sword for dear life. At some point I'm going to have to uninstall the Doran's Rest mod, but that is not happening today. So, equipped with the wonderful Excaliburn, I make my way west, defeating all of the monsters I come across as I do. I pick up my first monster seed from a slime. Pretty soon after that, I obtain the second monster seed. I opt to go in the northwest direction, chopping down some logs and tree stumps to gain access to the area up here. I almost perished several times, but my salal berries kept me going. I continue making my way up the mountain, chopping down even more tree stumps and logs and defeating enemy after enemy after enemy. When I arrive at the peak of the mountain, so to speak, I begin a battle I was not prepared for, but one that I shall win nonetheless. The beast here is a powerful one, dare I even say it is the strongest enemy I have ever encountered in this game. Through sheer willpower I defeat it and obtain some wonderful items. Copper and iron bars, dinosaur eggs, 2 types of treasure chests and a golden key. What I do next can either be described as top tier shenanigans or the biggest of big brain moments. I place a tent down and go to sleep, which means on day 144 I wake up right beside the beast. It is time for round 2. Unlike last time, I knew exactly what to expect from this fight. And by that I mean I kinda just trapped it in a corner and hit it over and over again until it was defeated. I receive my second dose of the tasty items it gave me yesterday. With that display of scallywagism out of the way, I make my way down the mountain. As tempted as I was to explore the area further, I have a laundry list of things to do today. So I teleport home and take care of my farming duties. Inside the greenhouse, I harvest some sweet gem berries. At last, that mission that was given to us by the spirit trapped in the greenhouse in Ridgeside Village has been completed. I shall head there soon with the good news. I plant some joja berry seeds down here before watching a cutscene with several villagers. Trini is asking Sean if he is a princess turned prince. Jazz asks Blair if she knew about this and she says, "Of course, Sean told me about him being a girl turned boy when we were fishing at the ridge." Vincent then decides to ask Sean how he knew, to which Sean says he felt like he was supposed to be somebody else. When he figured out who he was, he felt so free, like a caterpillar turned into a butterfly. Personally, I think that one of the most beautiful things that can happen in life is when somebody figures out what they need to do and who they want to be so that they can be as comfortable and as happy as possible. That applies to a lot of things, like figuring out what career you want or how you want to spend your free time or so many other things. And that of course includes what Sean went through and what this entire cutscene is about. I'm happy for him, like genuinely happy for him. This was a nice cutscene to watch. When I arrive in Ridgeside Village, I meet Naomi. She is terrified of the cable car and does not want to go down it alone, so our farmer accompanies her. It's still scary of course, but she's able to do it. She is deeply embarrassed and ashamed of her unacceptable behavior, her words, not mine. I don't think it was that bad, honestly. I'm just happy she was able to make some progress with something she had been struggling with for a long time, it seems. I quickly make a mountain warp totem before entering the hotel. Around the end of spring, I think it was, I booked the hall here for Jazz's birthday. Jazz was at 8.5 hearts of friendship before this. She is now at max friendship. So I received at least 1.5 hearts of friendship by booking the hall for her birthday. If I had to guess, I would say it's like 2 full hearts of friendship. That's enough socializing for today, I think. I believe now it is time for us to explore another area in the highlands. I break a bunch of boulders to gain access to the entrance to a massive cave. I end up completing a monster eradication goal here. Nice, that's another one ticked off the list. I haven't really noticed it, but I've been completing these silently as I go along. I can't imagine at this point I have too many left to do. I make my way through the cave, heading northeast. I end up in a room that contains a dwarf who is trapped in a cage here. We need a key to unlock the door. This key is the same one I received when I defeated that beast up on the mountain a day or two ago, so I can just plop the key into the door and free the dwarf right now. The dwarf is very grateful that we have freed them and says they are going to have to find a new home as there are too many monsters here in this cave. I utilize a warp totem to get back to the farm and plant the 2 monster seeds I have along with some deluxe speed grow. These 2 are for the void root and monster fruit. I already have a slimeberry as it grew from the mixed seeds last spring, so all I need is 1 more monster seed. I also get to work on planting as many Joja berry seeds as I can. Time is really of the essence on day 145. Okay, no, it isn't really, but I'm very excited to continue exploring the highlands and get the last monster seed I need. Lance has sent us a bunch of life elixirs in the mail. Drinking one of these will fully restore our health, so I'm sure they will be a massive help, not just today, but in any future adventuring escapades I embark on. The dwarf we freed from the cage yesterday has set up their new home here in the mountains that Lance's house can be found on. I check out their shop and they're selling some really unique furniture items. Boulders, geodes, stones, meteorites, things like that. I don't think I'll ever buy anything from this shop, but I suppose it's a cool addition to the game. I head to the east of the highlands area where I encounter the mushroom monsters. My goal here was just to obtain the seed they drop, but I also remembered something else about this area. When it's raining, green mushroom monsters will appear here. They can drop green mushrooms when they are defeated. We have to ship one of these for the shipping collection, so despite me getting the seed I need today, I will undoubtedly be back here again in the future. Turning our attention to the purple treasure chest in the bottom right, I honestly have no idea how to access it normally. With that being said, I did have to download the Destroyable Bushes mod in order to use one of the bigger mods, I forget which one it was. So because of that mod, I was able to break the bush and grab the treasure chest. It's off to Ginger Island now to harvest coffee beans. With the setup we currently have, it should only take 2 or 3 harvests to give us enough coffee beans to make around 200 coffees. So we will have a basically unlimited supply of triple shot espressos from here on out. A very handy feature of the Chest Anywhere mod being used alongside the Automate mod is that I can immediately put these coffee beans into the chest in the shed with our kegs. These beans then automatically go from the chest into the kegs, which means I can instantly make coffee every single time I get coffee beans. The same applies to me putting Joja berries into the seed maker chest, for example. I grab the Hyper Speed Grow crafting recipe for 30 gems. Then upon returning to Pelican Town, I watch a cutscene featuring Victor. He says he has a lot of things on his mind and he's just thinking at the moment. Alright, I guess I'll leave you to it. I may or may not have stolen some items from Clinton. That being said, the cutscene where he said he knows he's a bit awkward sometimes has definitely had some sort of effect on me. I actually felt bad for doing this to him. I return to Ginger Island and speak to Victoria. It appears I never spoke to her before as this is the first time I'm meeting her. Which means we have another villager we have to obtain max friendship with. I also have a feeling this will not be the last time this happens. In fact, I'm legitimately terrified of how many times this could happen in the future. But I shall burn that bridge when I get to it. I trade coconuts for the 3 golden coconuts that Emily requested and deliver them to her. I had no problem doing this as I've already obtained the fossilized skull from one of them, so I don't really need them at all anymore. As always, when there is a big group of villagers in one location, I talk to all of them in order to get some nice friendship points with them. I grabbed the crab cake cooking recipe from Emily's shop. Bear in mind, this was added by the Better Things mod. Unfortunately, this isn't a thing in vanilla Stardew Valley. I grabbed my coffee from the chest in the keg shed and turned them into triple shot espressos. Before the night ends, I enter the greenhouse in Richside Village to talk to the spirit that is trapped in here. The curse has been lifted and they can finally be at peace. Bliss informs us that this greenhouse belonged to the spirit, and now that they have been freed, we can use the greenhouse ourselves. Look, I'm very glad I was able to help them, but I can say with certainty that I won't be planting any crops in here. The greenhouse on the farm is big enough. I don't want even more responsibilities. Our first task on day 146 is to visit the wizard. He bestows upon us some magical lore regarding Angelica and Klaus, the sprites we met in the forest with the lovely looking pond. It turns out Angelica is the crop fairy, you know, the fairy who can appear at nighttime and sprinkle magic on your crops to make them instantly grow. Yeah, that crop fairy. Klaus, it seems, spreads magic in the forest, which results in copious amounts of forage and tree saplings growing in there. I give blossom coins to the wizard to complete a special order. I receive 50,000 gold for doing so. I'm sure you all know the drill by now. I accept as many quests as I can and use my mailbox to send the items that have been requested by the villagers to the villagers. I won't be mentioning this anymore unless something unusual or interesting happens. I collect a few tickets from outside Lewis's house and eavesdrop on a conversation he is having with Lenny. Lenny is talking about how he confessed to her best friend that he likes her best friend when they were in school together. She says he was very brave back then, unlike now. Unless I'm very much mistaken here, it seems like Lenny has picked up on the fact that Lewis simply refuses to have a very needed conversation with Marnie about what's going on with them two. Yeah, I was correct. Lenny just asks Lewis what's going on with him and Marnie. She then kind of backtracks and says she's joking, but we all know she isn't joking. She's in the same boat as us. She wants him to treat Marnie properly, basically, and with respect. After trading my tickets for prizes and almost receiving a Stardrop tea, I give a fairy rose to Sophia, getting her so very close to the full 8 hearts of friendship. One more final gift should do it. I purchase an aged Blue Moon wine, warp back home, and send the Blue Moon wine to somebody in order to complete a quest. I don't know who requested it, if I'm being honest. I don't really pay attention to any of the details. Also, just to clarify, if I say I warp somewhere or I teleport somewhere, what that means is I've grabbed a warp totem from a chest, or I've grabbed the items I need to make it from a chest, crafted the warp totem, and used it that way. Just in case anybody is confused as to where I'm getting the warp totems from. I bump into Sam in the saloon and am given even more lore. This time it's about the Journey of the Prairie King game. It was made by a game developer called Concerned Monkey. I wonder who that's a reference to. Multiple villagers have trapped me in the doorway. I did not appreciate that. When I break free, I trade my ticket for the Stardrop tea. I give a purple treasure chest and a Stardrop tea to Lance. I would like to max out his friendship as soon as possible, as I remember having to do that in order to unlock a new area in the Stardew Valley expanded playthrough I did last year. I use a rain totem here in the highlands, place a tent on the ground, and head to sleep. I utilize every single part of my brain as soon as day 147 begins. I do not want to be caught off guard and knocked out by the monsters here. As it is raining, the green mushroom monster appears. I defeat it and get a wonderful green mushroom. I get one more before leaving the area and going back to the farm. The wizard has sent us a heart fruit tree sapling. You know, I was actually hoping we would get our hands on this eventually. I shall be planting this in the greenhouse, and after 28 days or so, we should start getting heart fruit from it. While I'm in the greenhouse, I do my routine round of harvesting and tossing our berries into seed makers. I make some more crystallariums and plop them down, increasing our supply of blossom coins. Up next is a cutscene featuring Sophia. She's in the graveyard in town looking very upset. For those who don't know, Sophia's parents were involved in a car accident over a year ago and they didn't make it. They moved on, if you catch my drift. This is a terrible time for me to suddenly change topics, but I kinda need to point something out. The Geode Crusher won't open mystery boxes. The creator of the Better Things mod, I believe, clarified the reason why. Basically, the game treats a ring as an object rather than an item. I don't know what that means. so the geode crusher doesn't know what to do if a mystery box is producing a ring. The good news is all the other geodes still work though. And I can indeed confirm this on day 148, as the geode crusher works flawlessly when I put only geodes in the chest beside it. I make some more lightning rods and add them to our decently sized collection. The more of these I have, the more battery packs I can get my hands on. I know I could just buy them from Clinton, but I'd rather not spend money on them right now if I can avoid it. Every lightning rod has been linked to the chest, so we should have a very nice supply of battery packs really soon. I use a rain totem to make sure we get another stormy day tomorrow. In the greenhouse, I finally removed the quality sprinklers, which means 3 more Georgia berry seeds can be planted here on the downstairs level. After moving a chicken out of the fully upgraded coop, the dinosaur egg I put into the incubator here can finally hatch. A baby dinosaur appears and I call it Vance in honor of the Victor and Lance Vance characters from the Grand Theft Auto games. I toss a void egg into the incubator in the other coop, place an ostrich incubator into the barn and put an ostrich egg into it. I think it's about time we make good use of the space available to us in Grandpa's shed. I fill it almost entirely with preserve jars. Putting Georgia berries into these will be a tremendous moneymaker for us until we start filling up hundreds, and I mean hundreds of kegs with these berries. The starfruit I planted upstairs is ready, so I harvest all of it. Unfortunately, I don't have all 200 I need, but the remaining starfruit in the greenhouse on the farm should be ready soon, so we'll be fine. I fill this greenhouse entirely with Georgia berry seeds. I may be overdoing it just a little bit with all of these seeds. But if we can get to a point where we can get over 1000 Georgia berry seeds on a harvest day, then we will have all the money we need for the various items and structures we'll have to buy. Also, I like having a ton of money. You know, there's just something very satisfying about being able to whip out a few 100,000 gold at any point and flex on the villagers. I give a rabbit's foot to Gustavo as it is his birthday and accept a special order from Josephine. She wants us to collect 12 fruit, make 12 jelly and give her the jelly. This is extremely good timing considering we literally just filled Grandpa's shed with preserve jars today. I buy a bunch of the various warp totems from Krobus and spend the remainder of the day planting Georgia berry seeds. Day 149 is also spent working in the greenhouse and cleaning up the farm a bit. Day 150 begins in typical fashion. You've seen me doing this more times than I can count at this point, and yet it is still very satisfying harvesting all of these crops. I toss Georgia berries and ancient fruit into the preserve jars, snag some cheeky bonus friendship points with around 6 villagers near the bounty board, and trade my tickets for a treasure chest and an iridium sprinkler. Up in the carpenter shop, I ask Robin to perform the final upgrade on our second coop. I use a rain totem. This was actually a mistake as it is not a stormy day today. It's just a rainy day, so this more than likely will not result in us getting any battery packs tomorrow. At the top of our field of crops on Ginger Island, you can see little orange mushrooms. This is one of the monster crops Lance wants. This one takes the longest amount of time to grow, so when it's done, we'll be able to go to Lance and give him every single crop straight away. I plant more mixed seeds here and visit Mr. Key's walnut room. The mines have been reset and are now more dangerous. We have been challenged to make it to the bottom of this new mine system. I accept this special order as 50 key gems will lend a big hand in helping us buy the remaining crafting recipes in this room. For some reason my brain was fixated on producing as many battery packs as I possibly could, which led to me buying 25 lightning rods from Clinton. This cost 50,000 gold. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I will say it many more times in the future. I make poor financial decisions. I crack open some mystery boxes, then I buy a further 24 lightning rods. I add these to my farm, then I spend the rest of the day reflecting on my choice to spend all of my money today. I was not happy with myself. As I harvest Georgia berries on day 151, I can't help but notice that the right side of the greenhouse is looking pretty empty. This will have to be rectified soon. A notification lets me know that the luau has started at the beach. I go there, toss a gold star cauliflower into the soup, and that's about it. The cauliflower gets the best reaction from the governor, which means we have just earned some tasty friendship points with the villagers. Just before the day ends, I toss ancient fruit into the shipping bin to revive our bank account. I also quickly grab a banana from the Ginger Island farm and place it on a podium in the jungle to earn 3 golden walnuts. I dig up a walnut and an ostrich egg, teleport home and throw some joja berry seeds into the shipping bin. And an ostrich egg into the shipping bin. And some other items I also need for the shipping collection. Day 152 has arrived, and with it comes the birthdays of both Faye and Lexi. The mail services mod has been an absolute blessing in this playthrough. I would be under so much pressure and be so miserable if I had to give gifts to the villagers the old-fashioned way. I now have some wonderful news for you all. The rest of the starfruit is ready for harvest, and even better, we have even more than the 200 we need to donate to the Junimo. Before I do so though, I check on the raccoons. They want 5 snails and a smoked chub. That will be incredibly easy for us to do. I purchase a Stardrop tea. I will try to buy one from the traveling cart every single Friday and Sunday. Have I said that already? I don't know. I apologize if I have. Everything is kind of blending together at this point, and I've completely lost track of things that I still have to talk about and things that I've already addressed. In the secret woods, I give a sweet gem berry to the old Master Cannoli statue. I receive a Stardrop in return. Then, with all of our lollygagging and frolicking out of the way, I bring the 200 starfruit to the house in the big forest. I was so excited about meeting apples tomorrow that I went to sleep and ended the day there. I send a birthday gift to Kiara to begin day 153. I have no idea who that is, but that doesn't bother me. There's over 70 villagers in the game, so I'm not too concerned about being familiar with all of them, or even half of them. I collect some jelly from Grandpa's shed, and I completely forgot that somebody gave me a special order to give them 12 jelly. As a result, all of the jelly I picked up is sold to Caroline's husband. I buy the dehydrator crafting recipe along with 10 dehydrators. I also have a confession to make. There are 2 mods I have installed that I've been keeping a secret. It's time to reveal one of them now. It is, of course, the tractor mod. Some of you probably saw this coming. I give Robin 150,000 gold, 20 iron bars, 5 iridium bars, and 5 battery packs in order to have her added to the farm. I found a cool bird at the beach. It flew away when I approached it, so that made me very sad. I buy the fish smoker crafting recipe and the seaweed salad cooking recipe from William. Just like the dehydrators, I buy 10 fish smokers too. Our next stop is Ginger Island, where the last monster crop, the monster mushroom, is ready for harvest. While we're here on Ginger Island, I make the executive decision to give 100,000 gold to the Golden Parrot. In return, they will give us the 10 golden walnuts we haven't found yet. These 10 walnuts can be found by breaking muscle nodes, breaking containers in the volcano dungeon, and into random bushes. So while I could have spent a few days getting them myself, I would rather spend my time making progress in other areas. I place my dehydrators and fish smokers in the corner of the greenhouse and toss a chub into a smoker. I place grapes, strawberries, and mushrooms into the dehydrators as I need the items we get from the dehydrators for the shipping collection. I think we can all agree that Apples has waited long enough to meet us, so I head to their home in the big forest and finally introduce myself to them. They are incredibly excited to meet us. I will make sure I send them starfruit twice a week in order to max out their friendship as quickly as I possibly can. The rest of the day is spent chopping down trees and collecting moss. I watch an absolutely riveting cutscene featuring Morris lying on a chair surrounded by bags of money. A green mist has descended upon the valley on day 154. This is a new feature added by the 1.6 update. We have the opportunity to get a gargantuan-sized amount of fiber and moss along with mixed seeds and mixed flower seeds, so that is exactly what I do today. I do make time to visit Marnie though, where I discover that the Better Things mod has added a new animal to her shop. We can now buy blue chickens. Well, the blue chickens aren't new exactly. You can unlock them by getting to a certain amount of friendship hearts with Shane. I'm not sure how many it is, but that's the way you get them normally. The mod also allows us to buy dinosaurs and ostriches from her. I buy a couple of blue chickens and give 5 snails and a smoked chub to the raccoons. I receive a few summer squash seeds from them as a reward. Then it's back to collecting moss and fiber for the remainder of the day. Day 155 begins with a peek at the calendar. Today is one of the few days where it is not anybody's birthday. Today is also the day when I realized I had forgotten to give 12 jam or jellies to Josephine. Oops. Here is a look at the settings I'm using for the tractor. I feel like this is pretty balanced. We have to be relatively close to crops in order to harvest them or trees to chop them down. I also can't use my weapons while I'm on the tractor, so if I decide to use it in the mines or the skull caverns or anywhere with monsters, then I'll have to get off the tractor in order to attack the monsters or to eat something to get my health up. So all in all, I think this is a pretty fair setup for the tractor. I can press the backspace key on my keyboard in order to have my tractor appear in front of me. I like using it in areas outside of the farm, so I'm gonna keep that option turned on. One of the main benefits of the tractor for us specifically is it will make the process of planting and watering new jojoberry seeds a lot quicker. And on top of that, we can use it to sprinkle speed grow on them at the same time. In other news, the void egg I placed in the incubator in the coop has hatched and produced a void chicken. I call this chicken Chickatee. I give a starfruit to apples, then I enter the basement in the house in order to watch a cutscene. This is a phenomenal cutscene as it results in Apple's house being added to our nexus. We now have all but one location added to our nexus. We should be able to get access to that location tomorrow or the day afterwards. I will keep you all updated on that. In the meantime, I spend the remainder of the day as well as day 156 chopping down trees. The tractor trivializes this whole process and I end up getting like 1000 wood if not more. Delightful. Also, after a very long wait, I finally have an update on that final location for our nexus. Kamala paid us a visit and teleported us to our nexus. She complimented it and said our nexus is almost as good as hers. That's crazy, but I don't remember asking. I'm kidding, of course, but that was quite the backhanded compliment from her, which I do not appreciate. She brings us to a location known as the Crimson Badlands, located in the Galdoran continent. I don't really know why, but this area really reminds me of the Borderlands games, specifically Borderlands 1 and 2. Kamala adds this location to our nexus before sending us home. I shall return here in the future as there are 3 crafting recipes I can buy from the adventurers here. And on top of that, there's a few items I need to collect for the shipping bin and some fish I need to catch. The lightning rods I purchased from Clinton a few days ago are placed on the farm on day 157. The farm itself is an absolute state right now. It does not look aesthetically pleasing whatsoever. But that's okay because I've purposely gone for productivity over appearance this entire time. I don't know if I'll decorate the farm in the future. It depends entirely on whether or not I get to a point where I'm burned out and just want the playthrough to be over. That could happen, and if it does, then I'm sorry, but this farm will forever remain the way it is right now. But we'll see what happens. I send a starfruit to apples and make good use of the tractor in the greenhouse. This is nothing short of therapeutic. Like I mentioned a short while ago, I can use the tractor to plant my jojoberry seeds. We should have a lot more time on our hands going forward because of this. A harvesting session over on Ginger Island yields a monster fruit. I'm not necessarily saying I was wrong when I said the monster mushroom would be the last crop I needed for Lance. What I will say, however, is I was not correct when I said it would be the last crop I need for Lance. I add coffee beans to the chest in the keg shed in a very convenient manner thanks to the Chests Anywhere mod. Then it's off to Key's Walnut room where I accept a special order. The Skull Caverinos have been transformed and he challenges us to reach floor 100 in there. I kinda completely forgot to go into the mines and attempt the previous special order he gave us. My bad. It's not that I didn't want to, I genuinely forgot. The only thing occupying my brain right now is Joe Hendry's theme song. I meet Kent outside of the Adventurers Guild. He wants to know if I think it would be a good idea for him to join the Adventurers Guild. I considered saying no as the last thing I want is for Kenneth here to be injured. However, it would be pretty funny. No, I'm just kidding. I said yes because eventually I am going to have to retire from my role as the protector of the valley, and I think Kenneth here would be a suitable replacement for me. So by all means, Kenneth, do as Brian Danielson did back in 2018. Fight for your dreams and your dreams will fight for you. I was planning on going to the Highlands, but Lance decided to make my job easier by being at the boat. So I gave him the 4 monster crops he wants. I then get on the boat and head to the Highlands anyway. I'm glad I did, as this led to a cutscene featuring Lance, of course. He uses his magical powers to put a shield of protection around us. We then explore the highlands without having to worry about the monsters here being able to attack us. It is during this cutscene, near the end of it, where Lance mentions that there is a magical fish in this cavern and insinuates that we should try to catch it. In its most bare form, all this was an unexpected yet much needed reminder that I should really get started on working on the fishing collection. There are a lot of fish I have to catch, and I don't want the last few days or weeks of this playthrough to be spent working on getting all of them. That, and I actually love the fishing minigame in this game, so a fishing expedition is on the horizon, I think. Turning our attention to the Crimson Badlands now, I meet Alicia in a cave and she introduces me to Isaac. He tells me to be careful out there as there are dangerous monsters all over the place. I grab a Void Soul, though this is just the first of many as they are needed for a crafting recipe that we can buy from Alicia, I believe. There's not much to say about this area. I basically have to collect a few items and I can get the usual monster loot by defeating the enemies here. I will also have to go fishing in a pond here at some point. That can be pretty tough as the monsters here will still try to attack you while you're fishing. It is Kenneth's birthday on day 158. I am not a fan of Kenneth as he has taken the nickname I have for Kent. I know Kenneth is this villager's actual birth name, but how dare they try to put themselves on the same level as Kent. I suppose for this playthrough I could call Kent Kenny as I normally do, but no. No, Kent is still going to be called Kenneth. This new villager called Kenneth, he shall be referred to as Bootleg Kenneth. I'm going to get very passionate about this subject, which could lead to me saying some not nice things about Bootleg Kenneth, so I'm going to change topic now. Our greenhouse is absolutely thriving as we continue to fill it with more and more Joja berries. When we get to the stage where all of them are ready to harvest at the same time, we should end up with close to 1,000 berries every harvest, which will be, nice. Next on the agenda is a visit to the Skull Caverinos. The goal here is to reach floor 100, which should not be difficult at all as we have the tractor at our disposal. I stay on the tractor for the most part, only getting off it to eat some food or to defeat large groups of bats and serpents as I need to complete the monster eradication goals for both of these monsters. Other than that, there's not much to be said about this. I reach floor 100 at around 8:30 PM, securing 50 key gems. I remain in here for the rest of the day collecting various ores. Lance pays us a visit on the morning of day 159. He thanks us for providing him with the monster crops. No bother, man. Now if you'll excuse me, I have important business to tend to in the greenhouse. I take care of my Joja berries before grabbing the 3 items produced by the dehydrators. Into the shipping bin they go. I sent my axe to Clinton as I want to have it upgraded to gold, then it's off to Richside Village. Pika, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, is facing a kerfuffle. Nobody is around to help him prepare his restaurant for the day. I've sort of neglected the villagers here outside of the whole Ridge Forest and the Corrupted Spirits storyline, so I offered to help him out. I was hoping he would give me a few cheeky cooking recipes as a thank you, but he did not. And now, finally, after taking my sweet time, I do not deliver the 12 jelly to Josephine as I have gone to the wrong hotel. I actually need to go to the inn in East Scarp. Easy mistake to make. Olga wants us to bring her 100 coffee beans and 50 tea leaves. I will take care of this whenever, really. I don't know when I'm going to get anything done anymore. I don't know what's going on. It is a miracle that I've made it this far, to be quite honest with you all. In the forest here, Carmen tells us she has heard about a hidden lake. She really wants to see this lake for some reason, so off we go to the east of the area. The lake she was talking about is the one in front of the house occupied by Gio and Daya, the adventurers we met during the main storyline here. Carmen is so excited and happy about being at the lake that she doesn't even notice Gio coming out of the house. Kiwi, the Junimo who lives here, arrives and is very confused. They ask Gio if they can stab Carmen. Gio obviously says no, to which Kiwi says they don't care, they're going to do it anyway. Gio manages to teleport in front of Kiwi just in time. Carmen turns around, sees Gio and is understandably shocked to see him. He tells her that he understands she just wants to go fishing here, but this area is off limits. Carmen respects his wishes before spotting Kiwi behind him. Luckily for everybody involved, Carmen thinks Kiwi is a fruit. Kiwi quickly runs away, so Carmen tells Gio that his fruit is rolling away. This might just be my favorite cutscene in the entire game, including every mod I've used. I do a little gallivanting around the area. I'm going to make sure I do a ton of foraging here and in Richside Village in general to make sure I will have everything I need for potential cooking recipes and special orders in the future. I enter the house where Gio once again tells me he does not trust me. He's giving me the benefit of the doubt, but he makes it very clear that we aren't and probably will never ever be friends. Yeah, that's cool. I don't even want to be your friend anyway, so like I care. A cutscene with Kiwi is up next. They almost consider calling us their friend, but the cutscene ends with them saying they also don't trust us. They will be watching us in order to decide whether or not they want to be our friend in the future. With all of that hullabaloo finally out of the way, I accept a special quest from Belinda to bring her a fox bloom. I consulted a very reliable source in order to find out where to get a fox bloom. My source is the Richside Village wiki. Basically, on one Sunday each month, the flower will appear in the Ridge Forest. Just in case anybody has forgotten, that's the area north of this house. We got rid of the evil spirits there, though monsters do still roam around the area. We'll have to get really lucky if we want to get our hands on that flower. It could very well be something we work on over the course of the next 2 or 3 months. It's off to the Skull Caverinos for the remainder of the day. I want to make sure I have all the iridium, gold, iron and copper ore I need for anything and everything that will require them in the future. So I'm going to be spending a substantial amount of time in here during the next couple of days. Again, there's not much to be said about these Skull Cavern runs. I grab all the ore I can find along with coal and different gems. I open any chests I find and occasionally I hop off the tractor to defeat a few monsters. The witch appears at the end of the day, which means one of our chickens has been turned into a void chicken. That's a bit rude. Day 160 is spent almost exclusively in the Skull Caverns. It's the same story as always with this. I collect as much ore as I can and toss it into the chest beside our furnaces before the night is over. I teleport to the beach close to midnight and take a look at Emily's shop in the saloon. I buy a few donuts along with the mini fridge and mini shipping bin crafting recipes. To round off the shopping spree, I buy all of the cooking recipes that have been added by the Better Things mod and a few life elixirs. Finally, Marlon wants us to give him various bombs, so that will be done. To begin day 161, I do want to emphasize that Emily's shop in the saloon is only there because of the Better Things mod. I won't mention it again, but I just wanted to make sure everybody knows, just in case you're confused as to why it isn't there in vanilla Stardew Valley. Speaking of the Better Things mod, I'm glad I installed it. I needed a solid replacement for the content added by Duran's Rest, and I think this has filled that void very nicely. And I mean, come on, we can buy an item that gives a plus 10 speed boost. That is insanely good for us. Speaking of which, I eat the coffee donut and zoom my way to Key's walnut room. It turns out there was no need to do this as I already accepted an order from him this week. But that's okay because I can leave as quickly as I got there. We are in dire need of some gold, so I sell Joja berries. I buy 50 tea leaves. I already have a few of them, but I need 50 for an order I accepted recently, so I might as well just buy all 50 now. I ask Marnie to add not just 1 but 2 pigs to the barn before checking on the raccoons. We need to give them dried blueberries and spiceberry jelly. Again, as always with the raccoons, this won't be difficult as I already have everything I need to make these items. I buy a spicy eel from the travelling cart, but alas I cannot afford the Stardrop tea. Sad times. I won't be participating in this event, but I do want to show you all the trout derby. The goal is to catch rainbow trout. You have a chance of getting a tag with each catch. You can trade these tags for rewards. This is a really fun little event, but I do need to prioritize the Skull Caverinos right now as I don't want to ever be short on the various bars and ores. So just like the previous couple of days, the remainder of the day is spent in here. It is time for us to put the materials we have gathered using the tractor to good use on day 162. I make 137 brand new kegs along with 52 iridium sprinklers. I'm not satisfied with how many kegs I've made, so I make 66 more. This brings us up to a total of 203 kegs crafted today. It's time for our greenhouse to receive an upgrade in the form of the sprinklers we've crafted. I consume a coffee donut to speed up the process of placing these sprinklers and plant and water as many jojoba berry seeds as I can. By the time I'm finished, the entire right field along with 15 to 20 patches in the middle are all that are remaining. While I do want to eventually fill those 15 to 20 patches, I'm okay with leaving the field on the right empty. I don't even know how many jojoba berries I have planted now, but we've just guaranteed that we'll get a minimum of 1.2 thousand jojoba berries when everything is ready to harvest at once. Anyway, I think that's more than enough talk about the jojoba berries for today. Clinton wants us to defeat dust sprites. Their reward for completing this special order is the crafting recipe for the geode crusher. I need that crafting recipe, so it is vital that I get this one done. As it is the 22nd day of the season, it is Community Day. I'm not entirely sure if every villager in vanilla Stardew Valley and Stardew Valley Expanded are here, but it certainly feels like it. Which means we have a wonderful opportunity to get a metric ton of friendship points with everyone here. After speaking to everybody, I set time aside to take care of the machines in that one shed. I take the eggs, wool, milk, etc. out of the chest in the barns and coops and toss them into the chests in the machinery shed. I gotta say, I love the Chest Anywhere and Automate mod combo. It makes life so much easier. It is the dwarf's birthday today, so I give them a rabbit's foot and a star drop tea to bump them all the way up to max friendship. This is another combo I love. Giving a loved gift and a star drop tea to a character on their birthday to get 6 or 7 hearts of friendship with them. The remainder of the day is spent in the mines defeating dust sprites for the special order we accepted from Clinton this morning. Rosa has sent us a letter on day 163. A picnic will be taking place at the beach in East Scarp at dusk, and we have been formally invited. What a delightful invitation to wake up to. I will most certainly be attending this picnic. I'm going to give you all a peek behind the curtain right now. I recorded every single time I harvested crops on the main farm, in the greenhouse, and on the Ginger Island farm. I really don't know why I did that. I guess for some reason the past version of myself thought that I wanted to talk about each and every single time I harvested anything. They weren't entirely wrong. Well, I wasn't entirely wrong now that I think about it. I have mentioned harvesting crops, especially jojoba berries, far more times than I needed to. And I'm kind of doing it again right now, aren't I? Look, I'm sorry. I don't know how to stop rambling about things that aren't important. While I apologize for wasting your time like this, it's going to happen again. Anywhomst, I take all of the kegs that I made yesterday and put them in the top floor of the greenhouse. The intended use of this floor was to plant tree saplings, but I'm taking creative liberties with this greenhouse and turning it into a certified jojoba berry wine warehouse. We meet Kiwi at the bus stop and they call us their friend. Sweet, it looks like we're safe from being attacked by them, which is comforting news to say the least. It is also very heavily implied in this cutscene that Kiwi is not like any other Junimo. I feel like we'll be finding out a lot more about Kiwi and what exactly they are before all is said and done. I sell ancient fruit, grab a prize ticket for completing Clinton's special order, and trade all of my tickets for a tree decoration, bombs, mystery boxes, fairy dust, and spicy eels. For the second time this season, I realized that I have forgotten to give Josephine the 12 jams she requested. We still have 6 days to do this though, so we're good. Ian and Sean are having a bit of a quarrel. I don't know why I pronounced it like that. Anyway, Sean was supposed to deliver boxes to Lewis, but he was too busy playing video games to do so. Honestly, that's a pretty valid reason. In my opinion, I don't think Sean did anything wrong here. Despite this, however, Ian is visibly frustrated with Sean for not doing his job. I tell Sean I would be happy to accompany him while he brings the boxes to Lewis. Along the way, Sean mentions that there could be some sort of ghost fish that can be caught in the forest in Ridgeside Village. Once again, this is just a reminder that I really do need to get started on catching every fish in the game as soon as I can. Lewis arrives and says that it's completely understandable that Sean was late delivering the boxes today, that it's okay and Sean has nothing to worry about, it's all good. Lewis says thank you to Sean for bringing the boxes to him. Nah, I'm kidding, of course Lewis doesn't say anything like that. Instead, Lewis gets angry and tells Sean off and yada yada yada. It's Lewis, like nothing he says really matters. He's about 10 years late at being a good mayor, and that's being generous, so he has zero ground to stand on here. At the Bounty Bored and Rich side, I accept an order from Pika to bring him various ingredients. I've definitely seen this order pop up before, so I think it's about time I actually do this one. But before I do, I buy all of the cooking recipes available to us in his restaurant. With that out of the way, I buy some deluxe bait, cork bobbers, magic bait and lobster bisque from William. It occurred to me right as I left his shop that I can very easily make cork bobbers, so on the one hand I wasted money here, but on the other hand it's comforting to know that I will have an almost unlimited supply of them in the future. I keep saying in the future, like I have to wait like a month or 2 months or a year to like do whatever it is in the future, when it's actually like today or tomorrow or in a couple days time or a week's time at the most. I make it sound like it's so much further in the future than it really is. Anyway, I enter the Mastery Cave where I claim the Mastery rewards for the remaining 3 skills, fishing, foraging and combat. The important one here being fishing, as it gives us the advanced iridium rod. We can attach 2 bobbers to this rod. I will primarily be using 2 cork bobbers as they increase the size of the green bar. But I'm sure there will be times where I swap one of them for a sonar bobber, as this will allow me to see which fish I have hooked. If I don't need that fish, I can cancel the fishing minigame and cast my rod again. And yes, this does mean that it's time for us to finally work on catching all of the fish. We begin with what I consider to be the most difficult fish to catch, the glacier fish. I eat a lobster bisque to boost my fishing level and begin what will be nothing short of an intense battle. By the way, I'm using magic bait here so the glacier fish will show up. We don't have to wait until winter to try to catch this one, thankfully. This proves to be rather easy, which I was not expecting at all, so I can now say with certainty that the cork bobbers and lobster bisque are invaluable to us. I eat a coffee donut, give dried blueberries to the raccoons and run to East Scarp. I enter the inn where Rosa tells us that she has tried out her Nana's secret recipe for spanakopita. She isn't happy with how it turned out, but she's glad she gave it a try. That's a nice mentality to have. I tossed 12 jams into the fridge here, completing the special order Josephine gave us. I'm sure we can all agree that I did not delay whatsoever in giving her that jam. Our time in East Scarp tonight is bittersweet, however, as I have arrived too late and have missed the picnic. This day has been so long that I completely lost track of time. Oh well, what can you do? I catch a super cucumber. I will try to point out every fish I catch that I haven't caught yet, but there are a lot, so I may leave some out. I catch the crimson fish, and that is it for today. Day 164 begins with a trip to the Crimson Badlands where I buy the Hero Elixir crafting recipe. I also grab the Hero Elixirs that are being sold. They give us a +6 attack, which in an area like this that is filled with monsters will undoubtedly be very useful for us. Like the Skull Caverinos, there isn't much I can say about what I did here. I simply went around the entire area battling the enemies that dared block my path. Let's skip ahead to nighttime when I decided to explore the walk to the desert mod a bit more. I used my tractor to mine a bunch of ores and rocks before arriving at the ghost town that leads to Calico Desert. I have to find an old coin and a giant old coin as they are both needed for the museum collection. I was able to get my hands on the latter, but the normal old coin escaped my clutches today. The mail services mod continues to pay dividends on day 165 as I use it to send a gift to Mr. I don't know. Look, I pronounced Eloise as Elwa at the beginning of this playthrough. There is no chance I'm going to pronounce that name correctly. Moving on quickly now, I give a spiceberry jelly to the raccoons and receive the raccoon journal. Reading this book gives us a greater chance to get mixed seeds from weeds. It's off to the Crimson Badlands once again, where I see that the final 2 crafting recipes I need to buy here are being sold. I quickly sell cheese and mayonnaise, then I return to the Badlands. Once my appetite for fighting has been satiated, I buy the 2 crafting recipes and catch the bonefish and the undead fish. I do nothing of importance for the remainder of the day, really. I just take a look at the shop in the Junimo Forest, harvest my crops on Ginger Island and buy 5 coffee donuts. After eating one, I use the speed boost to very quickly make my way to the ghost town. I find a giant old coin, but not a regular old coin. Then I watch a cutscene where I am introduced to Pickled Pete. He is the only person in this town. Well, he's not a person, but you know what I mean. One of the nice things about Pickled Pete is, unlike everything else in this town, he doesn't actually want to attack me. I warp to the beach and run up to the area north of Georgia Mart. I dig up an artifact spot to get the strange doll. We are now so very close to completing the museum collection. Mr. Key knocks on our door on day 166. He has added a new soundtrack to the jukebox. It's called Stardew Valley Expanded Trailer. He says this is our reward for making it this far, along with a fourth wall brick. I believe this is the developer of the Stardew Valley Expanded mod letting us know that we have accomplished quite a bit so far, so that is wonderful news for us. I finish filling the second to last field in our greenhouse with Georgia berries. At this point we only have the field on the right remaining, and the top row already has Georgia berries in it. I head to the ghost town where I do not find the old coin. This is becoming a pretty big thorn in my side pretty quickly. This upset me greatly, so I sell a bunch of bits and bobs in order to cheer myself up. I trade a ticket for a Stardrop tea, then I visit Clinton. I purchase 100 battery packs from him along with 100 radioactive ore, then I donate a few items to the museum. I'm not entirely sure how many items I have left to donate, but I'm semi-confident that I only need the old coin. I buy all of the crafting recipes that Robin is selling and clear out the quarry area. I was able to use mahogany, oak, pine, and maple tree seeds to make 8 mystic tree seeds. When these grow, I will put tappers on them so we can get mystic syrup. I also sprinkle tree fertilizer on them to speed up the entire process. The final bit of prep work I do is to connect each tree seed together using stone pathways and link them all to a chest. I buy the deluxe retaining soil crafting recipe and the banana pudding cooking recipe from the island trader and give a duck feather to Leo for his birthday. He also receives a Stardrop tea. I get my hands on the Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick book. This gives us +1 defense. Unfortunately, I do not receive the old coin. I make challenge bait on day 167. You might notice a new slingshot in my inventory. Basically what happened with that is I defeated this giant big serpent thingy in the Crimson Badlands and entered a cave in the bottom left of the map. There was a chest in this cave that contained the Galaxy slingshot along with some treasure chests. For the life of me I can't find the footage of me going into this cave, so I apologize for that. I buy bombs, cherry bombs and mega bombs from the dwarf and deposit them into a box in the Adventurers Guild to complete an order Marlon gave us. I buy the frog legs and mushroom berry rice cooking recipes, then I visit the bookseller. I buy the Way of the Wind Part 1 book. This gives us a small but permanent speed boost. For some reason I also bought 3 other books that I don't need because I've already read them, so they were kinda useless. Don't know why I did that. I did grab the Queen of Sauce cookbook though, so we now have access to the recipes that we would learn by watching the Queen of Sauce TV show every week. Olga was very rudely blocking me from the countertop in her house. I managed to push through and drop off the tea leaves and coffee beans she requested despite this though. I need 10 mountain red belly fish, so with challenge bait equipped to my fishing rod I get to work on catching them. This also gives me the opportunity to catch some fish that can be caught here in the Ridgeside Village River. The way challenge bait works is as soon as you start the fishing minigame, you will have 3 of whichever fish you hooked. If the fish goes outside the green bar, this drops down to 2 fish. If it goes outside the bar again, it goes down to 1. And if it goes outside the bar one more time, then the fish escapes. It's very much a high risk, high reward situation. If you can get a perfect catch, you will get 3 of the fish. I take a break from Ridgeside and enter the sewer in Pelican Town where I catch a radioactive bass and the mutant carp. I head inside the sewer within the sewer and grab the water grub, the snatcher worm and the slimejack. And so we arrive to day 168. The end of our second summer is here. What better way to start the day than by purchasing a Stardrop tea? I collect a truffle. I'm glad this popped up now, as at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I need this for the shipping collection. I do need truffle oil too though, so I'll have to keep an eye out for another truffle during the next few days. I bring a maple syrup into the secret woods. I meet a bear who takes the syrup from us and gives us the bear's knowledge. Salmon berries and blackberries are now worth 3 times as much gold. We can also buy items from the shop owned by the bear in the big forest. Apples is in a very good mood as we have given them a star fruit. I go to the aforementioned shop owned by the bear and buy the baked berry oatmeal and flour cookie cooking recipes. I've been doing foraging runs atop the summit for the last few weeks and I've only just realized I haven't shown footage of that yet. So my bad, here you go. I have also been doing foraging runs in Ridgeside Village as that exotic ingredient special order I picked up requires 20 of a forageable item. I also wasn't able to complete that one, which is kinda disappointing, but oh well. For some reason I decided to toss the old foxtail charm that belonged to my grandmother into the water. Ray showed up, gave it back to me and told me to take care of it. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking when I did that, but I'm glad I got it back. The fox bloom flower has decided not to show up in the Ridge Forest. I'm taking this as a sign that it won't show up until like year 3 or so, which I'm okay with, it is what it is. Anyhoomst, I have talked for way too long this season, and every other season before this, let's be honest. I have a feeling fall is going to be a very busy season for us. How busy will it be exactly? We'll find out very, very soon. As the sun shines down on the farm on day 169, I can't help but think to myself, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how I got this far. I have been winging it the entire time, and honestly, a big part of me refuses, nay is incapable of believing that I've made this much progress. Of course, the other part of me is saying, well, it would be pretty disappointing if I hadn't made this much progress considering how many mods I have installed and how they've made the game so much easier. I take all of these thoughts and I treat them the same way I treat everything else that troubles me in life. I toss them to the side and act like they don't exist. And besides, I'm having way too much fun planting and harvesting crops to let something as small and insignificant as an existential crisis bother me. I use my mailbox to send some items to the villagers, completing a few quests. I said I would mention that as it is the beginning of a new season, but I shall keep my mouth shut when it comes to the quests and gifts from now on. The reason being I don't want to repeat myself 1000 times. Yeah, 999 times is the limit. I meet Kamala on the bridge that leads to East Scarp. I completely ignore pretty much everything she says at the beginning and skip straight to the part where she adds the kitty fish to the list of fish that can spawn in the water below this bridge. Sensational. I bump into Caroline's husband. He has finished making a pumpkin spiced drink and gives me a bottle of it. I accept his offer. Thank you, I can't do it. His aura is just too questionable for me to say his name. Gunther wants 100 bones. The reward for completing this is the crafting recipe for the bone mill. I want that crafting recipe, so this order shall be done. I visit the ghost town where I don't find anything interesting, except for a little item called an old coin. It took a while, but I have finally found it. I run to the museum and donate it, completing the collection and receiving a delicious star drop. This was long overdue, though I'm just glad it's finally out of the way. Mr. Key has a special order for us. We must reach floor 100 of the Skull Caverns without eating anything. This will be really easy thanks to the tractor. I buy the magic bait and deluxe fertilizer crafting recipes, then I return to the ghost town. Full transparency, I did this because I forgot I found the old coin earlier, so all I really did here was waste my time. And I've kind of also just wasted your time by talking about this. However, something good did come from this. Pickled Pete has a shop, so I buy some old coins and an eerie plant seed. Let's just ignore the fact that I could have bought the old kind this entire time. I'm not going to think about that. I sell some items on day 170. I say that casually like I didn't get over 600,000 gold from that sale, but, you know. I head to Ridgeside Village where I finally buy all of the fruit tree saplings that are being sold in the Nightingale Orchard shop. I'm going to level with you all. I messed up waiting this long to buy these seeds. Based on the research that I've done, aka looking at the Ridgeside Village wiki and crying, the exotic ingredient special orders that Pika gives us are a problem. There are 4 of them, 1 for each season. The reward for completing each one is the cooking recipe for a spring dish, a summer dish, a fall dish, and a winter dish. From what I can tell, we can only get the spring special order during spring, and the summer one during summer, and so on and so forth. Now, the reason why I didn't do these last year was because they require 10 each of the various fruits you get from these tree saplings I purchased. In essence, I had a very small brain moment. And the result of that is I won't be able to achieve perfection until fall of next year at the very earliest. The spring and summer fruit is out of the question until next year, and even if I planted the fall sapling now, it won't be ready until winter. And I still have to get the actual special orders themselves every season, so this is going to be a long playthrough. After making a few slices of pizza, I plant all of the tree saplings I bought in the greenhouse. I give my pizza slices to the island trader in exchange for heart fruit. I don't have a use for these right now, but maybe there'll be more things I can buy with them in winter. I do some exploring in East Scarp. I've definitely focused on Richside Village, Stardew Valley Expanded and Duran's Rest more than East Scarp, so this is the first time I've thoroughly explored the area. I will say though, East Scarp is very cutscene heavy. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but because of how many cutscenes I've watched with the other mods and the base game itself, I'm pretty close to being burnt out on them. So I tend to skip cutscenes that don't feature a villager who has an ongoing storyline that I've mentioned in this playthrough already. Also, in relation to East Scarp, after this day ended, I went to the wiki page to get a general idea of what locations are included in the mod. Then I kinda maybe sorta read more than I should have and realized achieving perfection with this mod installed is going to be a headache. There is one fish and a couple of flowers in this mod that there is not a lot of information out there about how to get access to them. And the information that I did find basically boiled down to become friends with this person or that person and hope for the best. I'm nervous, though that being said I am also optimistic and I will provide as much information as I possibly can on how to get these certain items when I do figure out how to get them. I run into a goat around midnight and I believe this is linked to the flowers that I mentioned. So this is definitely maybe the beginning of our journey to getting those flowers. Let us begin day 171 with a trip to the hotel in Richside Village. I talk to Anton inside here and he seems to be in a good mood until he hears Maeve approaching. Maeve is royalty. I don't know exactly what she is, but she's important in some way. She lives in a mansion, so I assume she's important. Anton becomes very anxious when he hears her and hides. He clearly does not want her to see him. He tries to brush it off and act like nothing happened, but if there's one thing you need to know about me, it's that I will ask the difficult questions. I will have the uncomfortable conversations, all for the sake of uncovering that beautiful lore. I ask Anton why he hid from Maeve, and I am happy to announce this results in some backstory being given to us. Here's what happened. Years ago, Anton was an architect. He was also in a relationship. In fact, he had proposed and was close to getting married. Then Maeve's family hired Anton. They wanted him to build them a big house in the Ruby Islands. Anton accepted the job, primarily because he could use the money for his wedding. But he was careless. He did not think ahead, and so he did not realize that the island was not suitable for a building of that size. On top of that, he made the mistake of prioritizing something above his partner for longer than he should have. I mean, ideally you would never prioritize something above your partner, so suffice to say, when Anton put all of his time and effort and passion into this construction project, his relationship suffered and his fiancée left him. The cherry on top of this absolutely disgusting cake was he gave up on the project and just ran away. Look, I feel bad for Anton, sure, but at the same time I don't have much empathy for people who can just forget about their partner. Especially if they can make their partner feel unloved or lonely or unwanted or just unsure as to how committed their partner really is to them and their relationship. Anton made his fiancée feel that way. She became his ex-fiancée and honestly, good for her. I'm sure she'll find someone who is capable of working hard while also making time for her. It's not that difficult. This is one of those areas where you can tell the person messed up, but you can also tell that they're a good person. So hopefully things turn around for Anton. After buying all of the cooking recipes available in this hotel, I take a look at our list of cooking recipes. You can ignore the top half of the first page. They are the Duran's Rest cooking recipes. As for the rest, I've learned most of them. I just need to improve my friendship with a few villagers and complete the 4 exotic ingredient special orders. We're doing well, let's keep that going.
I accept the fall version of the exotic ingredient special order. Like I said, I can't actually do this one on account of the fruit trees not being ready until winter. This was just to get an idea of what I'll need. For this one, and I assume the remaining 3, we will need 1 fish, 10 of the 2 fruits we can get from trees, and 20 of a forage item. The orders themselves should be no issue, it's just a matter of playing the waiting game and accepting them each season. Over in the Badlands, I buy haste elixirs before heading out to East Scarp where a couple of cutscenes play. The first features Aideen. Her cat, Baron Munchington, has gone missing. She said her cat is an adventurous one and could be anywhere. He was sitting outside the inn, literally just a 10-second walk away from her house. I bring Munchington back to Aideen. I am sure she had her reasons for not checking for him anywhere besides in her house. Truthfully, it feels like she gave up before she even started, but who am I to question her methods? I buy the East Scarp Warp Totem crafting recipe from Rosa, then I explore the Deep Mountains area. There are a bunch of goats here. When I interact with any of them, my farmer says there is something weird about these goats. I am inclined to agree. Personally, I have never seen any goats with bright red eyes. That is a tad concerning in my opinion. In case you were wondering what the reward for bringing those bombs to Marlin is, we can now buy decorations from him. That's it.
I return to the Deep Mountains as I want to continue exploring this area. On the right side, I find the cave, but I cannot enter it. After another minute or so of walking around, I feel like I've explored this area fully, though I also feel like there's more to that cave than meets the eye. I won't write this area off yet, I shall return and hopefully there'll be more to discover here. Speaking of discovering things in the future, I am convinced that this area here is going to be important in the future. It has the same vibe as the house that Gio and Daya live in over in Ridgeside, and the house that Apples lives in the big forest. But those are mysteries for the future, as right now I have other business to tend to. I buy the magic rock candy and tropical curry cooking recipes from Emily's shop in the saloon. I also spend 50,000 gold on the deluxe pirate hat. This is my favorite hat in the entire game. It feels so good to be reunited with it. Today is absolutely the best day so far because of this alone. I buy the Way of the Wind Part 2 book on day 172. This gives us another permanent speed boost. After that, I break some rocks at the quarry to make sure they don't interfere with our mystic tree saplings. I meet Kiara and Anton in Ridgeside. Kiara is looking for design inspirations for a commission she received. She is showing us pictures of potential designs when a picture of a man and a woman pop up. Anton seems to recognize the woman, commenting that she looks really happy. Kiara, who it turns out is Anton's sister, tries to scroll back up to the design she was looking at. She asks Anton if he is okay and he says he is, but wants to get some food and drinks at the restaurant. Interesting, I have a feeling the woman in that picture is his ex-fiancée. Kiara leaves once we have finished our food and Anton tells us that the woman in the picture is indeed his ex-fiancée. This is a certified oof moment. Let me tell you all a little story. A few days ago I wanted some cherry Pepsi. I went to the shop and they didn't have cherry Pepsi. I was very sad, so I listened to Oasis. The band, not the drink. My point is, I think Anton just needs to listen to Oasis. Just lie down, close your eyes, and listen to Cast No Shadow, or Talk Tonight, or The Master Plan, or Stand By Me, or Slide Away. Preferably the live versions, whether it's Noel or Liam singing, it doesn't really matter which one of the two is singing it if it's live. This has sort of just turned into me hyping up Oasis. Let's move on very quickly. I buy some matcha lattes in the hotel. They give a +2 speed boost. We also received the cooking recipe for this item when we gave the tea leaves and coffee beans to Olga. That requires 1 coffee and 1 green tea. I buy 2 crafting recipes and a cooking recipe from Krobus along with a golden pumpkin, and I stock up on warp totems. At the dig site on Ginger Island, I use bombs to blow up the rocks here. This gives me a ton of bone fragments. From there I head to the mines where I consume a monster musk and go after the skeletons inside here. The whole point of this was to get the 100 bones I need for Gunther's special order. At around 4 PM I have more than enough, which is wonderful news as it means there is still plenty of time left in the day to get more things done.
I deliver the bones to Gunther, which means we will receive the crafting recipe for the bone mill tomorrow. I pick up a prize ticket for completing that order and trade it for a treasure chest. I trade the other ticket for an iridium sprinkler. Sweet. It is time for us to take on Mr. Key's challenge. We must reach floor 100 of the Skull Caverns without eating anything. Simple. I have the tractor and the coffee donut I ate gives us a plus 10 speed boost. This is light work. I visit the raccoons on day 173. They want dried chanterelles and 5 white algae. As always, I use the Better Chest mod to put chanterelles into the chest beside our dehydrators. I buy a Stardrop tea and give it to the owner of the Nightingale Orchard shop. I also give him a gold star bok choy, resulting in us reaching max friendship with him. The area in the restaurant where I can buy cooking recipes currently has no stock, so I think I can definitively say the only recipes I need from Ridgeside Village are the 4 from the exotic ingredients order, along with some recipes from a couple of villagers. That's just a case of reaching 8 or 10 hearts with them, so we'll pick them up as we go along. It's time to tackle the fish here in Ridgeside Village. The blade-tailed sturgeon is first on our list, though I think I already got that one. Cutthroat trout, that was difficult for me to say, is next up, though again that one isn't new. The mountain redbelly is third, but again it's the same story there. I believe I've caught this one before. Caped tree frog, that one doesn't look familiar, although the game didn't tell me that it's a new catch, so I don't know. Things are going to get very confusing if I try to figure out which fish are new and which ones I've caught before just from looking at this footage, so I'm going to abstain from that. I catch a few ridgeside bass and a crimson spiked clam. The unfortunate thing about fishing in this forest area is the monsters will try to attack us. I have a bit of experience with this thanks to the crimson badlands fish, so we should be alright. There's so many S's in this script, why did I do this to myself? I can't pronounce the letter S properly. The ridge bluegill is next. This one is 100% a new one. I definitely didn't catch this one before now. So I feel I can confidently say that today has been a successful day. I move to the area west of this forest and catch a fairy tale lionfish. The remainder of the day is spent fishing here. At nighttime, a cutscene featuring Geo plays. He tells us that we should leave the area. Respectfully, Geo. Actually, you know what? Disrespectfully. I don't quite care for your attitude. So I'm going to take your advice and file it under I don't really care. He basically tells us that there are spirits that come out at nighttime and they can be hostile. His job is to either safely seal these spirits or if that can't be done, eliminate them. Day 174 is also spent fishing here. Day 175 begins in a very, and I cannot stress this enough, very unfortunate way. One of the fish I have to catch is the sockeye salmon. Now, ordinarily, this can only be caught at the lake here in Ridgeside when it is raining during fall. We are currently in fall and it is raining, so we have nothing to worry about. But if it wasn't raining or we were in winter, then we could just use magic bait. So keep that in mind if you're playing through Ridgeside yourself. The unfortunate part of this is I did not realize I had to be in a specific spot in order for the sockeye salmon to show up, so I wasted quite a bit of time here. I moved to the correct spot and spent minutes of my time trying to catch the salmon. It also happens to be a legendary fish. Thankfully, after considerable effort, I catch the salmon. That is one of the 3 legendary fish in Ridgeside Village crossed off the list. Up in the forest, I find Torts in the left area. He is on his back and can't flip himself over, so I give him a hand. I wonder what he was doing all the way up here. The time for questions is over, however, as I must divert all of my focus to catching the second legendary fish. The waterfall snakehead. It can be caught during the hours of 8 PM and 2 AM during spring and summer in any weather. You also have to be standing roughly in this area. Luckily I have magic bait, so I don't have to wait until spring or summer or 8 PM to catch it. That's about the extent of the good news, as the waterfall snakehead refused to show up. I received a quest to deliver 10 fish to the house that the adventurers live in. I was able to catch the last 2 I needed today, so I donate those along with another 2 on top of the 6 I donated yesterday. Quest complete. We shall find out what our reward is tomorrow, I imagine.
Day 176 begins on the bridge that links Pelican Town to East Scarp. There's not much to say here, I just caught a puppy fish, a butterfish, and a kitty fish. For the sake of clarity, I do want to mention that these are Stardew Valley expanded fish, not East Scarp. Linus has a special order for us, and he will give us the crafting recipe for fiber seeds when we do it. We have to find 20 pieces of trash and put them in a bin. A nice and easy one. After making a quick stop at William's shop to buy some lobster bisque and a few hundred magic bait, I head to the Junimo Woods and go fishing here. This little fishing expedition yields the wood skip, the golden fish, and the meteor carp. With that completed, I swap locations. Here in the Witch's Swamp, I catch a void salmon and a void eel. Despite my commitment to making an unfathomable amount of progress on the fishing collection, I still make time to visit Apples. They have decorated their house with starfruit. They ask what I think of it, and I tell them I think it looks sterling. Apples gives me 3 starfruit as a thank you for my kind words. There is no rest for the fishermen as I find myself in the big forest where I spend the remainder of the day. On day 177, the method I am using of going to an area, catching all of the fish there and then moving to another area continues to be used. I start in the dock area on Ginger Island. A Lunaloo and a seahorse are caught here. I head into the cave on the right side of the island to catch a stingray before entering the walnut room. I accept a quest to find and deliver 4 prismatic shards, then it's off to the mountain area. I catch a frog, delightful, followed by the legendary legend fish. I didn't have much trouble catching this one, which gave me a much needed confidence boost. This motivated me to go to the highlands where something lucky happens. It is raining, which means the green mushroom monsters show up. I defeat them to get some green mushrooms, as this item is a great gift for Lance. I do some fishing in the lake here, then I maneuver my way through the big cavern. The gemfish can be caught here, but I didn't have enough time to catch it before I passed out. Instead of going straight to the cavern again on day 178, I opt for the beach in East Scarp. I catch a fish whose name I cannot and will not even attempt to pronounce, catch a couple more fish here, and then move up to the deep mountains, where, you guessed it, even more fishing takes place. The king carp can be caught here, but only if you're standing in a specific spot. I, of course, was in the wrong location. I eventually moved to the right location, but alas, I had no luck catching the king carp. I'm probably making it sound like I was miserable during the entirety of my fishing day so far, but it was actually a lot of fun. That being said, I cannot wait to complete this collection and get the star drop from William. I have some absolutely beautiful, wonderful, and sensational news to share on day 179. I have watched what I believe is the cutscene that begins a storyline involving Rosa in East Scarp. The end result of this storyline should be me unlocking an area where I can catch a fish. Another cutscene plays next in the saloon where Rosa talks about wanting to cook with new fresh ingredients. I tell her if she needs a particular fruit or vegetable, then I can give it to her. I don't really know if this is connected to the main storyline involving her, but just in case it is, I'm gonna go with the safe option of saying I'll give her the item she needs. More fishing takes place here in East Scarp. I am very much procrastinating when it comes to catching the king carp. Instead, I spend the day fishing near the abandoned orchard. Rosa wants amaranth on day 180. Again, I'm not sure if this is linked to her storyline, but I will send it to her just in case it is. I can say with like 99% confidence that it isn't though, but don't quote me on that. Or do, it's your choice, I can't stop you. I give dried chanterelles to the raccoons and receive the raccoon hat. Although it was nice of them to give this to me, I will not be wearing it. It simply cannot match the aura of my deluxe pirate hat. As has become tradition, I buy a Stardrop tea and catch some fish at the pond here, including a minnow and a midnight carp. It's off to the north of Jojamart as I must get my hands on the anglerfish. This proves to be nothing short of an absolutely miserable, horrendous experience, and I'm absolutely kidding, of course. This was thankfully the easiest fish to catch during the last few days, if not the entire playthrough so far. I visit Evelyn for the first time in a long time as I need to watch a cutscene. She has made cookies and offers me some. I eat a cookie, tell her it tastes nice, and she gives me the cooking recipe for cookies.
Nice. That is yet another recipe obtained. Linus's special order came to the forefront of my mind, so I spent some time fishing in the mines to get all of the trash that is needed for it. Once I fished up enough, I deposit it into the bin to complete his order. It's time now for another Rosa cutscene. She tells us about the hurricanes and storms that affected her hometown of Fort Josa. Hence her not liking the current rainy weather here and very sternly telling us to wipe our feet when we enter the inn. She doesn't mention the abandoned farmhouse in the orchard, but my hopes are still high that we will be given more information about that area soon. I can finally enter the cave in the deep mountains area, and when I do, somebody is here. Their name is Goatherd. By using the Look Up Anything mod, I can see that 2 of their loved gifts are the, bear with me here, Azure Chrysanthemum and the Sororia flower. Pronouncing the names of flowers and just items and like names in general in Stardew Valley has been the most humbling experience of my entire life, I must say. Anyway, these are 2 of the 3 flowers I mentioned at some point during the second year. It's all kind of blending together now. Based on this, I'm going to assume Goatherd will be the person who gives us the seeds for these 2 flowers. And maybe, hopefully, the 3rd flower too? It is also my pleasure to announce that the king carp has been caught and compromised to a permanent end. I caught the fish, that's what I'm trying to say. I met Belinda in the magical waterfall area in the Ridge Forest on day 181. She says she has something to show us that will undoubtedly amaze us. She shows us an opening in this area which we go through. We end up in a beautiful little area with a mystical magical pond. Belinda says the fish we donated have magical properties. She has put all of these fish into this pond here. She describes it as a sanctuary for the fish, but does say that we can fish here if we want to. I'm going to pass on that. The fish here shall remain safe and sound. I tried to catch the waterfall snakehead again. It does not go well again. I spent more time here than I care to admit. It is quite embarrassing actually, so I'll just skip ahead to when I visited the abandoned farmhouse in the orchard. Nothing happened when I was here, so I believe I'm playing the waiting game now. The fate of her fishing collection rests entirely in the hands of Rosa. I enter the Junimo Woods on day 182 where I find Krobus and Apples playing and having a jolly good time. That was a precious cutscene. I needed that after all of the fishing that I've done and all of the fishing that I still have to do. I pay a visit to the wizard where he teaches us how to change our appearance. That was very nice of him to do, though I don't think he understands. My hair, my eyes, my t-shirt, my pants. They don't determine how good my appearance is. The deluxe pirate hat is my appearance. It is finally time for a massive sale. Joja berry starters, ancient fruit jelly, Joja berry wine, Joja berry jelly, and ancient fruit are all sold. We now have over 3.5 million gold on hand. I have big plans for this money involving a trip to the Wizard's Tower, though I am going to dilly-dally with that a little bit. The center of Ridgeside Village has received a makeover. It looks stupendous. They did a very good job on it. Lenny takes us to the side and tells us that we have been a blessing for this valley. She thanks us on behalf of all of the villagers. She then says she needs materials in order to rebuild the community center in the village. She wants us to give her the materials she needs. There it is. Yeah, there it is. Butter us up with all of the nice words and then ask us to give away even more stuff. I may be a fool, but I'm not stupid, Lenny. I see the way you're approaching this. I see what you're doing. She needs hardwood, stone, and iron bars. Begrudgingly, I toss these items into the chest in her house. I've lost count of how many foraging runs I've done, especially here in Ridgeside Village, but I want to make sure I have everything I need for the cooking recipes. As today is a Sunday, the fox bloom flower can spawn here in the mountains. The bad news is it did not spawn here in the mountains. That being said, we do have the opportunity to get something else here. The deep ridge angler is a fish that can be caught in this area shown on the screen during winter. Of course, I have magic bait to get around the whole winter requirement, so I'm able to catch it now. Catching the fish was not the hard part. The actual hard part was trying not to be knocked out by all of the monsters in the area while I was catching it. It was close, very close, but I was able to do it.
To finish off the day, I buy a statue of endless fortune from Emily in the saloon. This statue produces an item that is considered to be a loved gift by a villager. The fox bloom is a loved gift, so we might be able to get that from this statue. Emphasis on might, I'm not gonna count on it. Lenny sends us a letter on day 183. She lets us know that the construction of the greenhouse has been completed and invites us to the grand opening. Susan has a special order for us. She wants fresh quality fertilizer. This won't give us a crafting recipe, but it's an easy one to do, so we might as well do it. I purchase an East Scarp Warp Totem from Rosa. I completely forgot I have the crafting recipe for it, but oh well, at least I remembered it now so I can make them when I need them in the future. It is now time for us to see what our hard work and generosity has resulted in. The brand new community greenhouse is up and running in Richside Village and all of the villagers seem to be over the moon with it. I take a look inside, and while a large portion of the greenhouse has already been claimed by the villagers here, there is a decent enough sized patch that we can use. That being said, I won't be using it. I already have all the space I need for crops. The Stardew Valley Fair takes place on day 184. I very quickly put some items into my Grange display. It wasn't a fair competition if I'm being entirely truthful. The items I put in range from being valuable to absurdly valuable, so the other contestants didn't really stand a chance of winning. I spend almost 200,000 gold on 3,996 star tokens, accept my prize of 1,000 tokens from Lewis and grab my items from the Grange display. I would be very upset if I had forgotten these. I trade my tokens for a rare crow, a prize ticket, and a star drop. I spent 50,000 more gold than I needed to on tokens, but that's okay. I am the opposite of broke right now, so I can afford to waste 50,000 gold. The mystic trees have grown on day 185, so I place tappers on them. The mystic syrup that they produce will be added automatically to the chest beside them, so that is very convenient for us. I give a green mushroom and a star drop tea to Lance. I am incredibly impatient and want to get him to 8 hearts before fall ends if I can. I visit Rosa and a cutscene does not play. That is upsetting. I make very good use of my coffee donut and use it to run as fast as I can to the cavern in the highlands. I find a quiet spot here where I can do some fishing in peace without having to worry about the monsters here. I picked up a prismatic shard when I mined the rocks here. After catching the gemfish, I head to my Ginger Island farm. Now, I haven't been entirely truthful when it comes to Lance. You see, I reached 8 hearts of friendship with him today when I gave him the mushroom and star drop tea. As a result, we can now continue his storyline with the monster crops. He takes us to a teleportation station in the jungle here. We use this to get to the Fable Reef. This area is vital in our quest to reach perfection. There is a forage item I need here along with a fish. But first, I accompany Lance into the big house on this island. He shows the monster crops to his buddies here. They are all very impressed and excited as they look at the crops. Lance and the rest of the people here extend their gratitude towards us for helping him complete his mission. The wizard visits the farm on day 186. He lets us know that we can use a teleportation station in his tower to visit the Fable Reef whenever we please. Let's keep the ball rolling and make some progress in an entirely different area. I toss a battery pack into the box in the tunnel next to the bus, throw a rainbow shell into a box in the mountain area and place 10 beets into the fridge in Lewis's house. Following that, I teleport to the desert and place a solar essence into the mouth of a dragon skeleton. The final step is to return to the farm and grab the casino membership card from the stack of wood in front of our house. We can now enter the casino in Sandy's shop. Before I do so, I buy a bunch of deluxe speed grow from Sandy as my supply was getting rather small. I buy 8,000 key coins and another statue of endless fortune. Then I realize that the alien rare crow I need is 10,000 coins, not 8,000. Oops. I buy the 2,000 I need, then I grab the rare crow. I'm not entirely sure if I bought the rare crow at the Spirits E Festival last year, but I suppose we'll find out tomorrow. If I receive the letter that gives us the crafting recipe for the deluxe scarecrow, then that means I did buy the rare crow last year. Otherwise, I can simply buy it at the end of this season. I visit Goatherd up in the deep mountains. There are a lot of mountains now actually, I hope it hasn't been confusing. I give them a magic rock candy and a Stardrop tea. Now that Lance has been taken care of, our top priority when it comes to friendship is Goatherd. I help him clean up the rubbish in the area. Not even because I felt like I had to, I just don't like littering. I've never understood it. Just find the bin, put in that tiny amount of effort. Sorry, it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. Goatherd has not mentioned anything about the flowers I need yet, and from what I've read, it could take weeks if not months for him to actually mention them, so this might take a while. But I have many other things to take care of in the meantime, one of them being a trip to the Fable Reef, so we shall be busy during however long it takes to get the flowers from him. I grab the Golden Ocean Flower. This is needed both for the shipping collection and it makes for a wonderful gift. I catch the Torpedo Trout before leaving and heading to the Raccoons. I trade pine cones for the powder melon seeds. Like I said during spring, the 1.6 update released after year 1 finished, so I still need to grow these powder melons. I have filled my kitchen with mini fridges on day 187, more on that later. I have indeed been sent the crafting recipe for the deluxe scarecrow. I can skip the Spirits Eve festival if I want to, which I might do, I'm not entirely sure yet. It depends on how many other things I have going on that day. I visit Rosa and a cutscene plays. I kept my excitement low as there was no guarantee that this would be the cutscene that gets the ball rolling on her storyline. She tells us that she has been cleaning out the attic and that we can accompany her up there if we want to. We do so, and what happens next is something I can only describe as one of the greatest moments of my entire life. I find a journal in a box and Rosa says it belonged to the owners of the abandoned orchard. This is actually such a relief. I was getting so worried that I had somehow messed up and wouldn't be able to watch the cutscene that leads to us unlocking the new area. So as you can imagine, I'm very, very, very happy right now. That being said, according to an article on the mod page for East Scarp, we now have to wait 14 days before we can continue this storyline. Aideen at some point told us that she wanted some flowers and a sweet pea. I kinda sorta completely forgot to show that in the video, my apologies. When I entered her house, she started talking about how much she appreciates it and she has a way of thanking us. For a moment, I thought she was going to give us the seeds for the third flower. Luck was not on my side, however, as she instead gave us the crafting recipe for the bouquet. You know, the bouquet that you can give to a villager to start dating them. I'm not going to use that, but hey, at least we've learned a new crafting recipe. Speaking of flowers, I visit Goatherd and he does not provide any insight whatsoever into the 2 other flowers. Mr. Key has an order for us once again. We must give out 50 loved gifts in 1 week. We will receive 40 gems for doing this, which is very good timing as I only have to buy 1 more crafting recipe in this room. And it costs 40 gems. I catch a goby in the waterfall beside the Hat Mouse's house, and I partake in some monkey shines in the shop. Yeah, I stole everything. I take a look at the oven, which allows me to see all of the recipes I have unlocked and how many I still need to discover. There are like 6 or 7 left for me to find, not too shabby. And so the process of filling the fridges with all of the cooking ingredients begins. I can use the look up anything mod on the recipes I have not found yet. This will allow me to see what I need for them, so the ingredients for those are also being added to the fridges. The end result of this is I need to wait for my fruit tree saplings in the greenhouse to grow and produce fruit. Other than that, we are basically good to go on cooking everything. I do need the generic cooking stuff though. Flour, oil, sugar, that kind of stuff. A lovely relaxing festival takes place in Ridgeside on day 188. I don't spend too long here, though I will say the stalls are selling some pretty valuable items. They're not of much use to me at this point, but if I had come here during the first year, then I would have been elated to discover that all of these things are being sold. The Cherry Berry Shaky gives a +2 speed boost, so I buy a couple of those. And the Fried Fish a la Ridge gives a magnificent +5 fishing. Normally I would use key seasoning to make a gold star seafoam pudding to get a +5 in fishing. This fried fish dish saves me having to make that if I end up needing that big boost.
Sam, Abigail, and Sebastian play some music to end the festival here. At nighttime, I discover Kiwi outside of the community center. Remember when I said that we might get more information about Kiwi? Well, it's about to happen right now. Kiwi is not like other Junimos. They are from the Dusked. I don't know what that is, but according to Kiwi, one of the results of her being from there is she doesn't know about the other Junimos. Kiwi doesn't mind though, she doesn't feel lonely as Gio and I are her friends. While they are curious about the other Junimos, they don't feel like it's the right time for them to meet them. Kiwi bids us adieu and I shall bid adieu to today. Right, let's get down to brass tacks on day 189. I have removed the heads up display, like the inventory and the time and all that stuff. My hope is that this will encourage the legendary waterfall snakehead to appear. It works. It actually works. And on top of that, it was a surprisingly easy enough catch. All of the fish in Ridgeside Village have been caught. I buy 200 each of the cooking ingredients I need from the shop and toss them into a fridge. The rest of the day, as well as day 190, is spent doing a bit of maintenance on the farm and basically putting the final touches on the cooking ingredients. On day 191, I finally get to show you all a mod I have been keeping secret. The Workbench Helper mod. It links every chest to the workbench, making it easier for us to craft every item. We can now craft most of the items in the game. The Heavy Furnace and the Mystic Tree Seed are the two items I don't have the materials for. But considering I've already made them, that doesn't matter at all. That being said, I'm going to wait until I've uninstalled the Duran's Rest mod before crafting all of the remaining items. I'm still fighting quite an intense inner battle when it comes to that. I'm almost ready to uninstall it, I just need to say my final goodbyes. After a big sale, I accept a special order from Robin to collect 1,000 pieces of stone. Not only will we receive the crafting recipe for the stone chest for this, we will also be able to buy the crafting recipe for the big stone chest from the dwarf. It is a double whammy, as they say. Goatherd is still gatekeeping the 2 flowers I need. That is very hurtful behavior from him. Alright, cards on the table, full honesty here. I can't think of anything else to do during this season. So the rest of today, as well as days 192 through 195, are spent kinda just doing nothing, but I did grab a bunch of Dragon Tooth in the Volcano Dungeon, and I participated in, shenanigans and tomfoolery, and I did nothing. I'm gonna stop lying, I did nothing. I've got a bunch of tickets to trade on day 196. I managed to get a Stardrop Tea as one of the prizes, which will help with Goatherd. On that topic of Stardrop Tea, I would like to give my gratitude to the person who made the Better Things mod for adding Stardrop Tea to the traveling cart. I buy some flower seeds, and I want to go back to Goatherd for a moment because these flower seeds actually tie into him. From what I've read, you will know exactly when you're able to get the 2 flower seeds from him, and the way you get them is by giving him a flower seed of any type. I ask Clinton to crack open my mystery boxes. I get the Book of Mysteries from one of them. This book gives us a slightly greater chance to find mystery boxes. Goatherd is telling a story to one of the little goats. He sees us and asks us if we want to hear a story. I tell him I do, and he seems excited to have us join him and the little goat. No mention of the 2 flowers though, so our journey to improve Goatherd's friendship and get our hands on the flowers continues, and honestly, who knows when it will end at this point. I'm going to end fall here, I think. I feel like I've done pretty much everything I can do this season. Will we be able to get our hands on those 3 flowers and the last fish in East Scarp? We'll find out in winter.
I have an announcement to make on day 197. It is with a heavy heart and the utmost sadness that I let you all know that the Duran's Rest mod has been uninstalled. This was not an easy thing for me to do, as is evident from the fact that I kept it installed for the last 84 days despite the mod not actually working anymore. But I finally built up enough strength and courage to get rid of it. This does mean we have lost the Excaliburn sword, which is deeply upsetting, so yeah, I guess we'll be using the Galaxy sword from here on out. Aside from that, All that is left to say about Durin's Rest is I have sold pretty much everything that I have that is from the mod, and it's served us very well. I am eternally grateful to have had the opportunity to play through it. On the topic of mods, the Better Things mod has been updated to include the dishes you can get from the stall at the Desert Festival. From what I have gathered, you can't actually make these dishes or the coffee donut, as in the recipes for these items haven't been added to the game yet. Basically, they show up in the cooking collection in the main menu thingy, but they are not required for perfection. So we shouldn't encounter any issues in the whole cooking area when it comes to achieving perfection. With that out of the way, let us turn our attention to the actual gameplay now. I make a massive sale which results in me earning around 5 million gold. This gives us a total of over 11 million gold. I trade 3 tickets for an iridium sprinkler, a houseplant and bombs. Working on Krobus' friendship is a top priority of mine right now. I have been making sure to give him Stardrop teas whenever I can, on top of giving him loved gifts. In fact, I have done such a good job that I can finally trade 200 Void Essence for the Void Ghost pendant in the desert. I make a beeline for the sewers where I present the pendant to Krobus, formally inviting him to become my roommate. Truth be told, I am very much an introvert and would massively prefer to live alone, but I need the star drop you get for reaching 12.5 hearts of friendship with somebody. So, Krobus it is. I give a fairy rose seed to Goatherd, hoping that I would get a flower seed in return, but I did not. I'm taking this as a sign that I need to watch a cutscene, or I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know anymore. I was desperately trying to remain optimistic at this point, but truth be told, I was getting very burned out, and I honestly wasn't having fun with this playthrough anymore. Which sucks, because this playthrough has been a blast, but from fall of year 2 onwards, I just found myself feeling more and more stressed and frustrated. I'm being a bit sour right now, I will admit. I know I'm acting like a lemon with how sour I am, but I want to be completely transparent with how I feel about how this playthrough is going. That being said, I did buy not just 1, not just 2, or 3, or 4, or even 5, but 6 obelisks. The mountain, ocean, desert, island, ridgeside village, and East Scarp obelisks have all been added to our farm. So that cheered me up a bit. I cook the fish tacos, super meals, and pepper poppers that are needed for the final bundle before tossing void salmon and slimejack fish into a bait maker. This will make it easier and quicker to catch both of these fish. The reason why I'm going to catch them is because I need both of them for the final bundle in the abandoned Joja Mart, just like the dishes I cooked earlier. I get started on crafting every item. I got through the first 2 pages before taking a break. I donate 20 super meals, 15 fish tacos, 30 pepper poppers, 15 void mayonnaise, 25 battery packs, 5 dwarf gadgets, and a magic rock candy. All that is left is 15 caviar, 10 gold star void salmon, and 20 slimejack fish. I'm going to ignore the 10 star shards. I had some challenge bait, so I used that as I spent the remainder of the night fishing. Day 198 begins with some good news, as the tree saplings I bought from the Nightingale Orchard shop have started producing fruit. We still have a long way to go before we have enough for the cooking recipes and the exotic ingredient special orders, but this is a massive step in the right direction. I return to the spot where I tossed her grandma's charm into the water. This time I toss a sweet gem berry in the water instead. Ray appears and thanks us for giving her the sweet gem berry. She bestows a blessing upon us as a thank you. We have been given a +5 speed boost. How lovely. I toss some eggs into the fridge in the saloon to complete a special order for Gustavo. I will always do what I can to help him out. The rest of the day, as well as day 199, is spent catching void salmon and slimejack. This ended up being a quick and easy task thanks to the void salmon and slimejack bait I'm able to make. Day 200 begins with the collection of fruit from our tree saplings. I need to make sure I harvest this stuff every 3 days minimum, as each tree can hold a maximum of 3 fruit. I donate the slimejack and the void salmon I caught to the final bundle, and it is with great pride and so much excitement that I let you all know that we now only need caviar. 15 caviar to be exact, which is going to take a while to get our hands on, but still, we're almost finished the final bundle. I asked Robin to add a second pond to the farm. I already have an existing pond with a sturgeon in it, and this pond is destined for the same fate. It too shall be a sturgeon pond. I go ahead and cook a ton of dishes, not all of them of course, as we still need to unlock a few, but substantial progress was made in this area today. I toss one of each fruit we've received from our new tree saplings into the shipping bin and teleport to Ginger Island. Then I immediately change my mind and teleport to the mountain area instead. I enter the mines where I spend some time on the lower floors defeating doggies to complete that goal, before spending the remainder of the night in the volcano dungeon taking on magma sprites. Day 201 is a Friday, which means the travelling cart has come to town. Nothing of real interest to me is being sold though, except of course for the Stardrop tea. I feel like now is a good time to take a look at what we have left to do to achieve perfection. We need to ship a few more items, build the golden clock, max out, I don't know how many more friendships we have left to max out. I've just been sending gifts to the villagers and talking to any of them that I see. I don't have it in me to actually pay attention to the whole friendship thing, but hey, look, we're at 89% in this area, so we're doing something right, at least. I need to obtain one more star drop, I think. I know for a fact I need to get the star drop for catching every fish, but I can't remember if I've gotten Krobus to 12.5 hearts of friendship yet. There's a lot going on, alright? I've got one brain cell functioning right now and it's fighting for its life, so I apologize for not being able to go into too much detail in regards to this whole star drop area. Anywhoomst, I need to cook a few more dishes, craft 2 or 3 more items, and catch one more fish. Not too shabby if I do say so myself. Let's take a look at some of the collections. Up first is the shipping collection. We've shipped everything on the first 2 pages. On page 3, the first 3 items we're missing are the 3 flowers from East Scarp. The 4th is the fox bloom from Ridgeside Village. Next is the golden egg, which we can get from Marnie thanks to the Better Things mod. The next 2 items can be bought from Emily's shop in the saloon during spring or summer, I want to say. So we have to wait until this season ends in order to be able to get those. The last 2 items on this page are golden mayonnaise and ostrich mayonnaise, both of which have been added by the Better Things mod. Then on the 4th and final page we've got but 1 item left to ship. The powder melon. I planted seeds for this crop in the greenhouse, but I haven't been watering it. I don't have an excuse or a reason, I just forgot about it. Next, let us take a look at the fishing collection. Like I said, we've caught all but 1 fish. I need to make some more progress with the storyline involving Rosa and the abandoned orchard in East Scarp before I can get access to this fish. So we're guaranteed to get it, I just don't know when we're going to get it. Last but certainly not least is the cooking collection. I've cooked every recipe I've unlocked. Let's talk about the first 4 items that are missing from the second page of dishes. These are the 4 recipes that are given to us for completing the exotic ingredient special orders for each season in Ridgeside Village. These are also the final 4 recipes I need to cook. I know the final item on the second page is also missing. That is the coffee donut. You can't actually get the recipe for this item as of me writing the script for this video. The same goes for the missing items on the third page. These are the food items from the Desert Festival. I assume the recipes for these dishes will be added when the Better Things mod is updated in the future. Or maybe the recipes will be added to the game already by the time this video comes out? Who knows? Alright, enough rambling, let's get back to the gameplay. I crack open some mystery boxes to begin day 202. This was just an excuse to delay the socializing I must participate in today. Speaking of which, I visit Aideen, who is dealing with quite the kerfuffle. She has received a call from somebody named Frederick. She and Freddy used to be in a relationship together, but that was in the past and he is now betrothed. I did not know what that word meant, so I googled it and it means engaged. Betrothed. That's a wonderful word, it's like a waterfall of letters. Anyway, back to the situation at hand. Frederick has asked Aideen to provide the flowers for his engagement party, I assume. This has made Aideen wonder when she is going to meet the right person and get into a relationship with them. Yeah, I don't know who that's going to be, but I can tell you for a fact it will not be me. I just want that one flower seed from you, that's all I want. Speaking of flower seeds, I've got some bad news on day 203 as Gotthard still has not given me either of the 2 flower seeds we can get from him. I have even worse news as I can now work on my friendship with one of his goats. Fantastic. I'm feeling incredibly lazy on day 204. I channel this laziness and turn it into genius as I plop a couple of preserve jars behind the chest that is linked to the ponds. Now, whenever our sturgeons produce roe, it will go into the preserve jars and be turned into caviar automatically. Over in Ridgeside Village, I accept the winter version of the exotic ingredients order. It is imperative that I get this done. This one doesn't require any fruit from the trees though. We need 20 Sierra Wintergreen, which is a foraging item, and 20 Frost Clump Berries, which is also a foraging item. I have been foraging like my life depends on it for a good while now, so I've got plenty of each already. On top of that, I need 1 jellyfish along with 5 mountain whitefish. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that this is the easiest of the 4 special orders, so I'm glad we're starting off with this one. I am in an ocean of jojo berries on day 205. It is so incredibly satisfying harvesting hundreds, and I mean hundreds of this item every single time. I'm going to miss this when this playthrough ends. Also, there's really not a lot for me to talk about for the remainder of winter, so I'm gonna condense it down. Days 206 through 224 are spent doing the following. Taking all of my jojo berries, wow, that's a lot. Like, I know I planted hundreds of these things, but I didn't think I'd have over 6,000 jojo berries. These get tossed into the shipping bin, resulting in a delicious 5 million gold being added to our bank account. I continue to give Krobus gifts and check on the raccoons. Now they want moss and 2 sea urchins. So I give them moss and 2 sea urchins. Stardrop tea. I receive a stardrop from Krobus. Now we only need the stardrop for completing the fishing collection. From good news to great news, the golden clock has been added to the farm. It cost 10 million gold, so normally getting the golden clock is impressive, but let's be honest. The massive greenhouse full of jojo berries made it so much easier to get the gold for the golden clock. So it's not exactly impressive that I bought this clock. Powder melons have grown, so I harvest those. That's another item for the shipping collection ticked off the list. It finally happened after I don't even know how long. I entered the abandoned orchard in East Scarp and a cutscene played. I meet Rosa and we enter the house here. An absolute behemoth-sized amount of lore is dropped on us during this cutscene, as it turns out that Rosa can see and hear the Junimo in this house. Rosa believes the Junimo was trying to tell us that something is hidden under the bookcase. We move it out of the way and discover a trapdoor. I try my best, but I'm unable to open this trapdoor. Rosa says we should come back tomorrow with some oil. That is a really good plan. Just not for me. You see, I am impatient. Very impatient. So I decide to go back to the house myself with some oil on that exact same day. This time the game itself recommended I come back tomorrow with a sword. Again, that's a good plan, just not for me, as I am very, very impatient. I went right back into the house on the exact same day and opened the trapdoor. I found myself in an area called the Smuggler's Den. I defeated the monsters here, then I walked into a door and ended up in the mines. I couldn't get back into the Smuggler's Den from the mines, so I used a warp totem to go back to East Scarp. Upon entering the den, I cast my fishing rod into the water here and catch the red herring. I cannot even begin to describe how much of a relief it is that I can finally say I have caught every single fish. A weight has truly been lifted from my shoulders. My soul actually feels at peace. William sends us the final stardrop we need as a reward for all of our hard work. I could actually cry right now, not even joking or exaggerating, like I could legitimately cry, that's how happy I am. I toss an ostrich mayonnaise into the shipping bin and realize a new villager has been added to the villagers page. Zane is his name. You remember Maeve, the wealthy woman who lives in the mansion in Richside Village? Anton worked for her family and was building a house for them, and then it all went wrong and he lost everything? That Maeve? Yeah, Maeve is Zane's grandmother. I'm going to be completely upfront with you all. I can feel the dopamine leaving my body every single time a new villager is added. At this point, I don't want to deal with any more people. Please just let me work on the remaining friendships in peace. Stop adding more people to the game. Goatherd is saying goodbye to one of the goats. Unfortunately, it is time for them to move on, if you know what I mean. That's tremendously sad. Like, unironically, no jokes, that is sad, and I feel bad for the goat and Goatherd. That being said, and this might be a bad time, but can I please get some flowers? I tossed the items needed for the exotic ingredient special order into a box in Pika's house. That is 1 of 4 completed. I can now buy the recipe for the winter dish at a stall in Pika's outdoor restaurant. Gio needs our help. He wants to buy some goods at the town's grocery store. This store is owned by... I almost said his name. I'm glad I didn't. It's owned by Caroline's husband. Gio refuses to go back into the shop as Caroline's husband asked too many questions the last time he went in and was just all around a complete nuisance to deal with. You know what, Gio? I was unfamiliar with your thoughts on Caroline's husband. We may end up being friends after all. I'm sure I've made it very clear how I feel about the owner of the shop, considering how I've actively avoided saying his name during this entire second year. And sure, Gio and I haven't exactly been friendly with each other. In fact, he has stated multiple times that he doesn't trust me. But I'm willing to take one for the team here and go into the shop for Gio so he doesn't have to deal with he who shall not be named. Another cutscene featuring Gio is up next. A spirit approaches me. It thanks me for freeing it. Gio comments that the spirit is grateful to me. And so is he. He has his reasons for wanting to visit the spirit realm, and now he can thanks to the work that we've done. Gio calls me a good friend before leaving. I might just end the playthrough here, to be honest. Like, that's it. That's the big moment. That's the climax. The crescendo, dare I even say. Nothing is going to top the moment when Gio called us not just a friend, but a good friend. Even achieving perfection won't be as big a deal as this. That being said, I am still going to achieve perfection. It would be kind of silly if I did stop here. Mr... I can't pronounce his name. I'm not even going to try it. The scientist has shown up at our house. He has found a way to destroy the growth and save Richside Village. He needs our help to do so and tells us to follow him. I'm going to be honest here, I have no idea what he's talking about. I've skipped every one of his cutscenes. The short version is he can destroy the growth, whatever that is, but in order to do so, he needs to have flowers or fruit growing in the soil here. Again, I don't know what's going on. But I choose flowers as it means there will be a chance to find the fox bloom flower in this room at some point. I'm sorry I can't explain more about what's going on with the scientist, I just didn't pay attention at all. It sounds like everything is fine though, so whatever was happening is now solved. Stardrop tea. I buy the winter dish cooking recipe, then I go searching for the room I was in during that cutscene with the scientist. It turns out it's over here behind this house. This is very well hidden and I would not have found it if I hadn't read the Richside Village wiki page. No flowers are growing yet, but we should start seeing growth here during the next few days, I imagine. I accepted a special order from the scientist. He wanted 30 Omni Geodes. I'm very glad I accepted this order, and even more glad that I actually gave him the Omni Geodes, as the reward for completing it was the crafting recipe for the Ridgeside Village Warp Totem. And here we are on day 224, the final day of winter and the final day of our second year. I send gifts to the little goat that hangs out with the goat herd, along with apples, Josephine, Zane, and the Emperor. The Emperor is a duck in East Scarp, by the way. Stardrop tea. So, like I said, the end of winter is here, and unfortunately there's still not much I can talk about at this point. I'm essentially playing the waiting game to get the last 3 cooking recipes from the exotic ingredients special orders, the final crafting recipe from Caroline's special order, a few flowers from Richside Village and East Scarp, and some items from the Better Things mod, on top of getting 5 more villagers to max friendship. So, Rather than dilly-dally, I will just condense the remaining days down into one segment. The following things happened during day 225 through day 367. Wow, that's a lot of days. Grandpa visited us in our dreams and told us he is very proud of us. Apparently we have done a fantastic job at building the legacy of the farm he gave us. I accept the spring exotic ingredient special order. I need 1 fish, 10 of 2 fruits each that we can get from our trees in the greenhouse, and 20 mountain arugula, which is a foraging item. This is absolute light work considering I already have all of these things. I have no luck getting either of the 2 flower seeds from Goatherd. All I can do here is keep talking to him and giving gifts to the goat that lives with him. A montage plays of me and Torts going around the town getting into all sorts of mischief and hijinks together. Torts has been a cool character. I'm gonna be sad when I go back to playing without him in the game in the future. I find a vintage ruby ring in the smuggler's den. I imagine Rosa will be interested in this item. Sure enough, I bring it to her and she doesn't really have much to say about it. Oh, well, I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. The Rosa storyline continues past this cutscene as we head into the house together and venture down into the smuggler's den. I think at this point it's safe to say that the storyline has concluded. Maybe I'm missing something, but right now I feel confident in saying we're done here. The wizard visits the farm and lets us know that someone new will be coming to Stardew Valley tomorrow. This person will be the wizard's apprentice. I barely had time to process this information before something absolutely incredible happened. I entered the abandoned house south of where the goatherd lives. You know, the big field with the cave. Yeah, just south of there. And when I went inside the house, I saw Goatherd. He tells me that he built this house himself for his girlfriend. Well, now she's his ex-girlfriend. According to Goatherd, she was wild and free, and he thought that him building her this house would be enough for her to settle down with him. He was wrong. She left him. He doesn't want the house he built to go to waste though, so he gives us a list of materials. If we bring him these materials, he will be able to repair the house for us. I immediately toss the materials he needs into the box here. Switching lanes now, let us pivot to the wizard's new apprentice. Morgan is their name and magic is their game. Yeah, the wizard is teaching them magic. For them, it's an exciting experience and a change of pace from their old lifestyle. For us, it is yet another villager whose friendship we need to max out. Back to the goatherd, he has finished repairing the house. He talks a bit more about his ex-girlfriend. He says he hoped things would turn out different, but he knew deep down that he just wasn't destined to find his forever relationship. That's very sad, like seriously very, very sad, but we have just received another house, so I'm happy. I give dried mushroom and 5 white algae to the raccoons and receive the Book of Stars in return. Sweet. This would give us a bit of XP for all of our skills, but we've already maxed out every skill, so I'll just hold on to this book. I give a blue jazz seed to the goatherd and do not receive a flower seed. I feel like we're getting close to getting those seeds, though I just have a good feeling about it. Caroline has given us a special order. She wants us to find and ship 100 pieces of ginger. The reward for this is the final crafting recipe I need. The solar panel crafting recipe. So it is vital that I get this done. Fortunately for us, it is really easy to get a few pieces of ginger every single day by digging up spots on the farm and at the dig site. Bonus tip, use your pickaxe on the spots you dig up in order to turn the soil back to normal. That way there's a chance ginger could appear in that spot again the following day. I give coconut jelly and dried strawberries to the raccoons and receive a Stardrop tea in return. I will take any and all Stardrop teas I can get my hands on, as I know for a fact that we're going to meet another 2 or 3 villagers before this playthrough is over. I donate 15 caviar to the final bundle, completing it. The abandoned Joja Mart will be turned into a theater overnight. We've also officially completed every bundle in the Challenging Bundles mod. Please just give me the flower seeds. The hunt for pieces of ginger has officially concluded as I've gathered a total of 101. These are tossed into the shipping bin. With Caroline's order completed and the final crafting recipe unlocked, I make the solar panel. We have now crafted every item in the game. I won't lie, I'm tired. I just want this playthrough to end. I didn't realize what I was getting myself into when I started this. I bit off way more than I can chew. I'm not giving up though. I have to finish this playthrough. Nay, I have to finish this story. Belinda talks to Ray about an extremely strong magical aura that she's noticed in the valley on the last day of every season. Ray and Belinda investigate the room the scientist brought us to, where the growth was destroyed and the flowers are now growing in that room. I was convinced the magical aura that Belinda was talking about was the fox bloom flower. I was wrong. The actual source of the magical aura was the single biggest curveball that has ever been thrown my way. No joke, no exaggeration. This is the biggest plot twist. You will not believe what the magical aura source is. They enter Tort's little house and I don't know how to describe what exactly is going on here. Torts isn't just a turtle, no, he's a guardian of this planet. He says that when this realm was created, he and his family were given the responsibility of protecting it. So he's protecting an entire realm, right? I guess he's not just a guardian of the planet, he's more like a guardian of the galaxy. Do you get, that's, sorry. That reference was just too good to pass up though. I've never actually seen the Guardians of the Galaxy movies now that I think about it. That might have to change. With that absolutely life-changing news revealed to us about Torts, it is back to our regularly scheduled programming. I find a fox bloom. This is a beautiful find. We need this for the shipping collection. I immediately toss this mythical flower into the shipping bin. I don't want to risk somehow being knocked out with it in my inventory in case I lose it. I buy the animal catalogue from Marnie. Reading this book allows us to access Marnie's shop even when she's not at home. I'm sure this book will prove to be invaluable for a lot of people, considering how many times I've seen people complain about Marnie not being at our house. Myself included in that. We can adopt another pet, so I decide to spend 500,000 gold on a purple turtle. I call it Turtle. I ask Robin to add another water bowl to the farm. Gotta make sure Turtle has access to some delicious hydration. I bump into a new character at the beach. I have not officially met them before now, which means we have another person who we need to reach max friendship with. That being said, because I've maxed out my friendship with almost everybody else, every quest at the bounty board is now from this character. So that's going to be a ton of easy friendship points. I accept the summer exotic ingredients order, then I finally get a new cutscene with Goatherd. He's growing some flowers. I say these flowers are beautiful, hoping that this will butter him up and encourage him to give us the 2 seeds he has. He starts explaining what the flowers are, but respectfully, Goatherd, I really don't care, just give me the seeds. I give him a tulip seed and get nothing in return. Wow, thank you. Moving on quickly now, I accept and complete more jobs for easy friendship points before checking how close I am to perfection. 99%. I just have to finish the shipping collection, max out a few more friendships, and cook the summer and fall dishes that I'll get for the exotic ingredients orders. We are so close. We can do this. I know we can. I give a fairy rose seed to Goatherd and he gives me one of the new flower seeds in return. There's a lot I could say right now, but I shall simply leave it at this. In the most positive way possible, it's about time. Like really, we waited so long for these flower seeds, it's really about time that we got them. I planted in the house Goatherd gave us, then I give spangled seeds to Goatherd the following day. He gives us the second flower seed in return. Again, it's about time. I planted this flower seed, and I should probably mention both of these new seeds were planted in the spots that had hyper speed grow on them, just to get the flowers as soon as possible. I put my Stardrop teas to good use as I send one to Morgan, the Emperor, and Zane. Then I give a bunch more to Morgan and invite them to the theater. We watch the Journey of the Prairie King movie. Morgan likes the movie and loves the Stardrop sorbet I bought them, which is very good for us because that is some bonus friendship points with them. Both of the flowers Goatherd gave us are ready for harvest. I, for some reason, forgot that the third flower seed is given to us by Aideen. I thought Goatherd gives it to us. I am embarrassed, quite frankly, of how long it took me to realize I was wasting my time here. Zane's friendship has been maxed out, so that's some good news to offset my kerfuffle with the third flower seed. That should have been the last friendship taken care of, but no. I'm stuck on 98% when it comes to friendships. I did some investigating and it turns out a junimo called Luma was sort of added to the East Scarp mod, but wasn't actually fully implemented. I had to enter the following code into the SMAPI console that opens when you run Stardew Valley with mods installed. It should be on the screen right now, but I'll also put it in the description just to make it a bit easier if anybody needs to do this in their playthrough or wants to do this for whatever reason. The code brought me to a room you can't get to without entering that code, as far as I know anyway. I considered downloading a mod that would let me adjust my friendship with the villagers just so I could give myself max hearts with Luma. I decided instead that I would send them gifts using the mailbox, and I can use that code to teleport to them and give them Stardrop teas. Sure, it's extra work for me, but truth be told, I'm too lazy to download and install another mod at this point. I accept the Fall Exotic Ingredients Special Order. That's right, we're in fall of year 3 at this point. I teleport to Luma and give them a rabbit's foot and a few Stardrop teas to max out their friendship. That should finally be the last friendship taken care of. I will check the perfection tracker in the walnut room later to confirm that though. But first, I would like to report that I got not just one but 2 foxbloom flowers in the room that the scientist set up for us. This is stupendous timing as Belinda wants us to bring her a foxbloom. I buy the recipe for the fall dish, go home and cook it. With a lump in my throat and tears in my eyes, I can say loud and proud that I've cooked every single dish in the game. I can also confirm that when it comes to the friendships, I have not reached max hearts with everybody. It looks like Luma the Junimo wasn't the issue after all, as we are still on 98%. While I ponder who this missing villager could be, I give a foxbloom flower to Belinda. She thanks us and tells us to shoo. That's a bit rude. I have met a new character. They're called the Empress. They're a duck. I have to max out their friendship too. Aideen has a special order for us. She wants daffodils. We have to do this. I cannot emphasize this enough. We need to get this one done. This is how we get the third flower seed. Begrudgingly, I give multiple teas to the Empress. Honestly, I am so grateful that the Better Things mod lets us buy a Stardrop tea from the traveling cart twice a week. I just maybe might have given up on this playthrough if I didn't have access to that splendiferous tea twice a week. I deposit 15 daffodils in a box in Aideen's house, completing her special order. I look forward to receiving the third flower seed for doing this. Also, I think I figured out who the missing villager is. It's Scarlet. She's friends with Sophia and appears in a couple of her cutscenes. We can only become friends with her though after watching Sophia's 8-heart cutscene. I've been all over the place ever since day 225 began, and now is no different, as I would like to immediately pivot away from Scarlet and the friendship kerfuffle and instead show this lovely cutscene of the raccoons having a jolly good time. It really does warm my heart to see them thriving like this. Aideen has sent us sunflower seeds as a token of her gratitude for completing the special order to give her the daffodils. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. No. Absolutely not. That's not how this works, no way. I make a beeline for Aideen's home where the universe decided to shine a light on my life. Aideen gives us the Bird of Paradise flower seed. I replace a Joja Berry seed with this flower seed. I am very excited if you couldn't tell from my voice. I should really calm down. I know, I just exude enthusiasm. I would like to quickly point out that at this point we're now in spring of year 4. Yeah, year 3 is over. I skipped winter of year 3 entirely because literally nothing important or interesting happened. I watched Sophia's 8-heart cutscene. This is a really lovely cutscene as it shows Sophia walking around town. She's interacting with the other villagers and smiling and having a good time. It's nice seeing her mental health improve, and the cherry on top of this marvelous cake is we can now work on our friendship with Scarlet. On the 3rd day of summer in year 4, I harvest the Bird of Paradise flower. I give the highest quality goat's milk to Scarlet along with, you guessed it, Stardrop tea. I tossed the Bird of Paradise flower into the shipping bin. And so here we are. day 4 of summer in year 4, aka day 368 overall. The only thing in the way of achieving perfection is the shipping collection. We currently have 99% of the collection complete. So what is it we have left to ship? 2 items, a golden egg and golden mayonnaise. Golden mayo is produced by tossing a golden egg into a mayo machine, so we need 2 golden eggs. These 2 items were added as a requirement for the shipping collection by the Better Things mod. Now, this might get confusing, so I'm going to explain this as carefully as I can. I was under the impression that you had to achieve perfection in order to be able to buy a golden chicken from Marnie. But in order to achieve perfection, we need the golden egg that is produced by the golden chicken. So it was a paradox of sorts. In my mind, I was locked out of achieving perfection. It could not be done is what I thought. It turns out there was an option in the Better Things mod to add the golden chicken to Marnie's shop without achieving perfection. I did not know this. However, I think my solution to this is an acceptable one given what was going through my mind at the time. I uninstalled the Better Things mod before continuing to day 369. This meant I had achieved 100% perfection as I no longer had to ship the golden egg and golden mayonnaise. With perfection achieved, I head to the summit on day 370. Mayor Lewis is there and we have a lovely conversation about how he is a terrible mayor and really needs to start putting in actual work and being kinder to certain villagers. At this point, we've technically achieved perfection. But we're not done yet. No, we still need to achieve true perfection. With that in mind, I install the Better Things mod again and head to Marnie's on day 371 and ask her to add a couple of golden chickens to the farm. We are just waiting for them to produce golden eggs now, so let's jump ahead to day 374. I toss a golden egg into a mayonnaise machine. Once again, let's jump ahead to day 385. The golden mayonnaise was ready before today, but I had to wait until today for a large golden egg to be produced. I tossed the large egg and the mayo into the shipping bin. On day 386, the game lets us know that we have completed the shipping collection. A trip to the walnut room reveals that we have achieved true perfection. And with that, this playthrough is finished. What a wild ride it has been. My overall thoughts are year 1 was incredibly fun. Spring through fall of year 2 was also incredibly fun. Winter of year 2 onwards kinda resulted in me feeling the most burned out I've ever felt while playing Stardew Valley. But let's not dwell on that. Let's focus on the fact that we've made it to the end. I'll keep this short as I've already spent way too much time talking in this video. All in all, I'm pleased with how this went. All of the mods I used during this playthrough will be linked in the description. Good luck to you if you decide to do your own playthrough with any and or all of these mods installed. At the very least, I hope you have a good time with them. And with that, it is time for me to bid you all adieu. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Have a good one.